could sit here and read live commercials and just make tons of money for the company. I could tell you the same thing over and over again.
I can't be tagged as the guy who's a dick.
They must be so jealous of me. I'm so successful, and they're just kind of not. You know what I mean? I feel the jealousy. That's why I don't leave my house. Don't you also sort of harbor some resentment, even though it's not logical, but you resent your baby for being in the way of your career?
Because we don't want the Japs anymore.
Because I want respect.
Some people say our show was the first reality show. I don't think there's one thing I've ever said on the radio that would have been found indecent or obscene. The secret to my show is honesty, reality, that I will say the truth.
This week on Lotus Notes, in order to get into the Fox News Christmas party as the recently divorced Sean Hannity's plus one, Sarah is going now to become a Republican.
Oddly enough, Chauncey at one point could get into the Fox News Christmas party as Neil Cavuto's plus one.
Oh, yeah,
Is kind of funny.
I did Fox and Friends in the morning. I did all those shows. When I first started, I was like one of the first guys.
I got to tell you, Chauncey, you and Poppy got such great reviews. I'm gonna screen grab a lot of the compliments you got because it's so much, and I'm gonna send them to you, and you're gonna send them to her. Because in the last show, insane. Everybody, she's
amazing.
Angelic force. She doesn't even have to speak, and you love her. She didn't have to say anything.
She's got that European poise to her, where she sits up with her shoulders back, and she has that Irish accent, and she's very regal. She's
got what they call in France, papa c'est quoi.
Yeah,
she's got it, right?
She doesn't get it from me. I humiliate her everywhere we go.
Oh man, it's such a great dynamic. I'm obsessed with that. I'm trying to think of a comparison to you two.
We would be a great reality show. We really would.
You in general, your life would.
Irish girl, and she's so royal, and I'm like this New York kind of crazy guy.
Yes.
And all day long, she's humiliated.
Why we talk about Ireland, I gotta say, you told me something crazy because we bring him up like semi-regularly. Who helped you hook you up in Ireland? Tell everybody who did that.
Well, when I first got here, I gave up my career. Like any income I had ended when I came to Ireland. And there's no way for me to work here. That wasn't going to happen. I live in a small rural town where there's farms and sheep. It's not like I live in Dublin. I live in no man's land. And so I put out a request. I said, I was desperate. I said, if anyone can help, I need help. I'm struggling. You know, I'm fighting for my daughter. It's going to cost me a fortune to stay here. And a lot of people stepped up, a lot of good people. And one of the guys that stepped up a lot and sent me so much money with love and affection was our good friend, the man that knows everything about hair, the man that has invented outing the hair industry. He I don't know. I don't know if he wants me to say his name.
We say his name all the time, Chauncey, and we're going to play a clip. We bring him up all the time.
Guys say, because
I'll say his name. He's talking about Spencer Kobren, Mr. Kobren.
I have a feeling. I'm worried that he doesn't want to be outed. You know,
I don't know. That's that's like a pay it forward thing. People always say like, hey, you know, look at me. If you get in trouble, how good of friends were you with him that he did that for you?
We have a mutual good friend, a guy named Andrew Zarian.
Zarian.
Do you know Andrew?
Yeah, I know. I see why I know him. Right after this.
His wife Jessica is Poppy's godmother.
Holy shit!
So and I used to work for Andrew's network. The
Guys from Queens.
Guys from Queens. So I had a show on Guys from Queens, And I became very close. I'm still very close. They're probably my two closest friends in the world, are Andrew and Jessica. They are, in fact, they're my closest friends. And they helped me quite a bit as well. Like, I can't even begin to, I'll get emotional if I start thinking about it. So Spencer is really good friends with Andrew. And I got to see him at family functions, like at christenings, baptisms, and he had me come on his show, and we did a show together, and we just hit it off. He's just, him, he's such a nice guy.
You could tell by looking at him. You could tell by hearing him. Yeah.
Yeah, and
Definitely.
he knew my story from Andrew. Like, he knew all the details of my story. He knows everything about my life. So when he saw I was desperate, and Spencer did very well in life. Like, he's successful, to put it mildly.
You talk about Spencer for hire. He brings a whole new meaning to that, right, Chauce?
Yeah,
He has is it hair that made him a rich man?
Yeah, hair.
Okay. Tell how so?
Well, he was genius. Actually, he was genius. Absolutely genius. He started this hair network, talking about, because there were so many bad people. There were so many bad people giving bad advice about transplants and wigs, and Spencer saw that there would be a demand for real information about the facts, true facts that people could go to and learn about hair. And he knew everything about it. He studied it. He researched it, but he did something even smarter. He made this seal that if your plastic surgery company had his seal of approval, it meant something, because that meant Spencer researched you and was telling people that you're honest and you know what you're doing, and you're going to get, good transplants. So you're going to have a really good surgeon. And he made a fortune from that, because people really wanted that approval, because he really was knowledgeable, and he had an outlet. He was on WNEW at the time.
Oh, really? So he was on that All Talk network when it was
yes, when it was All Talk.
I didn't know that.
He had a show about hair
on the weekends.
I guess so. It probably was late at night. I'm guessing.
This is so crazy. The connect, Chauncey, you, and we're going to talk about Grillo soon. You and Grillo have this insane skill. I don't know if I've ever met a better networker than you. You just forget college, forget anything. The best skill you can ever teach your kids is to network properly and just be someone you want to hang out with at the same time. And that's what you and him both have. It's crazy.
Well, you have to realize what I was doing for a living. I mean, I had a weekly magazine. Yeah. I was appearing on all these TV talk shows. I was on Geraldo. I was on Geraldo when he did his gossip show on Channel 2 with a live audience.
I remember that.
I did that show. I was everywhere. So when you're doing all these things, and then you're invited to all the parties at night for the free booze and the free food, and you start showing up at those, you meet everyone. And become.
Did you ever get into the SNL after parties? I believe I thought I heard you did.
I did go to the SNL pre-shows, but I never went. I didn't go to the parties afterwards, but I went to a lot of the pre-shows before they air, when they do the run through.
They do like a run, right? They do like a run
through. I did. Right. I did a lot of those. That was kind of fun to see them make mistakes and fight and yell at each other and trying to get it all together before the show goes on the air.
What years were those, Chauncey? Which the Dana Carvey years?
God, it was in the mid to late 90s.
Okay, so that's like Will Ferrell and those guys.
Yeah. That was very cool, actually. Yeah. So that's how everybody started knowing. And then, do you know? Oh, I know you're going to say yes. Do you remember the radio chick on NEW?
Yes.
Leslie Gold.
Leslie Gold. Yes.
All right. So this is all going to make sense to you now. So Leslie Gold had a show on eYada.com. No, I'm sorry. Leslie Gold's arch enemy from Boston. They had Leslie Gold had a show in Boston that was like the #1 show in the afternoon, and she had a co-host. And oh my God, I can't give her name now, but that co-host got a job at eYada.com, and I had a job doing a show at eYada.com, and that woman hated my guts because I was getting like blowjobs in the studio, and I was like doing crazy shit. And her studio was right across from mine, and our glass windows faced each other. And she would have to watch like these black prostitutes, putting dildos up their ass
Oh my God.
against the glass, and she was doing like a regular show, like a normal talk show. And she would come
Broadcasting from
screaming.
Times Square and serving the entire planet. This is IATA.com.
Vaughn, that's
Yeah.
incredible.
Yeah,
That's
so
incredible.
she would come screaming at me. Now, when IATA closed, Leslie Gold used to listen to all this and loved it and contacted me and said, I loved your show. She goes, I have a network called Shovio.com. Do you remember Shovio?
Jovial or
No,
Shovio?
that I don't.
Shovio.
That I don't.
Jovial.
Shovio. SHOVIO.
Okay,
I think
Vaughn,
I think I own that.
Yes.
Let's
that-
have an.
they had it- they
Here's
had
your
it-
mission
yeah.
statement, Chauncey.
You know what?
If you're
And
listening
by the
to
way-
us for the first time, congratulations and welcome to IATA.com, talk radio for the internet. Now that you're here, we want you to stay and check out some of the other shows IATA has to offer. What's different about us than regular talk radio? Well, for starters, we are unrestricted, unregulated, and uncensored. That comes in pretty handy with our sex and comedy channel, where there's sex advice to pretty raunchy comedy, and it's for mature audiences only. But just because we can push the limits in broadcasting, that's where it ends. There are still 9 other shows on IATA, ranging from nutrition, fitness, and psychology to gossip from the country's leading gossip teams, and all the latest mixed martial arts and pro wrestling on the sports channel. Each host a professional in their own field. So settle down, look around, and find something you like. And remember, you can listen to a show live or at any time in the archives.
Where did you get that?
You sent it to me, buddy.
Oh, I
you
did.
know
Well, IATA was, you could do a whole show just on that. That was amazing. But
Here's
but
what's
anyway-
crazy. When who's that voiceover guy? Do you know who that was?
Oh,
It sounds so familiar. He sounds
I
so
forget. He was
familiar.
a professional voiceover guy, and I can't remember him. No, but he was good.
Well, here's him introing you at the start of your show. Each show he introed you, Chauncey, and have a listen.
And now, from Times Square, the crossroads of the World Wide Web, here's Chaunce Hayden.
That's great.
Yeah.
So great.
Here he
No,
is.
this you don't know. They put in millions and millions of dollars. AOL owned half of it. It was worth millions.
I do know because it sounds like Sirius XM. Like before it started, everything about that is what
Yeah.
Sirius and XM
We were the
brag about
first.
doing. Yeah.
We broke ground. We were the first internet radio company that tried this. It was nobody else existed before us.
And nobody took it seriously.
Nobody took it serious. Nobody
Yep.
thought you could make money at it. So everybody was laughing at it. And we were the first. And I'm very proud of that,
You
actually,
gotta be.
because it was so far ahead of its time. I mean, it was years ahead of its time.
Beyond.
Yeah.
99, you said, right? That right?
99,
Jesus
yeah.
Christ. That's so
Dial-up,
insane.
dial-up modems, 14K dial-up modems.
Oh my God.
99, John. That's your favorite number.
I'm gonna sing 99 Red Balloons.
When did I do this?
You know Howard and Beth are walking on the street picking up garbage, right? Right now, like there's cleaning the beach. 99 Decision Street. 99 ministers need to worry, sorry. All the troops are in a hurry. This is what we've waited for. This is it, boy. This is what the president is on the line. 99 red balloons go by. Bam, ba-dam, wow, wow.
Johnny boy.
That's
I think
very
I just-
good.
I think
Very
I
good.
genuinely like that song.
That is awesome.
I love
Thank
it when
you,
you
Judy
play
Wright.
guitar, John. You go bounty barrel. You know when you play guitar for us, John. Go bounty bounty.
Thank you, Judy Wright.
It's
Welcome,
like a
everybody.
Peter, it's like a Peter
Melvin,
Frampton.
Dr. Sarah, everybody, if you could donate for the cause, Christmas is coming for Sarah. Sarah, hit the Sarah. What is it? The Cash app and something in the QR code in the right corner. Anyone you can. Thank you, everyone. I'm not good. I'm not exactly a salesman here, but I kind of want to have to. What the hell am I gonna say? And G Canada, welcome. Little Depphead, welcome. Please stay around. Hopefully, we get to Chauncey. I'm gonna force him to apologize to Johnny Depp for the invasion of Iraq, and Chauncey's the best double agent. Frank the Tank, Fine Chug, Ben Benjamin. Who did I forget? A. Smith, you're always immense, sir. Chubby Pickle, of course. Thank you, everyone. All right, Chauncey. So
All right, so
next,
I'm going to bring
oh
this
no, go,
all home.
you go. Thank you,
I'm
Judy. Right again.
I'm going to bring this all home. So anyway, Leslie Gold hated her old co-host from EYATA. And so she reached out to me and said, I have a network. Her husband is
Frank.
wait a minute.
That's
You guys know Carmen Appice. That's
Frank. Oh, Frank. John, are you gonna shit? Can you get Poppy on?
This it little boy. If from week from horizon, Dixon will cloud, rock dramic, den singing con lit madon, non, laughing by.
Chauncey, can you get
you sound like
Poppy
a
on?
Nazi prison guard.
Poppy can Poppy translate that, Chauncey?
In Gaelic, maybe.
Maybe.
Oh my God!
That completely derailed us.
Oh,
Chauncey,
totally.
you were winding it up. Keep going,
I gotta
Chauncey.
see if I can regroup.
Get it off the screen. I can't.
I gotta regroup. So anyway, I started doing a show for Shovio, who's the woman's husband is Carmen Appice. You know him?
No, I do not.
He's a musician, famous drummer. Carmen Appice.
Who?
Look it up. Carmen Appice. He's so famous.
I got it. It's King Norris. I got it. King Norris.
I thought it was a drummer from Pantera.
Is it?
Carmen Appice.
No.
Anyway,
I have no idea what this. It's like the three of us speaking different languages right now.
Google Carmen Appice. Anyway,
yeah, Google. Continue.
Who am I? Carmen Appice over here.
Carmen. Here it is. Here he is. All right.
Carmen
ready?
San Diego.
Vanilla Fudge. Vanilla Fudge.
Of course.
Vanilla Fudge. Anyway, so I started working for Shovio. Then Shovio went out of business. And the woman knew a guy who had a network called Guys from Queens. That was Andrew. And she recommended that Andrew pick up my show. He said, you're going to love this guy. The show is so much fun. And then I met Andrew for lunch. And from that day on, we were like best friends.
Man.
That was going back in like early 2003.
So do you want to see who Chauncey's talking about? Because this is a clip we've played on Radio Gunk before. Spencer Kobren is in this pick, and this is a very, very important. And I know you know these guys, and I feel like you have an in to get the real genesis of this phone call, because I have been searching for this for probably 10 years, and I don't know Spencer enough to ask for it. Okay, so here we go. Spencer Kobren, right here. You know, these are your people, Chauncey, right here.
Okay.
I love radio. I love Phil Hendry, Tom Likas. I even listen to Coast to Coast. I mean, I am a huge...
Howard tried to get me kicked off the air.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Please tell me that.
I think there's some stuff on... I have a video on YouTube. I'll make this story short, but years ago, when I first started here in Los Angeles, when I first moved to Los Angeles, we were doing the show, again, on an FM talk station, a Howard Stern station, and somebody called in and said that she worked in the same building as the old K-Rock, and she would see Howard in the elevator. And she would see him almost on a daily basis, and she was like, there's something going on with his hair. I'm telling you, in certain light, you can see scalp, and she actually said she thought she saw some netting.
How great is that, Chauncey?
That is, wow. I'm texting them now, telling them that we're
he knows this clip really well, I'm sure. But what I want to ask you is, do you think he was on WNEW or in LA during this phone call he got?
He was in LA at this time.
Okay, so was it syndicated? Was it like possibly?
I don't want to speak for him. I think it was syndicated in a million different.
I got it. Here's what happened. I got it. Even though I've never heard a show on WNEW, he was probably syndicated in LA. He probably did the show from LA, and they syndicated it to New York. Like one of the first ones to do that, because I know they had pre-tape stuff, like fucking Love Lines would be on that WNEW like at night. So I guarantee you they they syndicated it from LA. He actually did it from LA.
I mean, Andrew could call in right now and tell you.
If he wants to, I have to send him a link and everything, or you can talk to him.
I'll just put him on the phone. Wait, hold on. Let's see if I can do it.
So I think I would see what my goal is to get that phone call that he did that show. He must have his back tapes. I'd love to hear that whole. Thank you, Sunflower Dragon. You are the best. And I don't use the best loosely unless I'm talking about Tina Turner.
He's in a meeting. He's actually in a meeting.
Don't worry about it. We'll get to it. We could bring him on even like a hair show. We could do like an actual hair.
We could do a hair
full blown hair show.
Yeah.
So it's what we decide as a society.
So Sunflower's right. As a society, we have to do a full hair show, and I think it would be you, Spencer, Andrew Zarian, Bon Jovial, and Chauncey and I were talking about how the funniest thing on the face of the earth is when someone has an unusual OCD that they're just obsessed with that, like me and Ice. Hair, I'm actually obsessed with hair a little bit too, but no one's like Spencer Kobren.
But Andrew is too. Both of them are.
Okay, that's why it's so funny.
Obsessed with hair, and they know everything more than I know. They know everything about hair.
There he is. Thank you, Andrew Zarian. There he is, Chauncey. He was in LA. Okay, Andrew, was I right about the syndication? Like it was on NEW, and he actually did the show from LA, or is it just the K Rock with a Q in LA that the Love Lines came from? That's just a theory. I could be. It doesn't matter. But if Howard heard that in LA, that's even stranger. That's even stranger that Spencer was on his radar, where he can't even hear it from his house. That's even stranger.
But see, only Andrew and Spence could answer that. I'm not 100% sure.
That's all right. This is. It's so. And Andrew, if you're listening, you don't hold back. You can talk about every follicle your heart desires. The more obsessed you are with it, the funnier it is, the more we're into. Do not hold back. You don't know what you're dealing with here. I'm obsessed with ice and the art of rebounding in basketball, just like you are. Even though I have tons of ice, I don't like warm soda or room temperature soda with ice in it.
Poppy's obsessed with ice.
Too much. Oh, good. The ice. I cannot wait when it's on the verge of almost with the little ice shards in the freezer. Then I take it out. Then I put the ice in, preserve the ice a little longer.
Poppy freezes ice and then eats the shards off the refrigerator floor.
I love this girl. She is a unicorn. Obsessed. I'm telling you, she is a unicorn.
She would do a whole show with you on ice.
We're doing it. We're gonna do it. Chiseled in just the perfect cube and shards.
Yeah, she knows all the tricks, how to make ice, how to eat ice, how ice should be served. Everything.
Hey, Chauncey, to be trapped under ice, eat my way out. Chauncey, that's Bon Jovial playing clips of me talking about ice just now. That wasn't me.
I thought it was actually you talking.
No, he's so good. You talking about ice porn? Better than Fred. We say it every show, Chauncey. Bon Jovial is like 10 times the dropper Fred is. 10 times, maybe 20 times.
Oh my God! But I don't know what we were even talking about. But that's how I got to know Andrew, and that's how then I got to know Spence, and then that's how this whole thing began.
This is so funny. This is so hilarious. Every second. So here we go. Back to Spencer.
Yeah.
So I'm like, wow, this is a pretty interesting call. So we talked about it. People were asking my opinion, and I just said, look, I don't have an opinion. I don't know if he's wearing a wig or not. And frankly, it doesn't matter. But, it was an interesting and fun call. Okay. So the next day, I get a call from the general manager here in Los Angeles saying that the Stern people called, and they are pissed. And you cannot piss off our number one money man.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, what's up? And he goes, well, they're claiming that you said that he was bald, and he's very upset about it. I said, hey, listen. I said, this guy wouldn't be listening to the show if he didn't have an issue, in my opinion. But I never said that he was losing his hair.
Right. He's right.
He's spot on with that. Yeah. He's spot on with that. It's so funny. How about the elevator? So like you're getting this lighting coming from the elevator, right? And I've seen this netting before. This is exactly what our last show, Chauncey. I gotta send this shit to Spencer and Zarian because they've been proven right 10 times over with some of the stuff I've found. But this floodlight is hitting Howard's scalp, and this poor girl is sitting there staring, and she can't help but like try to stare at it. And Howard's 6'7", so that it's bad if she's beneath him, finding and seeing the netting in a fucking elevator.
Because the netting, when you wear those kind of things, like the things that Farrell makes, the netting can curl up.
Definitely.
And when it curls up, that's the kiss of death.
Definitely.
Because that beautiful scalp that you had now looks like your skin is popping up.
Yes.
It's crazy looking.
How much you want to bet that is the last time Howard was ever with civilians in any way, shape, and form? And I guarantee you, he levied that hallway shit right after that. I guarantee it.
Yeah.
He had the hallway clearing, and no, I can't make guaranteed that caused.
And by the way, do you remember how it went to a bandana stage?
Yes.
Oh God.
Early 2000s.
Where he would put a bandana to cover his hairline.
Yes.
Here, listen to this. This is Howard just a few years ago talking about his hair and his body.
All of a sudden, when they started putting us on TV, for a while, I used to get makeup, and then I'd get my hair ironed with a hot iron, and so there'd be absolutely no frizz. One day, I said to myself, I can't be doing this. I'm a dude, number one. Number two, who gives a shit how I look? You know what I mean? I'm a mess anyway. The idea of coloring my hair, I think Beth's for me trying to color my hair, but my hair's weird. Like some days it'll look like I'm going gray, and then the next day you look at me and you go, your hair's, you don't even have any gray. So I don't know what I'm going to do about that.
I don't notice there's more gray. I don't see it on camera.
I mean, for a dude my age, it's pretty cool that I've got a full, nice head of black hair. What color would you say my hair is? Black?
Well, it's a dark brown if it's not black.
That's like the coolest thing about me, aside from my dazzling personality, which has won over millions of people. I mean, I don't know what, my best things about me are my hair and my feet, like on two opposite ends. I have really nice feet for a dude, and then I've got hair, and everything in between's a mess.
Your legs are okay.
Yeah, I've got kind of nice legs. They're almost feminine, like I've shaved them and put them in a dress, and people are like, you have really sexy legs, and like, thank you. I have nice legs for a woman, not for a dude.
Chauncey, that's the show these days. This goes on for half an hour, doesn't it, John?
That's the show.
That's a current?
Yeah. It's just a couple of years ago. It's sick.
Oh,
it's,
God.
Can you tell by his shitty energy?
Slow.
Chauncey,
no
how
energy.
slow he speaks.
Yeah. It's
and he's
sad.
down in the
It's
bowling
just
alley.
sad.
That's where he's got his setup now, in the bowling alley. That's where at his house. That's
In
where
his
he
house
broadcasts.
in Florida.
Yeah, he just sits there. Like, John, we had pictures of it when he went on with Zos Rapin, remember? Yeah.
His actual basement is right behind Chauncey. It's the wallpaper. That's the bowling alley.
It's like
that really is. That's a picture.
He's in a crypt. It looks like a crypt. You can't tell. They've got it all cordoned off with curtains. It's like weird.
Is everybody home, or does anybody go to New York to the studio, or everyone does it from home?
Every now and then he goes in if he gets Bruce Springsteen or someone. Isn't that right, John? Two or three times a year.
And where does he go? Does he go to New York or Miami?
He goes to New York.
Because they have a studio in Miami now.
Yes, they went there once, and they're not. He's from. He'll only go back if the guest is insistent. I am not reducing myself to talking to this fucking, Wizard of Oz a-hole on Zoom. I'm doing this in person. So Springsteen, Cher, who else? There was the relatively big guest.
Did he do Madonna?
Eddie Vedder, and Pearl Jam. He had to go in for that.
And every day, people like Sal and Richard and Gary, are they home or they're in New York?
Yep.
Some of them are home, some of them are in the studio, and no one knows what the hell they do all day. That's the material. That's the show. That's 90%. Could you imagine explaining to someone from Mars that this is the top paid radio guy in the country with what you just heard? He gets
Yeah,
$100 million a year for that.
And how many do you
Well,
think are on the payroll? Like, how many staff members do you think are there now?
Oh, it must be down to 50 or 40 now. It used to be 70. Like when Radio
what do
Gun
they do?
started.
What do 50 people do?
Who knows?
No one knows.
He's got the writings. How many people? We could meter it all out, couldn't we, John?
He has to
We could say
he has to
there's-
qualify. He has to qualify his salary and taking up half the building. So they just hire people to make it look like some corporation. You know, he writes
Like
everything
Santa's
off.
elves. They sit there
Yeah.
and they tap on keypads. And,
Yes, that's perfect, Chauncey.
and they look busy and they look like they're doing something. But what's there to do?
Nothing. If you hear the show, you're just going, there's nothing. There's not. When you were on the show, Chauncey, you obviously would sit there and how many people work there? 12?
Maybe 12, maybe 12.
12?
Yeah.
Yep. And that's that. And it was 10 times better. No, 100 times better.
100 times
so
better.
That's Sirius is he's a partner. You proved it. The first time you interviewed him, Chauncey, in November of 2004, you said you are a partner. And he admitted it. And that's how you get away with that. It's a sort of a deal with the devil that Mephistopheles can't explain.
And so I just saw a report that Jimmy Kimmel gets 37,000 people a night watching a show from the age of 21 to 54. 37,000
only
people.
37,000 only. That's not much.
So what do you think Howard Stern is getting?
Do you mean 37 million?
No, 37,000.
That's very low, John.
It's the late night shows, I have been saying this for years, have deteriorated. I have no idea how these networks can qualify paying these hosts what they do. They all get 8 figures a year. Yeah. How could you possibly, those numbers Chauncey just quoted, you know how much stuff you're divvying up all this landscape. Fucking Gutfeld from Fox beats them.
Gets several million a night.
Yep. Because what you're doing is you got one right-wing show and 50 left-wing shows, and they're all splitting the audience.
And they're not funny. Gutfeld's funny. Like he'll make you laugh. It's unbelievable. So when you think in those terms, 37,000. I don't know.
How do the networks explain that, Chauncey?
How do you explain
bosses?
That
I don't know. I don't know because you have to produce rating. You worked in TV. You have to produce demographics and ratings and numbers. How do the advertisers go? Yes, that's fine. 37,000 people at 12:15 is fine. How do they do that?
I swear I don't know. I think it's all going to come crashing down very soon.
It is. It is.
You're going to see The View, Jimmy Kimmel, Colbert. They're all going to be off the air within the next few months.
Yep. They're all interchangeable, forgettable. You don't talk about them. I thought Letterman was the start of that. I thought Letterman was done. I thought he was getting less than 1 million views. You know, his show, just like Howard, we explained this, Worldwide Pants owns the Letterman show. So that's how he had that when he was preying on the interns and the PAs.
Yeah.
How do you survive that? Even back then, because he owned his show, Worldwide Pants. CBS really couldn't fire him because they signed, just like Howard, a deal with the devil where
at the height of the woke movement, Jimmy Kimmel was showing in blackface.
Yes. Right. And you can't.
How do you survive that?
I think it would be I think Disney is so embarrassed that they want to just like not even talk about it. Like, let's just not give it any attention. Nothing to see here. Move on.
Well, but know what I think they do? I think then at that point, Kimmel, Stern, those guys, they sign a deal with the devil. We're going to be so woke and we're going to go so over the top woke that nobody's going to care that we were in blackface. We're going to go way over to the other side. And that's what they did.
And nobody's buying it. You know, like even like the most dense among us, the least cynical is going, no, Howard, we're not, no, you don't. No, too late. We all got it. We all know.
I interviewed Jimmy Kimmel right before his first night on his new ABC show.
Oh, that was 2003. I remember that Super Bowl Sunday. Yeah, George Clooney.
Yeah, I interviewed him for that. I've never once watched that show. From that day till now, I've never once watched the Jimmy Kimmel show.
Yeah, why would you?
No desire.
All the options you have right now, streaming and video games and God knows what else. Why would you watch those shows?
Nobody does. Nobody watches CNN. Nobody watches MSNBC. Nobody's watching any TV.
Yep.
Nobody.
Oh, Paul Simon. So with that, Chauncey, you want to tell? So let everybody in now on the big literature news. What you were privy to, and we got the green light from the man himself to talk about it.
We got the green light. So Steve Grillo has written a book about his life. And most of the book, of course, is about Howard Stern. But there's also parts about his life before Howard Stern and, of course, after Howard Stern. But a lot of it during his years at Howard Stern. And people may laugh at that, but I've read a lot of the book, and it's actually pretty good.
I bet.
It is.
You know why? Because he doesn't have anything to lose. He can't be blackballed from the industry. He can say whatever he wants. He doesn't have NDA, just like you. He doesn't have NDAs on him. It doesn't matter. He doesn't give a shit. That's why it's
So you take that credit, Grillo. You take that fucking credit and you wear it like a badge of honor.
Hey, by the way, someone's asking me to put my headphones on, but we went going right through the computer, so there's no point to it.
You sound great. I'm not.
Yeah, so there's no
anything.
point. It won't work if I put my headphones on.
That's Melvin saying that.
So Grillo wrote a book, and I think chapter 13 was my favorite chapter.
What's it called?
It's chapter 13 of the book.
Oh, he doesn't name the chapters. Like I love the clever names.
He might.
Okay.
He sent it to me in piecemeal, so maybe he does have names for them, but I just noticed chapter 13.
What's the title of the book?
I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't want to say it because if I'm wrong, I'll sound like an idiot. So
there's a million things you could call it, like top shelf Liga and all that.
Yeah,
there's a million things you could.
We're running a contest to name Grillo's book.
Yes, definitely.
But it's pretty. It's good, and he had help with it. He had a ghostwriter, so it reads really well. Like it reads very pro. Like the guy who helped him out on it turned Grillo's life into something that you really want to keep reading and not put the book down. So
he didn't get Judith Regan, Chauncey?
No, he didn't ask me to. He didn't ask me to. In fact, I'll even say this: I wasn't his first choice to write the foreword. He reached out to KC.
Shuley.
Yeah, I don't think he reached out to I don't think Shuley could write anything. He reached out to KC. KC wigged out on him, no pun intended.
No.
Then I think he reached out to a couple
Sean
other
Young?
people. Do you know that story?
The apartment when she rearranged his apartment?
Yes.
Oh, that's the best story ever.
That's in the book. Wait,
that's
my
so
God.
fun. I can't wait to read.
it
Writing it out's probably better than I can't wait.
So those are the kind of stories that are in this book, and they're amazing. So anyway, he asked me to write the foreword, so I told him I would, and I wrote it. That's so. I mean, he networks. He knows so many people. He does,
celebrities and otherwise. I think he like contacts every 50 cast members of The Sopranos like every day. Like he considers himself on the call sheet of The Sopranos for that one cameo he had in the pizza place.
Yeah, yes. Remember the pizza scene?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Well, Steve's like, you say I'm a good networker. Steve is relentless. Like he's absolutely relentless, and there's no escaping him. Like there's just no escaping
I would
him.
imagine so. If Sean Young is subletting your apartment, right? That's the proof alone that I said this in the beginning of the show. You two are the best network I've ever seen.
Stop right there. What did you say?
I said sublet. It was free.
You said Sean Young was subletting her apartment?
No, Grillo's apartment.
Yeah, she moved into Grillo's apartment.
Yes.
Yeah, she had nowhere to live.
Oh, she was homeless.
She was homeless.
Holy shit.
And
damn it.
She crashed at Grillo's.
Ah, okay. I thought she was like bi-coastal and just was like, all right, I'm gonna crash here.
She was a raging alcoholic.
Oh yeah.
Raging.
Yep.
And she moved in with Grillo, and the things that he told me, oh my God, she was fucking nuts.
And they don't talk anymore, right?
And we're not talking about the hot Sean Young. We're not talking about Batgirl Sean Young.
No.
You're talking about a whole different, frumpy
Catwoman.
bag
you mean
lady.
Catwoman?
We're talking about a frumpy bag lady.
Yes.
Who's drunk. Oh, forget that.
You mean Catwoman, Chauncey?
What did I say? Batwoman?
You said Batgirl. That's fine.
Batgirl. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Sarah's Batgirl.
Yeah. Yes. Right.
So here's the. Can you see it? Okay. So this is the foreword Chauncey wrote. I cannot wait to see what he does with this book. I just want to say hi to Holden, Zersky, Ben Benjamin. Hit like and subscribe, everyone, and donate if you can. The QR code's up there. And Sarah said something about another. I forget what the other one is. Cash App. Right. I don't know. If you can, you're all mentions. We love you all. If you can't, you can't. I'm the worst salesman, John Lorello. Welcome to feedback from Carrie Stevens. We went over that, John Lorello. We did that 2 shows ago, I think, right? One last show? 2 shows ago. So yeah, we go back and that we've detailed way. We didn't gloss over it. It was in a detailed kind of way. So this is the kind of rough draft. And I'm going over this, and I said, Chauncey, I'll do paragraph breaks. And he goes to me, he goes, look, the Stepping Out brand, there are no paragraph breaks. We don't correct our grammar. We don't care. We don't put punctuation anywhere. We don't care about any of that stuff. I want it as is.
This is a rough draft. I said I wrote this at 2 a.m. last night. It's a rough draft. 2 a.m.
It's actually, I'm skimming through it. You know what I love about your writing style too? You're not, and this is a compliment. Take it as in the spirit it's intended. You don't lose anybody. You speak and write in a way that everybody can understand it. You're not like Dennis Miller saying,
I don't write down to you.
Right. You're not using words like boondoggle. And speaking of boondoggle,
you won't need the thesaurus. You won't need the thesaurus when I'm writing.
Our other cast member David is coming out with a show for Zarian's network called Queen of Queens, and they're going to start that up soon. It should be pretty good. I'm just kidding. So this is by Chauncey. This is the foreword for Steve Grillo's book. Bon, you want to go back and forth in paragraphs? Just so I don't lose my voice.
It's long though, guys. It's long.
He doesn't want to do it. Okay, I'll do it. I first became acquainted with Steve Grillo during the mid-'90s while working in New York as a gossip reporter and publisher of the free penny saver called Steppin' Out. That's too modest, Chauncey. It's way more than a penny saver. At the time, Steve and I shared a common bond. We were both punching bags for Howard Stern. I would regularly call into the show. It was time most popular radio show in broadcast history and spew my outrageous Hollywood news items of the day, usually for a chorus of jeers. For the record, one quickly develops a rock-hard emotional shell if you want to continually step into the merciless world of the Howard Stern show. Steve, on the other hand, was a much different. He was in for a much different radio ride. The lovable, painfully anxious young. That's well said, Chauncey. Painfully anxious. That is a great
painfully anxious.
Known as simply Grillo. You know what I might do, Chauncey? I might stop if I have a question and then to give me a break.
Yes, feel free.
I had a first-class seat, and look, Chauncey, you wrote a foreword, and that's how it's supposed to go. It's just like this. This is like really nice of you to do, by the way. Had a first-class seat to what most of America could only dream. I added occasional content, but Steve became a pop culture icon as he quickly morphed into the most famous intern. And I actually agree with that. I agree with that.
I think it's true.
Bon, do you push back on that? I think Chauncey's right. He's the most famous intern ever.
Howard dedicated his book to him.
Yeah.
What about Stuttering John, though?
He wasn't really an intern, though.
John got on the show a lot quicker than that.
Yeah,
You'll give John a big head if you say that, Chauncey.
But Steve never got paid. John eventually got up to
all right, fair enough.
He had a job. He had a job there. Like
I agree with that.
Radio show and.
Bon, if you could handle the chat while I do this, because I'm not looking at it. I'm actually on the page where it's not on the screen.
No worries.
If you want. Looking back, man. It's hard to imagine a 21-year-old kid whose duties included serving the king of all media his daily baked potato, egg whites, would become a household name. Chauncey, you know the story about, and Grillo tells us, and so does Casey, that they had to go to a deli at 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning, and they had Howard such a fucking diva. He had them clean the grill just for him, and Steve said that the deli people were so pissed off, and this line would pile up as they were cleaning the grill for fucking Diva Howard with
Right.
no more money. It's not like he's getting tipped. It's not like there's anything in it for them. They're not getting publicity for it. You know,
Nope.
that's the worst. You know, you may think that any schmuck thrown into that same position on a show, listened to millions of people, would also achieve the same level of shock. Radio infamy. I disagree. Steve had that it factor that burned bright in the biggest entertainment stage of all time. This intern with no experience, measurable skills, was fucking entertainment. He was funny. He was very funny. Stern knew right away he had found radio gold in Steve, and it wasn't long before the character known as Grillo was a radio legend. The amount of unforgettable Stern radio moments that included Steve is beyond what a single book could share. How Steve was able to go through the years of memories from his time on the Howard Stern show is remarkable to me, but somehow that's just what he's done in the following pages of a must-read chronicle of the personal and Stern show memories. Some shocking, some heartwarming. It's hard to put this book down. I knew it was for me. Now, let me tell you about the Steve that I know. Yes, we both got brutalized and dehumanized by Stern. Maybe that's why I quickly grew like to hang out with him off the air. They say misery loves company, and I do think that's true. We found a kinship in our radio roles. The Steve I became Chauncey, I didn't know you were that good of friends with him.
Yeah, I was really good friends with him.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
He came to Ireland to visit me.
Oh my God. Did he contemplate moving there?
No, but I'll tell you something he did for me that I shouldn't even say, but it was unbelievably kind of him. You ready for this?
Yeah.
So I went to pick him up in Dublin at his hotel room, right? I picked him up. You have to go through a tunnel, like the Lincoln Tunnel we have here, to get into Dublin City. And I didn't know they had radar in there. So I got a ticket going in to pick him up. I got a speeding ticket. But in Ireland, you can petition a ticket and say, I wasn't driving my car. And so I said to Steve, would you say you were driving the car? Because you're never going to live or move to Ireland. They can't give you a ticket in New York. And he did. He took the blame for speeding through the tunnel. He wasn't even in the car. And he took the ticket and got me off without having to take the points.
Did you go to court together?
No. I gave him the address. I gave Steve's address, and I said, "This is the guy that did it. Send the ticket to him." And they did. And Steve said, "I got a ticket." I said, throw it in the garbage. They're not going to send a detective crew to New York to extradite you back to Ireland for a speeding ticket.
Did he take a picture of it with like a camera phone or anything?
No.
Oh, that would have been great.
Yeah.
You know what's funny, Chauncey? Maybe ironic. How about Matthew Broderick kills two people with Jennifer Grey in the late 80s in Ireland, and nothing happens to him.
Right.
And yet Grillo's the guy, and you are the guy thereafter. And
right,
for
going too fast through the tunnel. Yeah.
He did, and Matthew Broderick kills two people, and his career couldn't be any better.
Yeah. Murderer. He's a murderer.
The yearning intern gave his heart and soul to broadcast radio. He provided America with early morning belly laughter. When it was over, had nothing to show for this except an infamous bad hair transplant. Ditto. And don't call us, we'll call you, slap on the back. Still, that's better than it ended for me. I got killed off the show, literally banned for life is another way of putting this. However, looking back, I think I'd rather be killed off than the way it ended for many. My partner in crime, it was a slow fading death, a light that slowly burns out over time without any on-air farewell, mention, or symbolic gold watch. It just kind of ends. Bye-bye. You can't really imagine what it was like to be in that Stern studio, sitting in that stained couch with a mic shoved in your face while being totally outnumbered by a gang of comedy bullies. Hey, well said, Chauncey. I could agree with every word.
Yeah.
The game was to destroy you by any means available. That could include a private message meant to stay private, a short pair of pants you picked out for the day, a slip of the tongue during a well-meaning on-air contribution, could mean a verbal humiliating beatdown for the enjoyment of 12 million listeners. Chauncey, that is so true. Like the most idiosyncratic crap could get harped on when you walk in there.
So
what
when
kind
you
of
scratch your nose and for the next 4 hours be ridiculed and humiliated.
Then what kind of vetting of yourself did you do before you went in to make sure that wouldn't happen? Or
you couldn't, because you knew if you tried to think like that, it was going to be worse.
Yeah,
You just have
you're
to
right.
be yourself and know what's coming. That it's going to come. You can't stop it from coming. You know that going in. You know when you sit down, it's coming. So you
It
just have to
really,
let it.
I said
Yeah.
this last time. It really gave you and Grillo, even nothing in common, rhino skin. I'm
Yeah.
listening to that Ronnie fight and just all the stuff I've been listening to of you. You don't give a shit. There's
No.
almost nothing they can say to you to
No.
get to you.
There's nothing they didn't say already. What could they have done? They took my
There's,
girlfriend's bones out of a box and showed them up on a TV screen. Where do you go? How much lower do you go from that?
but you lean into it. You're so self-deprecating before they can be that
That's the
there's
trick.
nothing they can do. That is the
That's
trick. You're right.
that's the trick. If when you see celebrities get mad and storm out, they become the joke. But when you join in on the joke, then everybody laughs with you instead of at you.
Yeah, you're clearly laughing with them. Absolutely. That's
Yeah.
perfectly said.
The key is not to laugh, not to get mad.
I experienced many times. Steve lived it 24/7, which he did.
Yeah.
How did it? It still baffles me. To be honest, I think Steve would agree that we both suffer from some kind of radio PTSD. Sometimes I wake up nights in a cold sweat. I imagine Steve has his fair share of stern nightmares of his own. It takes a special person to endure that kind of abuse and come back again and again and again. Steve was able to do this as well, and I'm sure penning words to paper for this book was therapeutic for my old friend. Reading through the chapters, it brought back so many memories for me with a lot of surprises as well. If I only knew what I know now. But all good things do come to an end. This is where a majority of my admiration for Steve shines through. For others who experience the same type of stern exit, Steve didn't self-destruct. Trust me. A lot of former Sternies continue to embarrass themselves to this day. That's Shuli he's talking about. So those who are still alive, Steve was different. He took the experiences of his years on radio and the name he created for himself and went hard at work, reinventing himself in so many unique, creative ways. In front or behind the camera, Steve fought to stay in the entertainment industry he clearly has grown to love. I never saw a guy network and fight so relentlessly to prove himself worthy. That's so fun. So, before we went on, I said to Chauncey, you and Grillo are the biggest movers and shakers and networkers I've ever seen. You might even be like another level of AJ, like you higher than him, AJ Benza.
You got to fight because too many people want to knock you down. So you got to fight like there's no tomorrow.
I cannot. I'm not. I'm the least sanctimonious person in the world. But if I were to ever give advice to any young person, forget college, forget trade school, networking and being undeniable that someone wants to be around and collecting those names is the best skill anybody can have. The best. You can even bypass cronyism and nepotism that way.
Travel is great. Travel as much as you can. Take as many business cards as you can, and shake as many hands as you can.
Yep.
Better than college. Better than anything.
It's just such a skill. They never tell kids this. It is just who you know is everything. It's everything.
Yeah.
I want to finish by sharing something about my old friend Steve that I never told him. On April 29th, 1995, my soulmate and best friend Debbie Tay died from a drug overdose. Debbie, like Steve and me, was also surfing that Stern show Insanity and had her own growing following. When she died, I was devastated. For months, I couldn't function. I thought I'd never recover from my grief. Steve would change that. You see, Steve was good friends with Debbie, and he seemed to be grieving as well. Nobody knew how much pain I was in, or so I thought. As it turned out, Steve did. Steve knew and was always available to talk. I don't think he ever understood what those talks did for me, but without his kind words and understanding, I would still be in that dark place I had been living in. I guess what I'm trying to say is becoming a star in the Howard Stern show can change one's life, and often not for the better. Not Steve. He was a great guy. The day he walked into the office of Gary Bababooey Delabate for an interview, and even a better guy the day he stepped away from, I agree with 100%, from radio stardom. To the fans of the Howard Stern show, he is Grillo the intern, but to me, he is my good friend Steve. I hope he finds great success with his book and everyone else gets to know him the same way I do. Chaunce Hayden, Chief Executive Officer, Publisher-in-Chief of Steppin' Out Magazine and Metropolitan Nights.
Beautiful, John.
Thank you.
Great read. Wow.
That's burning the midnight oil, right? That's like J. Jonah Jameson shit.
That's 2:00 in the morning when Steve texted me in the middle of the night and said, "Hey, will you do this for me?" I was like, "Oh God."
Has he read it yet?
Yes, he loves it. Yeah. He loves
Okay,
it.
yeah, you should, because that's about as good as it gets. It's really sweet. That's
Yeah.
welcome Holden 190. That's really good, Chauncey.
Yeah. Thank you.
It
Thank
doesn't
you.
get any better. It really doesn't.
From the
That's
heart.
what you
It's
want.
the
From the
best thing you
heart.
can do for a book forward. The best thing you can do is talk from the heart, and that's what I did.
And some of the people you usurped that he could have chosen, the entire cast of The Sopranos. I mean, Steve would dig up Gandolfini if he could to write that.
I'm sure he tried. I'm sure he tried.
Man,
Yeah.
and so do you have any tips as to what we're in for? Not besides Sean Young, do you know anything? Maybe he's got to be holding some
The
stuff
best.
back.
I'll tell you one thing I learned about Steve I didn't know, and I hope he doesn't mind me telling this, but it made me so jealous. When he was 12 years old, I think it was 12, 11 or 12, his family would go to this summer campsite up in New York State. You know, it was like everybody else goes to the ocean. They went to this campsite.
Oh yeah, he still does to this
He
day, right?
still does. He goes
Yeah.
to the same campsite.
He
Still.
posts pictures, Chauncey,
Yes.
of the trailer, and they have this crazy barbecue like on Memorial Day and Labor
Yes.
Day. It's really
Have
like
a
a buffet.
bonfire. And
Yeah.
it's a whole little village of these campers that have known each other, I guess, for decades.
Yep.
So Steve's parents took him there when he was a kid, like 11 years old, and this grown woman went up to him when nobody was looking, and he used to wear these jeans with a hole like in the thigh of the jeans. I guess that was
Right.
the look back then.
Yeah.
And she put her hands through the hole and reached up and grabbed his dick. and she said something like, "Oh wow, for a kid your age, you know, you're really packing." And then that night,
That's what
blew
Ganji
him.
said to him too.
She was a grown woman, and that night she raped him.
Oh my God.
Oh
Yeah.
my god.
Is that a great story?
That is a good story. And so
Yeah,
he
so he
writes.
got raped when he was 11 years old.
Something tells me he's backwardly proud of that, and as he puts it in there.
I'll tell you, I'm jealous of it.
Yeah. And you know how these stories about the hot fucking middle school teacher preying on the 14-year-old now? It's every week, every day there's a
And
new
they're
one.
all hot. And
They're all hot.
smoking hot.
Do you think that kid's embarrassed by that? I doubt it.
No, I get so jealous when I read those stories.
I know.
I would have kept my damn mouth shut, and I would have gotten abused as long as I could have rode that enjoyment. I would have shut up and let it happen.
And every teacher looks like the cast of Buffy the Vampire Slayer. It's like
They're all-
Eliza Dushku and Sarah Michelle Gellar.
Yes, they're so adorable and cute. They're
I know.
like cheerleaders.
I know. It's crazy.
Ugh.
Like 38 is not 38 when I was a kid. They look, you can't, they look like they're 22 or so.
Yeah.
38.
Well, they do, but that's why they relate to these 12 and 13-year-olds.
Yep.
Because they themselves, they listen to the same music, right? It's not like when I was that age, your teachers were listening to Benny Goodman.
Yes.
You know, and Ella Fitzgerald. And we were listening to rock and roll. Now they listen to the exact same music. They
That's
like
such a
the
great
same TV shows.
Chauncey, that is a brilliant observation by you. The other day, Sarah, who's the female intermittent host on this.
Yeah.
She sounds like Barbara Gordon. I said this. So you watch a sporting event, right?
Yeah.
They'll go to a break. They'll go to a commercial timeout, and they'll play Guns N' Roses. And I said to Sarah, I go, Sarah, that's 35 years old, that song. And they act like it's fresh. It would be like if what Chauncey just said, me in high school, like in the late 80s, early 90s, they played Benny Goodman at a break. You'd be like, what the fuck?
There was such a gap. There was such a cultural gap.
Yes.
There's no more gap. My daughter's 12. You know what her favorite band is? Nirvana.
That's crazy. That's Sarah's favorite band too.
She's 12. And she knows all the words.
Wearing the t-shirts.
I hate even doing this show.
That's the problem. So they're all in the same kind of mentality. It's just a number that separates them. Not emotionally, nothing separates them.
I mean, it's just going to be.
I'm sorry, Chauncey. Go ahead.
I was just saying, emotionally, nothing separates them.
No, it doesn't. And it's when you take a band, even like the grunge music, That's now 32 years old, 33 years old. You take Nirvana, Pearl Jam. That's if you went like say like 1990 and you went backward, it'd be 1957 you're playing music from. And no, you would be so castigated if you did that.
Yeah, I mean, just everything about an adult's life in the 1970s and 60s, the way they dressed was different, right?
Yep.
The way they saw life was different. Nothing. They're all on Facebook. The kids are on Facebook, and the teachers are on Facebook.
Yep.
That's probably how most of them hook up. You know, we have
I think
access that we have
spot
access
on.
that we didn't have then.
And texting.
You couldn't message your teacher on a social media site. What,
And
in 1965?
What would you have done with a smartphone as a gossip columnist?
Oh, it would have been awesome. It would have been just awesome. Yeah, I mean, I did get to have some of that joy for a little while, but that was towards the end.
But no, Chauncey, I'm talking about a full-blown iPhone or Android as a gossip columnist. If you came along like later and with that, the way you could just on the fly, like you just did with Andrew Zarian, it would be incredible.
It would be, but you know something, in that world, you wouldn't have a gossip columnist because all the news and gossip would be out there before you could even get it.
It's true.
It's you know what I mean? That's why gossip doesn't really exist anymore, because our phones are each a gossip columnist. Everybody gets the news within seconds of something happening. It's hard to break a story anymore because everybody knows the story as it's happening. We're watching it live.
This is a clip. I want if Andrew Zarian's, and you heard this before, but this is what we're going to cobble together. And when you have the hair show, speaking of the hair show, this guy here, PBO23, is a cop. He's a retired cop, and he works down south. He worked down south. Guess who his dermatologist is?
Who?
Dr. Alan Bauman.
Oh yeah, Dr. Bauman down in Florida.
Yes, 2 weeks ago we figured that out, and he was on the show with you and Spencer that time.
Yes,
and he's a great guy, and I want to have him on the hair show with you guys.
Great guy and a great surgeon.
Yes, and he exposed Howard quite a few times. He had one of the great phone calls when he called in, and but this is none of them have heard this. This audio you've heard once, and this has been scrubbed from existence except here. And this is the staff thinks Howard's hair is fake.
Okay. Endless. Go ahead.
I got to ask this question. Before we move ahead, I got to ask this question because I was just talking to the E guys or the in-demand guys who have probably looked at you more than anybody. Right. So I'm going to ask you a direct question.
Go ahead.
And here's an opportunity, if it's true, to really...
I swear to God I will answer it.
Okay. Have you had anything done in any way involving your hair?
Absolutely not. I swear on the life of my children.
Did he say that before with his nose?
What did you think I... No, I never swore on the life of my children.
They seem to think that something went on with your hair.
Really?
Yeah.
Like what?
You know what? Chauncey swearing on the life of Poppy is a little bit different than Howard swearing on the life of Emily, Deborah, and Ashley. I think we'll all agree, right? That means nothing. Could you have bastardized I swear on the life of my kids more than he just did?
Yeah. I love that picture, by the way. That's up.
Isn't it? That's that. Look at the netting. You see that? That's what.
That's it.
It's
real. Yep. You see his real hair, and then underneath it there's the net, and then the wig.
The clip I'm going to play after this, I'm just going to play like a couple minutes, and I'm going to save it for the hair show.
Okay. Oh, by the way, guys, I can't see me anymore. My screen went black.
Yeah, when I got to take this clip off. As soon as I take this off.
What, like a hair transplant?
Well, I guess.
That's Howard's scalp, Chauncey, that you're looking at. So you know the hair coloring he uses. That's covering your screen right now. That's actually Tony Kobren doing that to you, Steven.
So that you used to have your hair.
I don't even color my hair,
and it was sort of high, and then that went away, and then suddenly you had more hair or something.
I swear to you, and Robin, I swear I have not done anything with my hair.
How can we believe anything?
I haven't even colored it. You can see gray.
How can we believe anything you say at this point?
I'll be quiet.
You lie to us so often.
You used to have a part in your fake chin.
I had a part in my hair.
You and your fake chin.
Okay, we're glossing over it, and they're kind of stepping on each other there.
Yeah.
Robin doesn't believe him. Fred doesn't believe him. They called him a serial liar in that clip. That's nothing to be scoffed at. That's a big deal. They don't believe him. This has been scrubbed. We're like the only ones that has this.
Yeah.
And I cannot wait to show it to those guys, because if you're doubting yourself, don't, because I got so much proof beyond even what
You come in.
And that shit had almost Spencer fired, and you're getting, fucking excommunicated to fucking Ireland like you're Jax from Sons of Anarchy.
Help explain that.
Come pull on my hair. I don't care.
I mean, gave you a
I
dog.
swear I haven't done anything.
If you're going to get a wig, why would you get one to look like that?
Right. Get a good one.
That's what he said about his nose. It's the same lie.
Okay, Bob?
Oh, you see,
Howard, I'm just relieved that you didn't have the local.
Now it's good. So, I mean, that's my point. I didn't want to get started.
Now it's good because now we're going to say you have fake hair.
I know. And that sucks. I got my own hair, you bald bastard, Ganji.
It was actually DePace that brought this up.
What?
It was actually DePace that brought this up, but I'll tell you what the story was.
DePace is jealous.
He said there was a time where you had a part in the middle of your hair,
okay,
and that Tony used to do something to fix it.
She used to color it.
Yeah,
She used to glue more hair on.
And that since that went on for like maybe 6 months to a year. And
it didn't go. It went on for a month. Here's what happened.
Itself.
Chauncey, do you believe anything Howard's saying here?
No, he's so full of shit. It's ridiculous.
Anyone can tell he's lying. It's you.
Yeah,
And
he's lying. And I'll tell you, that picture that's up is the end of the argument.
It is. It really
That's
is.
the end of the argument. If I was in court, I'd say we rest our case. Like, that's it. We're just going to show the jury that and walk away.
Babe Lewis and Zersky, welcome, guys. So let me just finish this. And so Howard TV. So you got all these guys, and they got Zooms, and they're sitting there in a cutting room, and they're looking at shots and how to fucking frame it and film it. You know what footage those guys must have, like Richie Wilson and shit, that they probably have at their disposal that we don't know, and they can't release it. Holy shit. Chauncey, they must have had, and to this day, I think Richie Wilson must have it, like full shows recorded on videotape. Because they had to. The E show must have been rolling. You were there. Were they rolling the E cameras the whole time?
The whole time, yeah.
So at 6 a.m., the E channel are on in case something happens.
Yeah.
So they must have full video shows.
They could have zoomed right in on the top of his head.
Yeah.
And just sat it there for the whole show.
Could you imagine those guys sitting around getting drunk, looking
and
at
sitting in the back room laughing? Like,
yes.
That's why Scott DePace swore, because he knew, he saw it.
And how much time on the air Scott DePace got ridiculed for his hair, and there's no sweeter revenge than that.
Yeah, of course. Yep. Love it.
By the way, Chauncey, you pull off the fucking shaved head really well. It looks good on you, pal. It really does. No, I'm not breaking your balls. It looks good.
My daughter wants to know where my eyebrows went, and I keep telling her, I said I have eyebrows. They're very clear. They're clear, but they're there. If you touch them, you'll feel them. You just can't see them, but they're there.
Sarah is obsessed with eyebrows, like Spencer is with hair and me and ice. I swear to God. I said Sarah, I have them. Notice eyebrows. Right, Chauncey? Dudes don't notice fucking eyebrows.
No, and I never thought about it till people told me I have no eyebrows.
I wouldn't have noticed either.
And I'm not just saying this. You are so hard on yourself.
Oh God.
For a month.
It fixed itself.
I said I am not gonna. I said I have a full head of hair.
I said I have
went on for a month.
It fixed itself.
I said I am not gonna. I said I have a full head of hair. I am not gonna sit there and scratch my head and get black all over my fingers. I said don't.
Now he sounds desperate, like he's speed talking.
Yeah,
He sounds like they got him against he's
because
on
he's digging himself into a corner he can't get out of.
Yep, wigging himself.
Do that anymore. Now it might be your perception that I've done something, but I haven't. The only thing I've done is fix that hideous hump in my nose and the liposuction into my chin.
You have so betrayed us over the years.
Oh, I hate you so much. I used to really love you, and I don't anymore. Remember I hugged you yesterday?
Yeah,
I want it back.
We were in love.
I don't love you anymore. I'll be honest with you. I'm not in love.
I tell you, Chauncey, one of the great is really, I had a whole hair compilation I made, and was Chauncey talking to Spencer and Dr. Bauman, and Chauncey said, as well as you could, that is his brand. So that's why he's so sensitive. That's why he's protecting his brand so bad.
That is Howard Stern. The hair is Howard Stern.
That's the brand. There it is. It's the symbol, the profile, and he can't you know how most guys, like he's 70 fucking years old. Most guys, I lost a few little hair. That's fine. He can't take anything.
He'll be like, this is gonna make you laugh. Remember when the music producer that shot that girl and he went to jail for life?
Shit, Bond, help me out.
Come on.
Oh, damn
I can't remember his name either.
Married to Ronnie Spector. Phil Spector.
Okay, right. That's
with
great.
the hair.
Great. Yep.
When he was in
Phil
court,
Spector
he was.
went to court and he had that.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's
that
gonna
was
be Howard Stern when he's 90. Because
but he has more hair than Howard, though. It was still there was no balding areas. I don't think.
Like Ronnie said, sing it, Chauncey. Just like Ronnie said, be my little baby.
Be my little baby. Be my little baby. Yeah, but that's gonna be Howard because I can pull off not having hair. Can you imagine Howard with that face not having hair?
I know, and it's
he'd be a monster. You couldn't even look at him.
If he went with it, if he leaned into it like sooner, we'd be fine with it. Eventually, our eyes would have adjusted and everything like that. But he's gonna go to the grave. Yeah,
our eyes would have adjusted.
You know,
look at
you know how like there you go.
This is allegedly from the 80s, and look at the top. Look at where I'm. Look at that.
We're supposed to believe
right
that's
there,
the
right
same
there.
hair.
I see it.
Yep. Where'd it go?
How
does that
pretty?
disappear?
And there's a weird line there, and there. See, John, the color changes.
Yes.
This.
Oh my! He looks like
Good
Benjamin
catch,
Franklin.
Bond.
He has a Benjamin Franklin. It's. Oh my God! Look
it's
at that.
It's pretty brutal. Just stare at it for a while, and it's like one of those 3D things. It all suddenly appears.
Oh wow!
I got a few others here. Hold on.
That's a good one. That's a collector's item.
I've never seen that before. I know. I just saved it because I got quite excited. Hold on, I'll bring up.
Oh, that's a good one. Oh,
I got another one.
That's so amazing you found it that fast. That's crazy.
Oh wow, well, the internet helps me.
Yeah, but you're really lightning quick on that. Seriously.
Here's him taking down Gary Busey. So that's Gary there when Gary was trying to fondle Robin. So we've got some elements here that go again. If that's Howard, he's facing that way, I guess. So yeah, that works again with that picture I just showed. So now we'll go to the next one. We're going full investigative journalists here with this one seems to this covers it as well.
Thank you. Oh, there you go. That's the view, right? That's the view.
Yeah.
Holy smokes!
Yeah. Bond, that's crazy. I don't think I've seen this.
See, there's stuff up there.
Time to replace that wig. He was losing too much hair.
And then you've got a huge section here, and you've got something here. That's huge. And there's. Yeah, this is smoking gun.
You can land a plane on that.
I know, and he's.
Oh my God, that's so true. That's like the MacArthur Airport runway right there. Look at that.
Look at that.
And his snout, of course, is gigantic. We all know that, and it's been freshly coloured as well. We've got to take that into consideration. He's dyed well here.
Chauncey, I gotta say, if Andrew Zarian and Spencer Kobren are listening right now, these two are having a circle jerk to this conversation. Do you know how bad they want to get in on this? I think Andrew Zarian could rub one out to this shot right here. I really do.
Yeah.
Dennis would love to come on right now.
Conversations about this, like we talk about this all the time.
I feel guilty talking about this without them. I really do.
Yeah, they're probably a little jealous right now. Yeah.
Welcome, John Pelletier. Thank you, sir. I've not seen Mr. Pelletier in here before. That's a cool name too, by the way. Thank you, John. Thank you, Babe Lewis. So that's tremendous. So now this is a prelude to the next hair clip. Just gonna play like a minute or two of it, just to prove you're right once again. Howard's hair exposed. Sarah and I went over this last time, but it so bears repeating.
Here.
Go ahead.
Okay, Chauncey, this is from 1996. And Robin. So Robin gets. Okay, I have a theory, and it's always been you from now on. So I bet you it would not surprise me. Did you fax the Stern Show this bit of gossip about Howard's hair, and she's not revealing her. So Robin got a news story about Howard's hair, but she got it faxed a half hour before this, and she starts the newscast with this in '96.
No, I don't. In 90, no, I wouldn't have in '96 because that would have got me banned, and I was still things were going so good that
She didn't say your name. She didn't say. I'm asking if you did it, and Robin just didn't reveal it.
In fact, in '96, I don't think I knew yet. I would say I wasn't aware yet.
Okay.
In '96.
Okay. Well, it's someone else.
It was
Maybe
someone
you know
else.
who. Yeah. So listen to this.
That in the Globe this week,
Thank you.
they say that Howard Stern is battling baldness.
Get out of here. Are you serious? Are you serious?
Chauncey, do you know anyone from the Globe?
I did. Now I'm thinking. I wonder if this was me. It's going back a long time.
I feel like it is.
You know what? It could. I don't want to say it wasn't me because I wrote for the Globe quite a bit.
It's you.
It could have been. It could have been.
It's you. I knew it. I knew it. Did you have a fax? Did you have a fax machine in '96?
Yeah. Well, of course we all did.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's you. I knew it. I knew it.
Oh. Yeah.
Battling baldness.
Radio's morning mouth, Howard Stern, is open about his private parts.
Yeah.
Keeps one secret under his hat.
I got the greatest head of hair on the planet.
He's getting special treatments to keep from losing his kinky tresses, insiders reveal.
Really? Where would I go to get that?
Howard is worried sick.
What?
About the clumps of hair that fall off in his palms in the shower.
I'm going to sue them. How can they say that?
He'll be a baldy, says a source.
What source?
The 42-year-old jock.
What?
Why would you tell him? I'm very upset.
Who's the source? You're looking at him. I'm telling you, this is how it went down. And Chauncey, you had so many memories. I don't expect you to remember every last thing. But
I don't remember everything.
You must have told Robin, do not reveal it's me. I'm going to give you a juicy news story to break his balls. And she just went with it. She was in a feisty mood, and she decided to go with it. That's the way I feel like it went.
The way it would play out, the Globe in those days paid a fortune for items, a fortune. Yep. And I might have gave him that for the money. I might have done it for the check.
Like you say, if that weren't true, he would have sued successfully and did not.
He would have sued. Yeah, he would have sued me by now.
Yep.
I've gone on 100 shows and screamed that he's bald as an eagle. And he's never sued me. Never got a cease and desist.
Because you know you're right.
Depose me. Depose me.
And I can't. You met with his team of lawyers too during that whole CBS insider trade, which is terrifying.
If he took me to court, right, and he was suing me, I would be my own lawyer, and on the day of the trial, I would say, Your Honor, I approach the accuser, and I'd walk up to him, and I'd say, "May I touch his hair?" And then I pull it back off his head, and I would say, Your Honor, I rest my case to the jury. And I would hold it. I would hold it in my hand like this, about 10 feet away from Howard.
He would skulk out of there. Everything would end. You'd never hear from him again. That would be the end of everything.
Yeah, I would run away with it. I'd run out of the courtroom screaming, holding it.
That's right. Our law enforcement friend PCB23 says, and he did not sue over the stripper story either with the Mercedes. He's right.
He's never sued me about anything I've ever said. Nope. And I've said a lot of things.
A. Smith.
Cease and desist.
A. Smith says Howard would look like one of those birds from the Dark Crystal.
Yes.
And he's not wrong.
He's not wrong.
Let's go to a picture of the birds. And
oh, that's perfect.
I know, and there's
exactly what he would look like.
That's so good. That's so good.
I love it the way he wrote it in all caps. The urgency of the A. Smith comment, the urgency. Yep. And look at this one. That was a good one, but this is even better.
Man, there's no way you could get used to that.
Look at A. Smith going crazy. You got it, Bon, or you want me to put it back in?
I've almost got it. Hold on.
My channel says the Skekis from Dark Crystal. Is that how you say it?
The one on the left.
There he is.
Look at that one on the
God.
left.
Yeah,
perfect.
Those things scared the hell out of me as a child.
Actually,
There
that
it is.
Speckis might have better cheekbones than Howard does, and in fact, he'd actually have to get a nose job. Howard,
They are
Better-
quite
better
regal,
chin.
though, aren't they?
The bird has a better chin.
better
Yeah.
chin, better cheekbones,
They're better on the mic as well.
better radio show, more heterosexual.
A. Smith is loving, and he's taking a home run on this one. Look at that. He's loving it.
Now you got to put that wig on the bird and see if it looks like Howard.
We will. Trust
I don't either. That's news to me.
The 42-year-old shock jock is so desperate to keep from turning into his bald father, Ben.
No,
He secretly receives treatments at New York's Philip Kingsley's Trichological Center.
Okay, Chauncey. So Sour looked this up last time.
Okay.
Philip Kingsley Trichological Center. All they do is deal with hair loss and hair issues. Howard tried to make it look like it was a spa. So he's lying to her. Sarah looked it up. Their primary concern is hair issues.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Philip, do you remember that, Chauncey? Philip Kingsley Trichological Center.
I've never heard of it.
I mean, I guess it was Pharrell before Pharrell.
Well, Pharrell is different. Pharrell was the final solution when he.
But
knew
he tried
could-
them all. You know, he tried them all.
Yeah.
He tried. Yep.
Pharrell was his last option because
Yep.
that's when he realized he wasn't going to be able to stop the balding, and he needed something extreme, and he went with the Pharrell wig.
Welcome Horatius, Turkey Vulture Stern, and welcome Autobot. Here we go. Here's a little more. Play like another minute. So now again, the Trichological Center. We're gonna have. So Sarah looked it up, and rest assured, it is exactly what you think it is. And Howard denies it.
To keep from turning into his bald father, Ben.
No,
He secretly receives treatments at New York's Philip Kingsley's Trichological Center.
it's not a secret. I went there after the movie. My hair got burned out from, from dyeing it blue.
Oh, sure, that's the cover.
Yeah.
He shells out $100 for a consultation, $65 for a scalp treatment, and hundreds more for shampoo, conditioner, and spray.
And it's a real secret.
I'll say.
It's some pal. It's a real secret. I sit there with about 100 ladies getting our hair done.
So he's the only male in this place with women. Isn't it crazy? It is so. This is the best. Everything. It all lines up. I cannot wait for Spencer and Zarian
Oh my God.
and Bauman to hear these.
He is so determined to keep others from finding out, sources say, that he makes his appointments
Yes.
on his car phone.
Ooh. How can I make some money at this and sue them?
He'll ask if he can come over right away, said the insider. He never schedules in advance or lets others do.
You remember when Howard would go, I have a meeting to go to
Mhm.
after every show? You're like,
Yeah.
what are you, meeting for what? This is what the shit is. I mean, this is what it is.
Yeah.
Of course.
Do it for him. On a recent visit, Howie had to strip off his shirt and put on a blue robe, says a source. Then he was given a scalp cleansing, followed by 20 minutes under the dryer.
Yeah.
There are no private rooms. Howard sat side by side with the ladies as he sipped herbal tea and read a magazine.
Number one, I don't drink tea. Number two, I went to a place called Philip Kingsley because the woman who does my hair said to me,
His big gotcha is I don't drink tea. We were drinking hot water and lemon, you faggot, because that's a weight suppressant. I swear to God, it's a weight suppressant.
the back of your hair. Listen to this. I've never heard of this place before. I go over there, and you go in, and it's great. I love it. You can go.
Trichological Center?
No, it's a place they condition your hair. They give you deep conditioning.
So if you talk about your life, if you claim that to be your thing, why have you not brought it up on the air then? Why have you not? If that's what you're doing all the time, how could this never have come up before?
Yeah, well, exactly. And if I'm looking at that picture on the right that you have up on the screen,
look at him.
That's the classic wig photo. There's no hairline. There's absolutely no hairline.
I know. It's just so unnatural.
I can
the way
almost
it sits
peel
like
it. I look at that picture. I can almost take my finger and peel it up just looking at it. I can put my finger underneath it.
That's what you do in court, Chauncey, to the judge with them when this comes up. That's the move.
I want to get my hands on that thing and just like peel it back.
And my hair was burnt out from dyeing it blue. She says, if you want to get rid of that, you go over there, and they rub this stuff into your hair. And do you notice I don't have any frizzy hair or anything? It's just like, where am I bald? Come over and look at my head. I got more hair than an ape.
That's real hair, right? That's not a wig.
It's a wig.
Weaved in there.
But you know something? The Globe has burned me twice this year. I'm not going to go into the first time, but they've really been making up a lot of crap.
They seem to be targeting you.
They seem to be targeting me, and you know something? I'm getting tired of it. I'm thinking of, can I sue over that?
No, it doesn't really damage you.
No. How come I can never make any money? I mean, that's a total absurdity.
Sure you can.
Of course he could.
It's defamation. That's your brand, like Chaunce.
Of course he
said.
could. You can't say you can't say that if it's not
He
true.
sued over much pettier shit than that.
Of course.
That's right.
He would have sued Spencer, would have sued me, would have sued a lot of other people, and he can't. He just can't.
So that's just just a little bit of a clip, Chauncey, a prelude to what we'll do with that. That's heavyweight stuff for them to hear. The Philip Kingsley Trichological Center, and it's still around today. That's so good.
Well, he doesn't need them anymore.
No, because now he's got his own, like, rich guys have their own fucking, he's got his own, like, beautician center.
Well, the reason he doesn't need them anymore is because he's gone full wig. There's no more saving anything. There's nothing to save. Under his head, if you pulled that back, you would see complete pure, like me. If you look like this,
right?
And he'd have a little bit. He'd have strands of hair on the side, like you can see in that picture. You'd see like balding hair on the side, but this would be like this. And they take it and they glue it. They put glue on your head, and then they just go like this and they press on it, and then it lasts for about 6 weeks. It stays there, and then you have to get it done all over again.
Look at this. I've got even better evidence. Look at this.
Look at that. It's a coin slot. Look at that, Chauncey.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
It's clamped. It's like a staple. It's a staple gun. They pushed a staple gun.
No, what it is, it's a clip. It's a clip that's attached to the mesh. Some people do that. You don't have to use the clip. So if you don't like the glue, you take the clip and then you catch it onto your existing hair, and then you press on it and it locks down into it. Now you can do that while you have enough hair to do it. But after a while, your natural hair is too sparse to even do that, and that's when you have to start gluing it.
Now one might say, "Oh, what? He has nothing to hide. Why would he do this?" Because he was trying to do he thinks he's cool, and he's trying to do a magazine cover thing, and I think he had no idea that would show like that, and so he's not going to look at. I mean, he's like, "Oh, that looks great to me," and he couldn't see that. That's why.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he didn't. It just got by him. It just got by him.
It got by him, exactly. I mean, it looks like a Dragon's Lair coin slot too. The way that's how I would interpret it.
It does look like a coin slot, but I can tell you, it's a clip attached to the piece, and then you take one side of it and you shove it into the reel here, and then you press on it, and it locks. It locks.
Yep.
It's not very secure though. You got to be crazy. You got to have a lot of confidence to do that. If anyone pulls on it, that thing's coming off.
That's so funny. We have hackers working around the clock to try to open that as we speak.
Yeah, the highest technology that NASA doesn't even have access to.
By the way, Jose Villatar is right. This is just like the nail salon thing. When they caught him, like the paparazzi caught him in the Hamptons with 6 Lisa Lings doing his fucking nails, and he's got the pulled up mailman socks and shit. It's just like that. He did not want that scene. You're right, Jose. Yes, thank you, Sarah.
As far as I can zoom in.
Hit that like button, everybody, and subscribe. I just subscribed to Chauncey's, and subscribe to Chauncey's channel. Chauncey, promote your fucking YouTube channel, because I clicked on it the other day.
Chaunce Hayden. Just type Chauncey. It's Chaunce Hayden.
So everybody subscribe to and Chauncey's book. Bond, do you have that Chauncey's book?
No, what you can see. I know there's a lot of Stern fans watching.
There you go.
If you go to my YouTube channel, you can watch my interview with Dana. Right after she broke up with Artie.
Dana Cerrone.
Yeah. She came on the show and talked about what was going on with Artie right when they broke up.
I have a friend I worked with. This is interesting.
Yeah.
I got a friend I work with, really good friend of mine. I love this guy. He was the assistant principal at my school, Matt Matera, and he looks like Richard Grieco and Scott Baio had a kid. And he went to college with Dana at Maryland, or he went to Maryland. I don't know if she just went to a school nearby, and I think they had a tryst. That's what he was implying.
Really?
Yes. And he worked for Dean Lucera, who AJ Benza followed. He stole AJ Benza's first wife.
Really?
I swear to God. And that's in AJ's book. He called him Mr. Special Ed.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Crazy. Oh, it's
Yeah.
a small world.
It is such a small
It's a small,
world.
ugly world.
Welcome, Marta, who loves gossip. Welcome, Marta. Good to see you in there right now. It's a
Marta.
great show. So, like Sarah said, hit that like and subscribe button. Venmo, Super Chats, Cash App. If we hit the goal, we do overtime, says Dr. Sarah, who runs a tight effing ship. Bond, do you have Sarah's the voiceover we did just to play? You don't have to if you don't. I know I put you on the spot. I don't want to do that. I hate putting people on the spot. I'm losing my hair, says Autobot. And I just said, screw it. Let it go. That's
the way to go. That's what you're supposed to do.
Dana loves firemen, Autobot. Yes, she does. I like Dana. I thought she was
she's awesome.
That's the catch. She's a bartender. She's a sports fan. She's a perfect Jersey broad. If you see her she's a cameo in Beer League, by the way. She stumbles into the diner, and it's her and her Jersey broads. Typical Jersey night out, and she looks great in the movie. She's 5 seconds. Artie's at the booth with his friends, and Dana stumbles in drunk with her friends. Speaking of drunk, thank you, Marta. Speaking of drunk, Marta had a great drunk dial on our show. Drunk chat, you know what I mean? Not dial. She was amazing. One of the best. Yeah. As soon as I said Richard Grieco, she popped on the chat. She saw If Looks Could Kill in a theater more than I saw Astronaut's Wife, as a matter of fact.
Is that possible?
It's not. I didn't think it was possible. I did not think it was possible. Thank you, Marta. Thank you, Holden. Speaking of Holden Miller, 190. Chaunce, I can't wait to get that Dennis Miller interview where he's so prickly to you. I cannot wait to take that apart. Guys, speaking of the Astronaut's Wife, I'll leave it to Bond because Bond. Do you want to do Johnny Depp versus Chauncey? Or do you want to do, because we just brought up the Astronaut's Wife, do you want to do Chauncey versus Ronne? Do you want to do Chauncey and Amy
Depp.
Lee from Depp? Okay.
Yeah.
This is for Judy Wright.
Me up.
So this is in 2003 when everybody was this, everybody wants to invade and blow up the Middle East, and George Bush, and we're all badge monies and stolen valor, and we invaded the wrong country. We were all guilty of this. I think even I was like, but
we just wanted to blow up people in the Middle East. We were just mad at the Middle East.
There was a handful of people who didn't buy into it, and Johnny Depp was one of them. Johnny Depp gets all his political intel from Hunter S. Thompson, who worked for, I'm putting this together, for Rolling Stone and was like freelance writer. Did you ever meet Thompson, Chauncey?
No, I wish I did. He's my hero.
That would be great. Yeah, you have a similar, you have a similar thing. Your biography is actually more interesting than his, as a matter of fact.
Well, he was one of my inspirations from the day I started. It was always Hunter Thompson.
So Depp, and this is like after Fear and Loathing. So he and Thompson he's staying over there for months on end. They talk every night. They gamble together. They watch. They're talking till 8 o'clock in the morning. And Depp gets all his intel, his world views from Thompson. He's obsessed with, as a lot of guys are in Hollywood, but those two were deviant bookends, as Depp called them.
Yeah.
And so Depp made those comments. So it was like Johnny Depp, Janine Garofalo, Natalie Maines, people like that said, no, we're invading the wrong country. I think this is wrong. Let's get our shit together. And so we were all this is after 9/11. So Chauncey brings up Depp to Howard, and this is like January of 03, and Kate Hudson. I think a lot of people remember this.
You were talking about Kate Hudson yesterday.
Yeah.
I agree with you 100%.
Chauncey, do you remember this?
No, I don't think I do.
Okay,
I'm actually bracing. I'm bracing.
No, don't worry about it. I mean, we all made this mistake back
go
then.
ahead. Yeah,
Yeah,
let
don't
it
worry
happen.
about it.
Let it happen.
One of the greatest things you've ever done is expose her. But you know what? Johnny Depp's no better.
What has he said?
He had something that was just as bad to say.
Well, you know, when you quote people, you better get it right.
Yeah, at least we have her tape.
I have tape. Give me some tape.
Well, if you go on the internet, they have several interviews with him.
Oh, yeah?
And it's pretty alarming what he has to say about America.
Well, I know he lives outside of the country. He doesn't even want to live here anymore.
Yeah.
At least he's moved.
At least he moved to Kate Hudson.
Before, I just made this. I walked out of the room.
Yeah.
I remember the quote. I think I went like this. You know what? America is like a big dumb puppy that bites you, and it doesn't know why. We're invading the wrong country right now. And so he called America a big dumb puppy. Everybody went crazy on this. Depp himself, which he tends to do, I do admire that he is willing to defend himself. He called Bill O'Reilly at Fox off the air and reamed him out.
He's a great guy, Johnny Depp.
Yeah. Tell everybody, Chauncey, your Depp story about that. Because you thank you, by the way, for copying and pasting the interview. By the way, he was promoting Sleepy Hollow during that.
I did him for Sleepy Hollow. Right.
And that was his first 9-figure movie. If you want to fact check me, Melvin, I believe it made $101 million domestically. That's the first time
Tim Burton directed and started a real good friendship between the two of them.
You should watch Sleepy Hollow with Poppy. I think that'd be really good.
Yeah, I
think she'd like it.
I wish we
great kids movie, great Headless Horseman and everything.
Yeah,
when we were kids, our school took us to Terrytown on a class trip.
Oh wow!
Cool. Yeah,
wow.
You can go right to where all that happened, to the village and all that stuff. Yeah.
Thanks again, Holden and Marta and Chubby Pickle. I'm down in Atlantic City delivering to the Bellagio. Chauncey's been there many times.
Yes.
3 more casinos to do. I've been glued to the phone. Awesome show. Thank you, Chubby. Can't wait to have you back, sir. I'll see Artie while I'm there. Artie's actually that drop. Artie lives by Marta's family in Florida, according to Marta and her intel.
Oh, really? Artie moved to Florida.
We could probably find someone. I gotta do my Donnie Brasco down there and get to the bottom of this. I gotta do it.
And the guy was like, "Hey man, you want a BJ? You want to F her? What do you want to do?" You know what I mean?
That's P Diddy's party, freak party. He got offered that. He was delivering stuff to P Diddy's freak party. Chubby Pickle did, and they actually asked him. They paid him well, and they got like a $2,000 tip. And they said, you know, on top of that, would you like to be with these light-skinned bitches? Before you go back.
Really?
Yeah.
Like that.
Oh, it's true. It's totally true.
Everybody God, that's a good story.
Everybody's like one big Zoe Saldana and Rosario Dawson at these parties, by the way.
I know Rosario.
Since you go live with him. He lives in France, Johnny.
Yeah,
you
absolutely.
want to know what he had to say?
Yeah.
Okay, so Depp had been on the Stern Show a year and a half before this. Yeah. Artie just started. He won actually he didn't win. Adam Carolla won, and then Artie was the second choice. And then Artie got the Jackie chair. Obviously, Chauncey, you were all over that at the time. And yeah, I think I want to say that you got. Did you try to call in when Depp was on the show in October of 2001 to promote From Hell, which is like Sleepy Hollow Light? Did you try to call in during that?
I don't remember. I remember a lot of things, but some things I don't. I don't recall.
Okay. How dare you not remember every minute of that?
I know.
This is a quote off several interviews that are on the internet. He says, "America is too much of hypocrisy and violence. When I look at what had become the American dream, I just definitively prefer living in France, which is a country more civilized and sophisticated. The war in Iraq was an ugly war that was all about money."
See,
everything he said is spot on, except I don't agree with France. I think France is overrated. I don't hate France. I don't love it. I think it's overrated. That's where Roman Polanski goes after you rape someone. So, but I do agree. Every word he said is spot on. I don't know how he knew it back then. Probably Thompson. But
well, you got a 50-50 chance of being right. You can pick a side.
Yeah.
It's not
the
that
best part
hard.
is you're quoting him, and he's right, and you don't know it at the time.
Yeah.
It'll be revealed soon that it's the wrong country.
I don't mind that. I don't mind him saying that. The Kate Hudson thing makes me mental because she gets up there and talks. He's saying he doesn't agree with the policies of American government. I get that. People need to be able to say that.
But if France
What this broad...
than us,
Oh, is that what he said? Sophisticated?
He said
All right, that's not
civilized.
good. Oh, more civilized? No, they're not more civilized.
No, they're weak and they fold.
Yeah, that's absolutely wrong. And I don't have a tape of him saying that. I'm not defending him. I don't even know the guy. I interviewed him once and he was fine. But, I mean, I don't...
He wasn't fine. He was fantastic. And he called you back and thanked everybody on the show. He was fantastic. And he was on for 35 minutes, lucid as fuck, because he was at 3 o'clock in the afternoon from France. And the Stern Show's on in the morning. He wasn't fine. He was great. So
he was, when I interviewed him afterwards, he gave me a hug. He actually got up and hugged me. I mean, he's that kind of guy.
I'm more jealous of you than Andrew and Spencer are of us talking about hair right now.
You put that together beautifully. I could hear the cogs turning, John, as you were.
Chauncey, this is how crazy I am. Depp was in New York promoting Sleepy Hollow, so he did a bunch of stuff. Did he have a purple long sleeve shirt on with a plunging neckline?
No. What he had on, he had a band. What was the band's name? One, I think.
P.
P.
Yep.
He had a gray shirt on with the buttons open down to his navel with a giant P on the back. Like the whole back was the letter P.
So he did like the MTV Awards. He obviously, there's nothing better than stepping out. That was the first priority. He told his people, he told Tracy Jacobs, I'm doing stepping out first. Everything else.
First stepping out. They always say that. First stepping out. Then we'll work on everything else. First stepping out.
And he said, after this defamation, it's going to be called Depping Out Magazine. And I'm surprised.
Wow. Oh.
Thank you,
that
Sidney
was
Clausen.
perfect, John.
Oh, no.
care. I don't give a rat's ass about him.
You don't give a rat's ass about you. Ralph spends 12 hours a day trying to make you look like him, copying his fucking wardrobe from head to toe. You don't give a rat's. You know how many times Howard's probably jerked off to him on Jump Street in the late 80s? You don't give a rat's ass about it.
God.
I can't take it.
I had a tape of Kate Hudson saying that we Americans, of course we're hated in France. We're gross. We eat. She faults us for eating.
And liking ketchup.
And like everything's perfect in her world. Why open your mouth?
She is a big Nepo baby, without a doubt. She was born on third base like fucking Ken Obrickfell. Without a doubt. Howard's right about that. But not saying she's not talented, but she was born on third base. Anybody, Kurt Russell and Goldie Hawn, yes, without a doubt. Marta, we're not kidding. Chauncey got to interview Johnny Depp, not over the phone, in person. I want to say it was in Times Square. Was I right?
No. At the Regal Hotel, they had like a cafe in the lobby. What was like very nice, like very elegant. And we were like in a back booth. They put us.
Could you smoke inside still?
Oh God, I don't remember. But I can tell you, I interviewed Henry Winkler in the same spot. The Fonz.
Oh, he's a great guy. He
was so amazing. Henry Winkler may be my favorite interview of all time. He was that nice.
Yeah, it's funny. For all intents and purposes, I have heard from all my inside sources that Winkler and Depp are the two nicest guys in Hollywood.
And I would say that those two plus John Voight were the three nicest.
Wow.
John Voight was just like them. Like they go out of their way to show you respect. They go out of their way to make sure that you're comfortable and you don't need anything before they start talking. Like you don't see that. They were first class. Unbelievable.
And really over time, right? The two coolest people in the history of pop culture, the Fonz and Johnny Depp. Right? Would you not say that?
Pop culture icons.
They were in the same movie. Get this, Donald Trump, The Art of the Deal, directed by the guys who did the Funny or Die people, and Depp and Henry Winkler. Depp plays Trump. Henry Winkler played Mayor. God damn it, the Jewish Ed Koch.
Oh, Ed Koch?
Yes.
Or Giuliani?
Ed Koch.
Ed Koch. Okay.
That's because it's set in 1988.
Oh, okay.
And they made it look like it was 1988. So that I never thought I'd see Depp in the same anything with Henry Winkler, and that was great. So yeah, Donald Trump: The Art of the Deal. It came out in 2016. It's a 55-minute movie, and I have it. I totally recommend watching it.
Like that. Why badmouth us at a time when we're being kicked in the teeth for doing what? Defending the entire world?
And why do we go after Bill Maher when he says something, but when she says something, we don't say a word?
Yeah, Chauncey, we just brought up ABC before. It's a great point by you. Bill Maher got fired.
Well, you know what he said?
Yeah.
You know what he did?
I do.
And he said it. He said it in my interview too.
He said that the terrorists weren't cowards for wanting to blow themselves up.
He said they were heroes.
Oh, he said hero. I thought he said they weren't. I mean, to them, they're heroes. Yeah, to them in their world, they're heroes.
Said, for them, they were heroes. He said what they did. Who would get in a plane?
It's true.
And knowing you're going to kill yourself for a cause. He said that was heroic, and he got fired for it because it was right after night. It was like, the site was still smoking.
How about this?
Yeah,
though,
it's a stupid comment to make
Yeah.
after that.
No,
Like,
I'm
what
going
was
to
he
defend Maher. I'm
thinking?
going to defend Maher. I'm going to defend him. The show is called Politically Incorrect. It's called Politically Incorrect. That's the job. That's the job.
You wouldn't have done it. You wouldn't have said it if you were him, because that would have been making the wrong decision to say that.
But
he must have been whacked out on
it didn't hurt his
coke or
career.
something.
You look at
No,
his
it
life,
didn't.
though.
I'd way
hurt his
rather have
career.
the HBO job. I would way rather have the HBO job than. So the show's called Politically Incorrect. It's on 5 nights a week. It's on Disney, the ABC. I don't know when they started to own Disney, but let's call it Disney.
Yeah.
ABC can't handle that at all. You just thinking about, if he were on Comedy Central, he wouldn't have been fired, because it started, Politically Incorrect started on Comedy Central, if you remember, and then it got picked up by ABC.
Although now it'd be okay, because now ABC is so woke that they would stick up for the terrorists, and they'd say that the people deserved it.
Yeah.
So, everything's flip-flopped. We live in a bizarre world now.
It's also weird too that it's not. You are deluding yourself if you don't think it's all about money. So it's advertisers pulling out on his show. That's why you get fired. You don't get fired. They're not going to just go, "Oh, Bill, bye." It's advertisers pulling out. That's why anybody gets fired.
Right.
All
it's
about money.
It's about money. You're
Totally
right.
about money.
You're right. Yeah, when they do what the advertisers tell them to do. Yeah.
Chauncey, it's funny. You actually, you were on ABC, right? Just before he came on, right? So essentially you were his lead-in, as I think about it.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
So Arm thinks he's in Sauvage Between the Sheets. Have you seen the Depp Sauvage Christian Dior Sauvage commercial, Chauncey? It's
no.
It's everything it compromises every bit of artistic integrity. It smells like brown cigarettes. Yeah, it's a cologne that smells like brown cigarettes.
Gross. Oh, God.
It seems in my mind, and I'm not sure how to explain it, there's a difference between Bill Maher, although Bill Maher has said something disgusting.
He's really all over the...
Yeah, Ben Benjamin's got another one here. Keanu Reeves is also considered to be one of the nicest guys ever.
They say he is. I never was lucky enough to interview him, but yeah, they say, everyone says he's amazing.
And a very top tier martial artist, by the way. Like incredible. I don't know how many level black belt. Like really, didn't he kick the shit out of Woody Harrelson one night? Woody Harrelson got in his face and he just wouldn't leave him alone. And Keanu's like, "All right, I'm gonna take him. I'm taking him out."
See, Woody Harrelson's a douchebag.
Yeah, he's just always high. He's constantly.
He has a chip on his shoulder. Hates everyone. He's a piece of shit.
It takes a lot for Keanu to snap at you, and he managed to do it.
Yeah.
The top, on the edge of being kicked out.
How we are cowards. Yeah. Bill Maher too.
What he said was that the victims weren't heroes; they were victims. That a hero is someone who gets on a plane and killed himself for a cause.
No, he said they were. Yeah, he said that they were brave.
Yeah, the brave guys were the guys who took down the World Trade Center.
They are brave. They're willing to blow themselves up. It's not right. They're not heroes. They're brave. Yeah, sure. It's the wrong cause. It's misguided bravery, but they're brave.
That's what I'm always trying to say.
It's not wrong. But
you can say, but you know what? You could say that about Sinead O'Connor when she ripped up the picture of the Pope.
Yep, you could.
Because a year later, that whole scandal came out with the Catholic Church. So she was ahead of her time when she did that. But at the time, she wasn't wrong, and it was her opinion. But she lost her career over it.
G Canada says Politically Correct was a great show. It's been imitated, G, a lot. A lot of people have ripped that show off, that panel, and taken on topics. It really has been. You remember Colin Quinn's Tough Crowd? It was basically Bill Maher's show with just comedians. It's the same thing.
Yeah,
he said they're brave. I just say they're insane. But getting back to Kate Hudson, and here's the big question. Where is my Kate Hudson tape that we know I'm going to use every day? But I'm sure it's my fault.
Have you guys reached out to our publicist to get on the show?
What? What?
Have you guys reached out to our publicist to get her on the show?
I doubt it. She's not going to come on. She's such a big star.
Yeah, Howard's such an idiot. He's such a moron. She had been on the show already. She was on the MTV drinking show. You remember she came on during the MTV Awards? Yeah. And he's acting like he doesn't know what's going on. I don't know who her publicist is. By the way, Chauncey, you know who Howard's publicist is now?
No.
Leslie Dart, who represents Woody Allen.
I know Leslie Dart.
Do you know? Oh, give us the dirt. Give us the dirt.
I don't like her. I never liked Leslie Dart.
Oh, I bet.
I used to have to. You know what I used to do with Leslie Dart? She hated me so much that I used to make up fake names to request interviews. and she'd grant them, and then I put my real name in the interview by Chaunce Hayden, and she'd go out of her mind.
Oh, that's hilarious.
I used to do that all the time to her. And they kept coming up with fake names.
That old school gossip world is fascinating. I'm telling you, they are not. We need a fucking movie about that world, and you at the center of it, just called Chauncey. I seriously wish I had the capital. I think Depp does.
Do you know what a great
MBS?
Do you know what a great movie is? With Tony Curtis. It was called The Sweet Smell of Success. Do you ever watch it?
Oh, okay. I saw it.
Oh, so good.
Long time ago.
It's all Burt Lancaster and Tony Curtis, and it's all about the gossip world in New York in the 1950s and the newspapers and how celebrities and how disgusting and sleazy it was, and it still holds true today. That movie has held up all these years because even now when I watch it, it rings home. Everything about it is so true. If you never saw Sweet Smell of Success, it's such a great movie.
And now Jay-Z. Corey Feldman was right. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, well, he didn't name names, and choreography. Can I tell you my favorite Leslie Dart story real briefly?
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. Marta's right. Yeah, Bill Marta's right. Bill Maher's definitely smug and arrogant and self-centered and all that shit. But sometimes when he's right, and he's kind of he's that HBO show is the greatest gig in the history of show business. Right? You're on once a week. You could say whatever you want. You're not even on the whole year. He's constantly on vacation. I mean, I don't know how and what the fuck he had a co-ownership of the Mets. I don't understand why he's so wealthy. What did he do? Did he have a stake in Politically Incorrect, or I don't get it.
Has a great agent.
He must.
Yeah. For HBO, it probably cost HBO a fortune to keep him.
You interviewed him, right, Chauncey, once?
Oh, a couple. In fact, you know what he said to me? I was the first person to ever put Bill Maher on a cover. He said he'll never forget me. He said, Chauncey, because I interviewed him twice. And the second time, when I first interviewed him, he really was nobody. He wasn't that big. But the second time, he was much bigger. And he said, Chaunce, he goes, I just want to let you know, Stepping Out was the first cover anyone ever gave me, and I have it hanging up in my house. He goes, I'll never forget.
He has a show. He has a video podcast. It does pretty well. It's called What is the title of it?
Is that where he smokes a joint?
Yes, he's constantly high and he can't finish sentences.
And somebody
fucking
didn't want to do the
squinting.
show.
Yes.
Who was it that said they wouldn't do the show because they had a breathing problem and they didn't want to? Some celebrity said, I refuse to do the show because I can't breathe with the smell of pot.
What is the name? It doesn't matter. So he does a video podcast, and on the wall is shit of probably like that. If you zoom in, we might be able to see that cover. I think he saves everything.
He told me he had it hanging up. He said, Chaunce, no one would put me on the cover of anything. And he goes, you were the first. And he goes, to this day, it means so much to me.
The best thing you did was change your name from Fred to Eric. I mean, from Steve to Chauncey, because no one's ever going to forget that name. Like that name is your brand. Like it's you and Chauncey Billups, and that's it.
But can I tell you, I got that name in high school.
Yeah, I know.
Everybody, my commercial art teacher called me that. He said I looked like a student from the 1960s that went to the school, and all the kids in the class started calling me Chauncey. Then it just took off. No one called me Steven ever again.
It's the greatest thing because nobody, like, you could say to Bill Maher to this day, like, you remember that guy Chauncey? He goes, oh God, yeah. It's not even that he remembers it, but he would remember that name as much as he remember that he's on. It was a good move by you.
Yeah,
I want the movie, John.
What, Bon?
We have to go for the movie Chauncey. That's a great. Just like
one
you
word.
said,
Just one word.
Single,
Chauncey.
you have that big black text on the screen, and it just says Chauncey.
You could have you could have a streaming series. You could have like a Netflix streaming series or Amazon.
When I got in trouble with Stern with that whole SEC thing, the Daily News did a 2-page spread, and the top of the page said Chauncey speaks to the SEC. In big blood. I have it somewhere. I don't know. I have it
I remember that year, and one would think it's Chauncey Billups because Chauncey Billups was a huge player in the NBA right around that time. So I would think it was Chauncey Billups.
Yeah, Chauncey Billups talks to the SEC.
He won the NBA championship, I think, in 2005. At the same, it's crazy. It's
oh my God! Time. But that even shocked me. I was like, Chauncey speaks to the SEC. That to me is crazy.
Marta says, Marta knows. I don't know how Marta knows this. I don't know. Did she look it up? Who knows? She's a research savant. She writes, Leslie Dart represented Meryl Streep, Nicole Kidman, Daniel Day-Lewis, Tom Hanks, Jessica Lange, Artie Lang, Martin Scorsese, Francis Ford Coppola, Jonathan Demme, and Mike Nichols. That is A-list palooza right there. Good God. A murderer's row of the best of Hollywood. That's crazy. Go ahead, Chauncey. You were about to say?
Oh, I banged Daniel Day-Lewis's niece.
That makes two of us. You followed me, Chauncey.
Who hasn't?
Was she in character, or was she? You couldn't recognize her?
She was one of the writers for the National Enquirer.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
That's so crazy. You know why? Because Daniel Day-Lewis is so distant from all the bullshit in Hollywood.
He lives in
does
Ireland
his thing and leaves.
He lives in Ireland, and you know what he does here? He's a shoemaker.
That's crazy.
Whoa.
He's a shoemaker. You can order shoes from him. He has a farm in the middle of nowhere, and all he does is make shoes all day.
Oh, they would be so expensive.
Oh, you can imagine.
I'm looking it up now. I'm just
look it up.
The NBA should come out with a line of sneakers called DDL. And just right now, it'd be the best, and he has to make them. That would be the greatest
DDLs.
DDLs.
I mean, this for some reason, this one gets me because I guess because she's Goldie.
A policy of it's attacking America, saying we're ugly creatures.
Yeah, it's really not even attacking the government. It's attacking me and you as human beings. It's right down to the very core. And I think what disgusts me the most is that she's had such a privileged life. One thing you could say is Bill Maher grew up, like a regular person, and John.
Yeah, look, Marta writes. I think she looked up his net worth. She's like $140 million. She says about for what? Look. You get paid from HBO, but not like that. Where does it come from? That's so bizarre. I don't understand how he's that wealthy.
Well, we're talking about him. We're talking about
him. I know.
Him.
I guess so. I don't know. I thought HBO was notoriously cheap. not that he hasn't been there. That show started in 2003. The fucking real time show. It's been on the air.
I interviewed him for it when it first started. Yeah.
Oh wow. Did you pile on when he was on the phone defending himself? Were you in the? I'm trying to remember if
I don't know.
It was Cabby. It was Stephen Baldwin, Howard. I forget who else was on the. I thought it was you.
Howard might have read my interview because he said those things in my interview.
Oh, wow.
And so Howard may have been reading to him what he said to me.
You remember that, right? Bill Maher called in the morning. He's obviously in LA, which is tough. He's like fucking 4 a.m. And everybody piled on him about those comments, and he tried to defend himself. And that started the feud. That's where Bill Maher's.
No, what started the feud was in that interview, Bill Maher trashed Howard, and Howard read what he said about him to my interview.
No, he trashed him because he had just done the Stern show, and they piled on him. And what Maher said was, Howard's supposed to be this bastion of free speech. Right. He should be defending me in my ABC thing, and he's not.
Right.
And I've defended him. Yeah, Maher's father worked with Howard before that. So he knew Maher's dad.
Okay.
So that's how that came about. So Maher justifiably said, I have done your show. He did a fucking politically incorrect roundtable with Beetlejuice and Fred the Elephant Boy and Daniel Carver. That's the shit he was doing. And he wouldn't defend him. It's supposed to be free speech, right?
And their feud still goes on to this day.
They patched it up 5 years ago, but it lasted that long.
It lasted
just
briefly.
Depp, I don't know where he's from.
He's not
this
from
girl.
Johnny Depp is from. Yeah, Chauncey. How'd you pull that one out? You knew he's from Kentucky?
Of course.
Oh my! I'm so proud of you.
Thank you very much.
How did you? And this is on the spot. You weren't looking anything up.
No. I know Johnny Depp is from Kentucky.
Damn, Owensboro, Kentucky, and Miramar, Florida, which is like just to the Sunflower Dragon will correct me, or anybody who knows. I think it's like 20 minutes away from Miami.
And he tried to be in a band, didn't work out. Then he ended up going to LA, and
he actually has the same beginnings as Hulk Hogan, believe it or not. Exactly the same.
Florida, there's no way.
Band. No, Sunflower, he did, I'm telling you.
No.
He's not
this girl. This girl's had every advantage you can get from growing up in this country. I mean, living...
waltz right into a movie career.
If I showed you what Goldie Hawn's Malibu home looks like, where Kate Hudson grew up, you'd kill yourself. You know why you'd kill yourself? Because you'd be so jealous. I mean, you don't have any idea how charmed a life this girl has. Not only is she pretty, not only does she have a perfect body, you know, she's got a hugely successful mother and stepfather.
Speaking of bodies, let's do Amy Lee after this, Bond, from Evanescence.
Oh, she hates me. Yes. She hates me.
She sounded good with you, what I heard, but maybe she hates you now.
She hates me now, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Marta's right. Bill Maher only, just like Robert De Niro, thinks he exclusively dates black chicks. Which
she does.
Probably,
yeah, it's true. He only dates black. Yeah.
She's got an incredible career going for no apparent reason. And she hasn't done anything to merit the amount of ridiculous money she gets for acting. And then and then after all of that, all this country has given her, she's not criticizing the government. She's criticizing us, the people, for being gross. And here's why we're gross. I got to play it again now that you got me worked up. And don't bring her name up anymore. I want to be done with this. But here.
Times I'll be walking down the street and I'll hear some American and I'll just go, of course they hate us. You know, of course they can't stand us. We're the most annoying, you know, boisterous creatures in the world. We come in and we eat, you know,
Hey, Chauncey, did you know who her brother is?
Kate Hudson's brother.
A guy named Oliver Hudson.
No, I don't know Oliver Hudson.
He is now. He was on a sitcom. What was that piece of shit that was on CBS called How I Met Your Mother, or How I
Met Your Mother. Yeah.
Rules of Engagement. So it was like Putty from Seinfeld, David Spade. It was all, you know how CBS does these retread shows.
Yeah.
It's so bad. It's the laziest thing you've ever seen.
And they got George Costanza's father on one of these shows, and he's playing the same character. Yeah.
Ben Stiller.
Jerry Stiller.
I'm sorry, Jerry Stiller. Yeah.
But he's playing the character from Seinfeld. It doesn't even make any sense.
He's playing Frank Costanza on King of Queens. So what CBS does is, and by the way, King of Queens is a knockoff of the Honeymooners as well. So
absolutely.
Like, let's take the most tired concept and let's do it again. And let's take someone who was successful before this and put them on a lazier show, and we'll just pump them out to old people who are too lazy to change the channel and doze off.
And they put Putty in that one, and he's doing the same, just the deadpan delivery.
Patrick Warburton played Elaine's boyfriend on Seinfeld. And so they took all the guys from Seinfeld and threw them on CBS.
And they couldn't even, they tried to do a new one with Michael Richards back in the day, the detective show, and that didn't work. It's just...
They did a show with Jason Alexander, who I love. I love Jason Alexander. I don't know if you interviewed him, Chauncey, but
I interviewed Michael Richards, but never Jason.
Casey Armstrong said that he was the nicest celebrity they ever had on the Stern Show, and I believe
it. I believe that.
I believe it too.
Yeah.
Pounds of food. We're like, where's the ketchup? And excuse me, and all these things, and you're going, oh, shut up.
We're so ugly and gross. You want to know something? I'll admit something to you, Chauncey. I feel ugly and gross inside. I always have. I don't know if I'll ever get rid of it. I never have felt all that good about who I am. I'm going to tell you something. Excuse me. But I don't need her.
He says, I don't feel good about who I am. I think he's just a gay dude in the closet worried about vanity. He feels great about everything else. If you take away the vanity, he's had a charmed life. He didn't have his parents lived till 100 years old. Who could say that?
Yeah.
Yes, Jose Villataro. Mar shitted on Howard's marriage. Yes, that was, and they had supposedly patched it up. So Mar on his video podcast kind of took a shot, and then they went back, and then Mar apologized, and that was really good. That was him talking to Lino, I think, during that. Chauncey. Leah Remini is a great, Marty. You're right. Leah Remini is an excellent guest. I don't know if you talked to her, Chauncey.
Oh my God! You got to
she's
play the fight we had on Stern. It was one of the best.
Oh, is that the one when she went out with Artie? Is it the same fight?
I'm trying to think, but she and I had one of the best, like an Emmy Award winning fight.
All right, we're gonna get that for next time. I forgot about that. That's for next time.
I'll tell you what started it was I interviewed her, and she sent me a letter thanking me and inviting me to our house in LA if I ever come to LA to spend the weekend with her.
She's really a spitfire, that one.
Yeah, but then I called, but then she's on the Stern Show, and she denied it, and I went off on her. I said, you're a liar. I have the letter. I have the freaking letter.
I cannot wait to get this. I cannot wait to.
Yeah, it's a great one.
For next time, we're doing that.
That
sounds like. Do you remember when her and Artie had gone at it for like a half hour straight?
It might have been the same time.
I think it might have been the same time. So we're gonna get that for next time.
She loves to fight. She loves to fight.
And give her credit. I mean, but not to call you a liar is not.
It drove me crazy because she absolutely invited me to her house.
I believe it.
In a very nice letter, like it wasn't just on paper. It was on like her letterhead, and it was beautiful, and you could smell her perfume, and it was just so nice. And I was so, I never would take her up on it, but I just thought it was such a nice thing. And they're like, I never said that. Why would I say that? I'm like, oh, okay, now it's on.
But here's Marta, who's all over this. She clearly remembers this, like every detail, and we're gonna get to that. I thank you for bringing that up, Marta, because I forgot about that. That's great.
That was a good one. That was a good fight.
She says, I think Kate Hudson's a great actor. I do too. I think she's very good. She actually has a better career than Goldie Hawn does, if you think about it.
Her mom was a stripper.
I didn't know Goldie Hawn was a stripper.
That's how she got her start. She was a stripper on Route 23 in New Jersey.
She wasn't at Scores in 2000?
No. She was a stripper way before stripping was cool. Like,
holy shit, I didn't know that.
Goldie Hawn was a stripper in the 60s.
Yeah, Almost Famous. She's excellent in that. I agree. I agree with that. Chauncey did Michael Rich. Did you ever interview Michael Richards, Chauncey?
Yes.
How'd that go?
It went really good. I interviewed him, and it turned out the recorder didn't work. It didn't go on. So I actually had to say to him, Michael, I'm so sorry, but we have to do the entire interview over
Oh,
again.
no.
Oh, it was terrible, but he did it. He was nice about it. And we
That's cool.
actually started from scratch and did the whole interview over again.
We did that once on our show. We did a Sweeney Todd commentary with David, who loves you. He's your super fan. He is the guy who you're his after Mark Harris. You're his favorite person from the show, and he did the Joe Jackson theme song.
Yes, of course.
And so he sat in on this, and we did an hour and a half. And I said, I didn't hit record, guys. And so we reenacted the entire thing all over again.
It's so hard to do. I did that with one other person, Norm Macdonald.
Oh, wow.
I was up at SNL in Norm Macdonald's office at SNL, and we did the whole interview, and it was brilliant. He was so great. And he had to take a phone call, and I went to play back the recorder just to make sure it was okay.
Right.
And I realized for some reason it never went on. It didn't go on. Like the battery was crooked. Like the battery wasn't secure and I'm looking and he's on the phone. I'm like, what do I do? I just walk out and just lose the interview. But then I'm like, no, the publicist is going to say, where's the interview? And so I just said, Norm, I go, the battery wasn't in properly. I didn't get any of it on tape. Can we do it all over again? And he said, oh yeah, sure. And
nice
goes,
Norm, Chauncey. That's good.
He goes, sure, we can. He goes, I said, so the first question, Norm, is, do you remember the first time you did stand-up? The first time you went on stage? And he went, Chauncey. He goes, I can't answer that. And I'm like, why? You just did. He goes, because I can't remember exactly what I said to you the first time. he goes, I can't answer any of these questions because I can't recall exactly what I said. Like he thought the interview had to be his exact words over again. Like he couldn't just do the interview over. And he had to remember what he said, otherwise he couldn't answer the question. I'm like, no, it doesn't matter. Just answer it any way you want.
He's a fairly big Stern fan. Did he know you in advance?
I don't know. I don't know. The only one there was a couple, but Colin Quinn did. Like when I interviewed Colin Quinn, I said, oh, this is so cool you're doing this. He said, Chauncey, actually, I think it's cool for me to be talking to you. He goes, I'm a big fan. He goes, I actually am kind of getting nervous talking to you.
That's great.
Yeah.
Telling me I'm ugly and gross because I eat French fries with ketchup. And
Howard doesn't eat French fries and he doesn't eat ketchup. He eats salmon. He eats rice cakes with what would he put on that? What would he put on those?
Butter?
Lemon juice. Butter. Not even butter.
Just to take one step back. So you know how Norm Macdonald knew me? He was on the Stern show when I went in to show Robin my penis.
Okay, that's right around this time.
Yeah, he was on the couch when I had Peyronie's disease, and Robin said she would look at it to say yes or no whether or not I have Peyronie's disease. And I went into Robin's cubicle, and she literally took my pants down and examined my penis.
And that's not for you. That's not for the audience. That's for Howard. That's for Howard. No, he had this great scam going to get guys' pants off so he could look at it, right? That's it. We were so not wise. So what do you get out of this? How is this for the audience, right?
It's probably on tape. They probably have my penis on tape. They must have it. And Howard probably jerked off to it.
Chauncey, it is. I have the video. I do. I have the video.
You have that video?
Yeah, I'll totally give it to you. You got to show it to Poppy. You got to show it to Poppy.
Oh my God, poor Poppy.
the proud daughter.
I wasn't born with a pretty face.
Didn't go to finishing school.
Yeah, I just didn't have that. And you know what? I feel bad enough about myself. I don't need her telling me that the French are superior to me, because there's no way those snails are more superior than me.
If you're just tuning in, tendrils, we're talking about Kate Hudson. She made these anti-American comments at the same time Depp did. And Depp said, well, we're invading the wrong country with his Hunter S. Thompson intel. and it was pile on, you traitor, you expatriate ass, French expatriate asswipe with Vanessa Paradis, and Chauncey interviewed Depp for Sleepy Hollow in 1999, and he sent me the transcript.
Believe me, I'll take you through France. This girl goes to France. She's in an expensive hotel.
She's never seen France.
She don't even know what France is. I'll show her some Frenchmen who will rape her ass when she's 9 years old.
Oh, that's sweet. That's sweet. There's one. There's the feminist, right? That's one for the time capsule. That's sweet. Bill Maher gets canceled, and he just said that. That's okay.
Well,
That's
look,
okay.
Howard could do blackface, right?
Yeah.
Say
CBS
the N-word
owns
over and
yep.
over and over again.
That's...
Yeah, you should see what goes on in France, those scumbag bastards.
You know what else is awful about that clip? She thinks she's being funny.
What goes on in France, Howard? You haven't left Old Westbury or Manhattan in 30 years. What goes on in France? Tell us. You don't even know where Soho is, in the same borough you live in. You don't even know where Scores is. You don't know where Nobu is.
The only time
Nobu.
Howard went to New Jersey once because Dice took him there because he was looking for a home in Jersey, and he dragged Howard along with him.
And you didn't know anything, how to get back?
No. Like Dice told him, he goes, you got to see more of the world. You got to see New Jersey. You got to get out of Long Island.
Is Manhattan wasted on anybody more than Howard, Chauncey? Sitting right there in Lincoln Square and Lincoln Center across from ABC, 101 West 67th Street on the corner of Columbus, the Millennium.
You think he still has that place?
Yeah, he does. He does.
Yeah.
He was there. They literally crashed there when Keith Richards is at Sirius or Springsteen or.
That's where he stayed?
Yeah.
Funny.
How close did you get into that? You heard the whole thing with Lila Arciera that she gives a play-by-play like no one else has.
Yeah, that was the best. That was so golden.
Thanks to you.
Yeah, that was great. I don't know when we had lunch right downstairs. I guess there was a chance of me getting invited up, I suppose, but that was the closest I ever got when we went to Joseph's restaurant right downstairs from the.
I would have thought because this Vinny Favale was. I would have thought you would have gotten close to getting in there. I would have thought close.
Well, you got to know it was me though, a gossip reporter. You think he's gonna let my eyeballs?
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Do a whole review. Could you imagine the golden material I would have sent to the show if I got to examine how it's apartment?
Now you knew Robin Gibbons and Angie Everhart are Buckwald clients, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're beards. They're chic, slim twin beards.
Yeah.
You think she's funny. You're not funny. You're not funny.
Here's what's even better.
You're annoying.
She thinks she's saying something that we haven't heard 50,000 times already. Everyone's always said, you know why the French hate us? Because we go over there and we bombard them with our civilization and we don't take into consideration their civilization. You know what? Excuse me, I'm a tourist. I don't know your civilization.
The term is culture, darling.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, G. Canada's right. Organic peanut butter for Howard. Frozen bananas. That's the name of the show, PC23. Right? Liar, frozen, cheater, frozen banana eater. That's where that came from.
We got the same civilization.
Whatever it is. They got some sort of rules over in France that we don't have here. All I know is they did.
Marta, there's something going on with nuts. It's got because I looked it up. There's a chemical, I'm sure Sunflower Dragon will tell us, in there that feeds into his anorexia. I can't remember what it is.
He used to count them. He would count his nuts. He wouldn't just eat a bag of nuts. He would have to count how many he had was allowed for the day.
And he had fish when you went to Josephine's?
I think so. It was I remember the salad. I think it was fish. Yeah.
There's a lot of rapes that go on that don't get reported. Yeah. And let me tell you something.
Like on your show.
My father fought in World War II, and Gary's father fought in World War II.
Tendrils, I know, you're right. Poppy was such a hit last time. It feels like such a come down. She didn't have to even speak. She'll be on when we do the ice show. Apparently she's into ice like I am.
I'm telling you, she's upset to the point where I almost took to the doctor about it because it's all she eats, nothing else, and she has a way of eating it and a way she won't eat ice out of a cup unless the cup is in the freezer as well.
That's so crazy.
So there's a whole thing about ice, and oh my God, I'll just walk away and you can go off on ice, and you'll never shut her up.
Does she have a high metabolism, like where she gets hot really easy?
She does get hot very easy, yeah.
Yeah, I do too. It's like a high heat index.
Well,
yeah,
I'm taking her skiing in the Alps in 2 months. I'm worried she's going to eat the snow off the mountain.
Oh my God, this is off the charts.
Yeah,
this
she's
great.
An ice addict.
She might be my favorite. She's 11.
12, going to be 13 in March.
Okay, she might be my favorite 12-year-old in the country. I mean, in all of the world.
And my father fought in World War II.
Even Robin's horrible father fought in World War II, and he's better.
He tried to liberate.
And he tried to liberate those cowards. God damn it.
She's mad because we say excuse me in a sarcastic way. Well, she's never had to do that because she's never been ignored.
Right. She's got nothing but attention her entire life.
Everyone pays attention to Kate.
And Johnny Depp's probably the biggest screwball, too, and I don't know, but all I got is her tape.
Well, at least with Johnny Depp, you got to give him credit because he left the country.
Yeah, that's fine.
He did. He lived by his word.
At least
he
he
doesn't
lives
like it.
there.
He doesn't live here.
He didn't. You're right, Chauncey, but what he didn't tell you is he had, I think, because this is post-Pirates. I'm trying to remember. Pirates came out in May of 2003. Yeah, this is post-Pirates. This is just, so yeah, he had a huge payday from the first Pirates. It was a cash grab that his agent, Tracy Jacobs, had him do. And so he had a residence in London, France, and he still had the place behind the Comedy Store in LA at Sweetser Avenue, I think it is. And it's like a compound, cul-de-sac, right in the heart of, like, literally behind the Comedy Store. Like by the you could walk to the Viper Room from where he was. That he didn't take. That was still there, and they acted like he just moved to France, and that was it.
And did he still own the Viper Room then? Did he? Or
yeah. Wait. Yes, he has. He sells it in 2004, so that he's gonna have it for about 4 more months.
Okay.
His part. You watched 21 Jump Street, right?
Of course, yeah.
Okay. You remember Blowfish, the custodian?
Yeah.
Maintenance engineer.
Yeah.
So that's his best friend from Miramar, Florida, Sal Janko, and he brought him in to move to Vancouver to do Jump Street with him. And the show let him. They wanted him so bad they let him bring his best friend to live there, and then they put him on the show. So the two of them co-own the Viper Room at the same time. His friend Sal ended up stealing from him, or so they say, and they don't speak anymore, and they haven't spoken in 20 years.
Wow.
And right around that time, there's a guy named Anthony Fox, who was the third owner. He disappeared one day, just disappeared. They accused Depp of having his people kill him.
Really?
That was a rumor. That was a big rumor going around. That
For stealing from him.
For stealing from him and just getting him out of the way.
Wow.
And so Sal Janko, his best friend from Miramar, was also in on this, and he ran the club. He managed, he bartended. So did Adam Dervitz from the.
They were handling all the cash.
Yes.
They were handling.
Remember
the
that
cash.
line remember that line, Chauncey, in the "Who counts the money underneath the bar" from Jefferson Starship?
No, I don't know.
It's Sal. It's Sal, and he stole it. That's what he did. It's a classic story about skimming.
Yeah, well, you don't put anybody in charge of counting cash unless you're the one doing it. You just don't. So, unless you're willing to accept the fact that you have to count the loss of the cash that's stolen.
So cut to a couple of years. Sal gets divorced from his wife, and Depp gives him $500,000 for lawyers to fight the divorce.
Really?
Yep. In a document, $500,000 to keep him out of trouble. You remember James Russo, the actor? He was in Donnie Brasco.
Yeah. Yes.
Depp gave him $400,000 so he wouldn't be kicked out of his house. He had 3 kids to save him from
none of that surprises me.
Eviction. I swear to God, it's all in a document.
None of that surprises me.
Yep, that's the kind of guy he is.
Yep, I believe it. Yeah.
With the French, and that's really where Kate Hudson should live. Her and
I'll bet you one thing, though.
Her and the goddamn Black Crows ought to move there.
World War broke out, Johnny Depp would hightail his ass back here.
And I know her husband, Chris.
That's right. Chris Robinson from the Black Roses dating. Were they married? I can't remember. Kate Hudson at the time.
That's
Howard
right.
Seth
That he's a weird guy. Yeah.
Yes. Prickly as hell.
Yeah.
You gotta get her ass in line. Stop being such a pussy. Tell her to shut up.
He probably does.
Marta, Howard went to France once with Michael Moore, who was promoting Bowling for Columbine, and so Howard is promoting Private Parts, and it made zero money overseas. So he went to the Cannes Film Festival. That's the only time he was there. Allison did not go, and that's how you know they were separated even back then. How could Allison not have gone to that?
Right. Yeah.
Also, Chauncey, Stuttering John's wedding. Howard didn't go to it. 1997. Why? Because I feel he was separated from Allison and he did not want them to know. And Allison was good friends with Susanna. Why didn't she? Obviously would want to go to the wedding, and neither of them went. No explanation.
Well, that's your theory. My theory would be he just doesn't give a shit.
That too, especially that. You're right.
Yeah, I think Howard could care less about anyone.
Score one for Chauncey.
He gets nothing out of that.
Ralph went. Dominic Barbara went. Robin went. Howard and Fred didn't go.
Yeah, Howard's not going to Gary's mother's funeral. He's not going to go to John's.
And wedding. Thank you for that, Chauncey. Thank you for rolling the grenade in the hen house, as they say with that.
Doesn't know what to do.
Yeah. Well.
Doesn't know whether he's allowed to speak.
Yeah, I think they got him under control.
He's too busy not ordering ketchup.
Right. We order ketchup. I mean, I can't tell you the privileges this broad's gotten from being born in this country, rich. And you know what?
G. Cannon has the intel from Leslie Dart herself. Robin Givens and Angie Everhart were contractually obligated to strap on 12 inches and bend Howard over when Ralphie was absent. It's good, G.
I was the first one to call Howard out as gay.
Do you remember when that was?
Yeah.
The massage he gave you?
Yeah.
That was the back rub he gave you?
That was at Polyesters in Manhattan on Hudson Street.
And down there. Everything's Soho and Tribeca.
Yeah.
Does it seem like that?
And we were at this play that John's wife was in. It was like one of those plays where it's interactive, like Grandma Sylvia's funeral.
Yes.
It's kind of like that. And Howard sat next to me and he stroked my back. And, and it kind of felt good. He had his finger was I said this on the air. I said, I didn't want to get up. I said, you gave me a nice massage.
Let's see if this is it.
Speaking of backstage, Howard, it was some of the funniest moments were back there.
By the way, Chauncey, I read your memo about funny backstage moments.
Yeah.
What is your obsession with me supposedly rubbing your shoulders? I ran into the bathroom and out. Where am I rubbing your shoulders? Howard, are you having a homosexual fantasy?
It really is. I don't know. There are certain kinds of people in the world. You're a very touchy kind of guy.
You know something? You know what? I walked by.
Is he saying you touched him again?
Yeah, I walked by. I saw he was with a chick, and I said, Chauncey's a pretty good dude. He always, if he's got some information, so I walked by, and I said, for the life of me, I can't even remember Chauncey's name when I see him. So I walked by, and I went.
He can't remember your name. What a
lying sack. Do you believe that? He couldn't remember.
No, I didn't believe it then. I believe it last night. He's a serial liar of the highest order.
We're both involved in a $20 million lawsuit together, and you think he forgot who I was?
He doesn't remember your name. I know.
Doesn't remember my name.
Also, too, I mean, if alcohol is truth serum, right, he has a horrible tolerance, right? That's what guys do. That's what his true thing's coming out. So his homosexuality's coming out. Used to start to, massage people. I've had that, like, guys like out one night once. They just the guy who massages you, like, and he goes a little far, and like, what are you?
It's not just a pat on the shoulder.
Yeah,
it's like, if he goes over another inch, I'll get my scratch. If he just moves his finger over 2 more inches. Should I move a little closer to him to get that finger on the scratch? Like, I'm just hoping he gets there. I was like, wow, you know what? I'm thinking this feels good, Howard. Like I'm kind of feeling good about this. Like that rub.
He claims to be a germaphobe. So if you're a germaphobe, why are you rubbing Chauncey's shoulders?
And it's true because he couldn't deny it completely. Like He couldn't say it never happened. He tried to downplay and say, I just rubbed your shoulder.
This is great stuff. This is great stuff.
I do this to a lot of people. I went, I see he's with a chick. I want to make him look good. I go, okay, buddy. Or
pat him on the back or shake a can or something.
There's no way that's how that happened. You just explained, hey, buddy, there's no way that's how that happened.
The whole way back, I'm in the car with my girl, and we're talking about Howard rubbing my back. I said, how fucking weird was that?
I wish I could hear this conversation.
She goes, I know. She goes, what was he doing? I said, you saw what he was doing? He was rubbing my back.
Oh, I wish I could be in the goddamn cab with. Oh, fuck.
We couldn't stop talking about it the whole way home back to Jersey.
Chaunce, how come you never moved to Manhattan?
It was too expensive. I had a big house in New Jersey. Why would I live in a studio in Manhattan when I had a lawn?
How did you get back and forth to Jersey in those years?
I would drive. I had a really nice car. I had one of those roadsters. Those roadsters.
Yeah,
just really nice. And
what did you do about parking and shit?
BMW. It was a pain in the ass. I had to pay to park. I always paid to park.
Sometimes it's worth it just to be safe.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, totally. I had my car broken into so many times that I paid.
Yeah. I mean, the trick I would do, and it's not so much of a trick, but you go on the far, far, far west side, like 11th Avenue or something like that, and walk, or like York or First, like you could just. But that's so no one wants to walk like me. So you took about 10,000 steps.
I hated that. I hated it. So I would, and at the time I was having anxiety attacks, so I couldn't walk in the city. So I would have to find the closest parking. In fact, I'll tell you a quick story. I was supposed to interview Kevin Bacon, and he was at NBC Studios waiting for me. And I was really getting bad panic attacks. And the parking garage was 2 blocks away. And I parked the car, got up to the street, walked about 10 steps, and had to turn around and drive home. I couldn't do it. I was paralyzed with a panic attack. And I remember I had to call the publicist and say, my wife's having a baby. I got to get home. I can't do it. It was that bad. So, yeah.
And that was your big shot to be part of the 6 Degrees thing at the same time.
No, because I did eventually interview him. I did.
You should have did. You should have let him in your car and just drove around and interviewed him. Just drove. That would have been the only way to go.
I did that with John Voight. We drove around.
Just driving around in John Voight's car.
You know who else I did that with? Oh, I thought she was so hot. Do you remember a black sitcom called It was not Golden Girls. What was it called? It was like Friends, but only black girls.
Living Single.
Diana Ross's daughter was in it.
Yeah, Kim Fields, Queen Latifah.
Persia White.
Okay.
Oh my God, she was so hot. Maybe the hottest girl I've ever seen. And she said, Chauncey, she goes, we were thinking of a place where to do the interview. She goes, and I had the BMW Roadster. She goes, I really like your car. She goes, let's just drive around and we'll talk. So we drove all over Manhattan. Yeah.
I have a story similar to that. I'll make it really quick. This girl I was seeing, we were going to a Halloween party, and it was a Saturday. It was the Halloween before Saturday. So everybody has the party the Saturday before Halloween. Her friend's apartment was on the far Upper East Side, almost Spanish Harlem, almost. The parking was so bad. I said, I'll drop you off and I'll get a spot. It was so bad. I said to her, I can't do this. I'm just going to drive around. You go to the party. I'm just going to go cruising and have fun. And I'll pick you up in 3. And I drove for 3.5 hours just looking at shit. And I picked her up 3.5 hours later and drove back to Long Island.
It's funny. I have a story like that too. My wife at the time and I got tickets to a Broadway play. I think it was called The Pillow Man. I think it was called. Anyway, I couldn't sit in a theater. I couldn't sit down because my heart would start racing. I couldn't breathe. So she went into the theater, and I actually drove around in circles until the play was over.
Oh my God, that's exactly what I did. That's the same.
And when I did Geraldo, because I used to do Geraldo's gossip show, that was in front of live people on live TV. That wasn't taped. That was live on the air in front of an audience. I remember. And it was a panel of gossip reporters. There was a little bar next door. I would have to have a 6-pack before I could go into the studio to do the show.
Did Geraldo's show provide parking, Johnson?
No.
Why? Isn't it the syndicated and shit? They make a lot of money on that show.
Yeah, there was parking right next door too. No, they didn't pay for parking.
That's ridiculous. That's you know how much money they make off that show? They can't give you $20 for parking.
No, nothing.
That's crazy.
Nothing.
I would have yelled at Geraldo on the show for that.
I probably should have yelled, but I was so happy to be selected to be on it. I was probably taken advantage of.
You definitely were.
Now, some kind of gay fantasy that I stand there and rub his shoulders. I'm with 2 security guys. They're getting me to the bathroom. I got 30 seconds. You think I got...
Oh, shit. He slips that in there because he had to. He got busted. Chauncey, are you kidding me? Chubby Pickle said this at P. Diddy's party. He had 4 security guards. He brought security with him to John. What? How does this go in this scenario?
So I couldn't escape. So I couldn't run away. They were there to hold me down.
His security held you?
No, I'm kidding.
Oh, okay. I believed it. Okay.
They were there in case I didn't approve of his advances. They were gonna, hold me there. So
but they're watching him. They're watching him massage you.
Yeah.
This is how many security guards did he have during this?
4.
4
Yeah,
at this
4.
fucking place. Was it necessary on any level?
No.
What?
Nobody was. No, I'm the one that needed security.
Yeah.
I'm the one that should have brought bodyguards.
He is ridiculous.
Or something? He's now some kind of gay fantasy that I stand there and rub his shoulders. I'm with 2 security guys. They're getting me to the bathroom. I got 30 seconds. You think I got time to give you a massage?
Howard,
you total fag.
Please, Howard. Don't you let the hand?
What do you
actually rub? It's a weird
I didn't
thing
rub.
I
you know what? Let me tell you something, Chauncey.
Yeah.
Next time I see you, I won't even look at you.
What's your why can't you just shake hands again?
I don't want to shake your hand. I don't want to be involved with you. I was trying to be nice to you, but you skeeved me out so bad I don't want to touch your hand.
Look at him backpedaling on it. He doesn't skeeve you out. He clearly did all that you said he did.
Could you imagine today, this being the show? How great was that? Can you imagine today?
No, they wouldn't go near this. He doesn't have any interaction with his staff at all.
No, this is
near this.
I even have to say, I'm biased, but I have to say, this was brilliant. This was such great radio then. So for a guy like me to sit there calling Howard gay.
You didn't get enough credit. You didn't get enough credit. We're only appreciating it today. I mean, I remember appreciating it at the time, and I remember believing you at the time, going, because he sounds like such a liar. It's so crazy.
It's so crazy.
Howard, please.
You're the skeeviest human being I ever seen. You look like skeevy. And you know what? I like you.
Howard, do you think you're getting better than me?
Oh, yeah, I kind of do. In fact, come down here. We'll have another beauty pageant. Me versus you.
I would love to do it.
Any day.
I would love to do it. I'll
get
you on.
Evening wear, bathing suits.
You tell me.
Unbiased judges. Unbiased.
Let's get
Not
3.
your posse.
I tell you what, Gary, listen to me right now. Get 3 judges. 3
people you don't know.
This is a great way, Chauncey, for Howard to change the subject. That's a really good way for him to get out of that. Now he's just turning it into you know what I mean? Like,
and those biased judges got $500 each.
I know. This is so... Okay, next thing we're going to do... this is a weird... I want to wait for Bon Jovi until we do Evanescence. Got so much shit here. Chauncey.
Where did he go?
He's walking his dog. Every time... right. Just like Mr. Skin would say, right around the 2-hour and 20-minute mark, Bon Jovial goes and walks his dog. Okay, I have a part 2 of that. I don't know what the hell this is.
Did you listen to the EVANESCENCE show with the Playboy models?
Not yet.
Oh, you gotta
cobbling
listen.
this together.
Oh my God, you gotta listen.
Chauncey, this is really quick. See what this is.
I would give Howard a 9.
Wow.
What is Chauncey? Hold it. What is Chauncey?
Okay, Chauncey's calling the show. Okay, I remember what this is.
Chauncey's
calling the show Fixed. So they have judges that are there to always. Howard has to win all the time.
Yeah, Howard has to win.
Right. So Chauncey's calling out the Fixed, and everything on this show is fixed.
Yeah.
9.
Wow.
What is Chauncey? Hold it. What is Chauncey?
A 6.
Get out. Get out of here now. Go out humiliated.
You know what, Howard?
Get out humiliated.
You're
you know
9.
what the point is?
I'm humiliated. You're
Dude,
9.
You know what she's
You're
saying?
9.
It's irrelevant with the numbers. I'm 3 points better than you.
You really think you're a 9?
In each of these scenarios.
Such a fit.
I don't think I'm a 9. I have a bad self-image, but I know I'm better than you, and that's what all 3 of these women are saying.
I think
he doesn't think he's a 9. He's a Roosevelt 8 in his mind. Not a 9. He's a Roosevelt 8. This is so bad. It sounds worse than I can even remember. And you called out. You busted him for the Richard Christie thing. That was fixed.
Yeah. Well, it comes out that they were paid. It takes a while, but I get it out of them.
Okay.
Why did you admit you're uglier than me?
No, because I'm not, Howard.
Right, leave then. Leave.
Chauncey, you're disturbing looking. I swear to God. I'm just telling you, as a friend.
You're half Dutch and half Puerto Rican. You're not human. You're not human.
I don't remember that. What a great line that was. You're not human.
You're Dutch Puerto Rican. That's not human.
We need to have that like as a meme with Chauncey's face with John. You're not human. You're half Dutch and half Puerto Rican. Dutch Rican. That's almost worse than Tony Hinchcliffe right there. That's like they should have you banned from the fucking Republican convention. Puerto Rican, it's an island of garbage.
Ladies, he's a sore loser. And let me go to Jeff on the phone. Let's take some phone calls. Jeff, go ahead.
Yeah, Howard.
Yes.
He's on the show.
I mean, come on.
Howard, you're a 9.
Now he's lining up phone callers to eat his lunch.
To pile on. Now it's going to be now the infamous pile on begins.
Marta says, I always rooted for Chauncey. That's what Sarah said.
Oh, thank you.
That's what Sarah said. And David, as a matter of fact.
You never would have been allowed to say that on the air.
Howard is gay. Yes, Marta. Yes. I had massive panic attacks for a period, says Tendrils. And he's barely in the studio. That's right. Panic attacks, says Jose, in movie theaters.
Yeah, the movie theaters were the worst. I couldn't sit through a movie. I'd have to run out. And I didn't know why. I know what that's like.
During private parts, you did 20 minutes in.
Oh, please. That's the point. To these women, I'm better looking than you.
You asked the question, you got an answer,
Howard.
Chauncey.
Hey, Howard, can you believe he chose with all deference to
these women? I'm better looking than you.
You asked the question, you got an answer,
Howard.
Chauncey.
Hey, Howard, can you believe he chose these underwear to wear?
Oh, he's gross. He's vile.
You just wanted to see me naked. Take another call.
Whoa! Listen to how prophetic Chauncey is. You just wanted to see me naked. This is do you know how old this is? You're outing him here right before our very eyes, and we just weren't getting it.
First you molest me in a nightclub, and now you're looking to go a little further.
God, this is great.
And then you wanted to see my penis.
Howard, with all deference to Chauncey, these women are kissing your butt.
Thank you.
The woman from the Philippines.
Yeah, I edited this, Chauncey, so I put in the best parts. Like I kind of like I needed that caller to have your back. I remember I was going through this and I'm going, yeah, this guy is finally. Thank you, Sarah. So Sarah says, go ahead, Chauncey. I'm sorry.
Oh, at least there was somebody, because I don't recall all the calls, so it's nice to know someone called in.
Yep. You had a lot of support in the Ronnie fight. You had a couple people go have him in all the time. Yeah.
That was the most support I ever got was with Ronnie. Yeah.
Sarah says, last time, everyone, Cash App, Venmo, Super Chats, hit that goal for overtime. Bill Maher is an overtime on his show. And hit that damn like button and subscribe. Thank you, Dr. Sarah. Thank you.
Doesn't know anything. She's
taken by all this. She's taken by the lights, by your big.
Well, you're in the studio.
Wait till you see this on TV. Wait till you see this on TV.
Wait, you watch it on TV and see. Blink, go ahead. You're on.
I cut that for some reason. It's worth going to a third one. Hold on. There's a third one. I don't even remember. I obviously remember making it, but I didn't remember what was on. I just put Chauncey versus Howard Part 3.
Right.
You look like a rocker. You look like the ex Ramon.
I guess I got a look.
You know what? You can't even cut your hair, and that's why you're so angry.
Oh, this is great, Chauncey. God damn it, I love you. This is so good. God damn it, you did not get enough credit back then. Thank you, Holden 190, sir. Thank you. Puerto Rican has a horrible garbage problem. They literally don't have anywhere to put it except Austin, Texas, in Joe Rogan's studio, says Marta. Good one.
Why would I cut my hair? I like my hair long.
Your hair is out of date.
Let's go back to this again. Chauncey's calling out the hair, and like no one else did. Listen to that.
the ex Ramon.
I guess I got a look.
You know what? You can't even cut your hair, and that's why you're so angry.
Why would I cut my hair? I like my hair long.
Your hair is out of date. It's out of date.
Your hair is done by a garbage man. Your implants look hard.
Get a crew cut and see what you look like. Let me see your ears.
Ladies.
Your hair's outside.
God, Chauncey, you are fucking killing it here. How is this not an FME?
These were such classic fights. They were so good. I love being this guy. I love being this guy.
Man, you did not get the credit you were due.
Hey, ladies, what do you think of his hair? Sally, what do you think of his hair?
An even man?
Yeah, what do you think of his hair?
He looks like an even man.
An even man?
No, Navy.
A Navy man.
Look like a Navy man.
Did she know you were in the Navy?
No, because my hair was short, and it's a lot of Navy bases in the Philippines, and I had this same haircut that I had in, like above the ears. Like if you can see your ears in the Philippines, it's like a Navy haircut.
God damn it. It's just so weird. You were in the Navy and she didn't know that, which is bizarre.
But she knew my haircut looked like a Navy guy.
She is who is this broad again? I'm trying to remember. British accent. Is she doesn't matter. Thank you, Pell. Good to see you, sir. Merry Christmas. Buy yourselves a little tin of popcorn. You know that joke? Stuttering John, we're going to do a Christmas show, and you're more than welcome to sit in. John reached in the bottom, and there was no check.
Right.
And Allison, who I think it was actually Laura Lackner who did this, sent out popcorn tins to the staff, and they thought there was a check on the bottom. That's a great joke, Pell. Staten Island, right, Benjamin? Pile of garbage. Chauncey throwing. It's interesting because it's a huge red. That's the one red borough is Staten Island in New York. Chubby Pickle, right?
Thank you, Chubby Pickle.
Thank you, Chubby. So this is you'd love him. He was at the P. Diddy freak party that Howard had 4 security guards guarding him at P. Diddy's party. And
I love that.
He said that Ralph was like talking shit about Howard to Chubby Pickle the whole time, and Howard was yelling at him through his security while Ralph is to the right. I swear to God.
That is so great.
He said that he couldn't get in the party. They had to pick him up at a checkpoint. And so they blindfolded him and they brought to do the delivery. They wouldn't show him what the address was.
Really?
That was P. Diddy's, 2014.
Well, ask him if I can write that in a column.
Sure. You could totally talk. He would totally talk to you and give you the whole play.
Tell him to on my Facebook page to see if he's on Facebook to friend me, or even on Instagram if he's on Instagram.
Twitter,
on Twitter, and send me a private message. I'd love to talk to him.
That would be. I would love to see that transcripted because we talked to him.
I'll get that out.
Oh, that would be awesome. Who could you submit gossip to now, Chauncey?
Oh, a lot of people. I'm still really close to Richard Johnson. Now he's with the Daily News. Remember Richard Johnson?
Richard Johnson dropped the story about Howard blowing off Gary that you gave him for Gary's dad's funeral, right?
Yes. Yeah.
So that's a great connection.
I'm really good friends with him, and I got a lot of people.
Absolutely, Chauncey. You got to talk to Chubby Pickle.
Yeah, I hope he does. I hope he reaches out to me. I do. Yeah.
So it was a white freak party from 2014. He said Jay-Z was there. He said Russell Simmons was there. He said, there was so many. I'm trying to think of who they couldn't get access to. And obviously Zoss Rapin was Zoss Rapin was a record executive.
Right.
So that's how he knew those guys. And of course he was there.
Yeah.
I was in the Navy, by the way. Ask the other women what they think of my hair.
Mike Piazza, you're on the air.
Yeah, Howard. So
thank you, Chubby Pickle. Mike Piazza, not the catcher for the
not
Dodgers.
the catcher for the Mets. No.
He went on to do Howard 100 News when your story got. So he originally was part of that crew with Langford and stuff.
Was he really?
Mike Piazza, yeah. Swear to God.
Wow.
How are ya? Yeah, that's Ross's catchphrase, right? Thank you, Chubby, once again. Thank you. Yeah, Chauncey's going to contact you, Chubby. Get ready for it. I cannot wait to see this
Awesome.
transcript.
Awesome.
Yeah, Howard, so much better than you have that.
Thank you.
horrible.
Here's the deal. Chauncey probably called some people to call.
I know he did.
Yeah,
I know.
see, why he was begging for phone calls. You can't take it.
I busted that woman who called.
Now here's John, who screens the calls, is accusing Chauncey of
Setting up the
padding his
calls.
stats. Yeah, that's ridiculous.
I'm in the studio, but I'm taking calls and putting them through to favor me.
To me that you made her phone in. You lying dog. Yeah.
Ask the other woman what she thinks of my hair.
Why do you think you want phone calls?
Yeah.
Because you lined up everybody.
Because those people on the phone aren't impressed by the big lights and the cameras in the studio.
Okay.
You're like a
Chauncey,
superstar in
you
here.
lost fair and square. You refused to accept it. You know what?
Game Chauncey, you kicked their ass. You completely kicked their ass. You had great energy, all the great points. They tried to step on it. You're going 1 on 10, and you kicked their ass. Literally.
It was always 1 on 10.
Yep.
Always. Yeah.
Oh God, what a great fight that was. And it just gets better and better with you. Thank you, G Canada, sir. God, next I guess let's do Ronnie. You versus Ronnie. Now there's a video for this, but the video is not complete.
Okay.
Let me play this because I have the full audio. The video is about 10 minutes. I don't know why I can't get the full. The show the Howard TV never put out a full thing. So it's Chauncey against Ronnie. This is right around the same thing. Boy, you're like the MVP of 2003. This is September 22nd, 2003. And it's the same day as the Amy Lee Evanescence thing. And you know who follows you after this? Joe Rogan, who looks completely inconsequential after this. He comes on and you're like pissed off that he's on the cover of Health and Fitness this month, and you do an interview with him. And this is, I think it's the last time Rogan was ever on.
Oh my God.
But we don't have the Rogan clip because that's for another show, but he followed you. So as soon as you're done fighting with Ronnie, they go to Rogan and everyone's pissed off because you took the steam out of the show.
You couldn't compete with that.
You couldn't ever compete with it.
No.
Chauncey against Ronnie. So a caller starts this, actually.
Okay.
Cooley, go ahead.
Hey, what's up, Howard?
Just to give you a little heads up, that's Amy Lee from Evanescence, who Howard called fat.
Yeah.
She's probably 5'6", 128 pounds.
Because she trashed him in my interview, so now he's going after her.
And all he can do is call her fat. That's what a creatively bankrupt idiot, fat shaming, anorexic homo does. He calls everyone fat.
Yeah, I don't like it no more. I like the show, but I can't believe you got this guy on after what happened with Scores.
By the way,
I can't believe you had him on after what he did to Scores.
I'm going over Scores tomorrow.
Oh, really? What's going on?
I got to go. We're having this contest, the world's smartest stripper.
And you're getting.
Hey, Marta, I think Laura Lackner is his executive assistant. Like she does what Ronnie did with the driving, where she farms it out to other people, but she's sort of like sitting there. You remember we had this guy on who was Laura's assistant, and he said that Howard never spoke to him in like a year. He was the assistant to Laura, and they had a place. Howard had an apartment for Laura and this guy in the Millennium Towers.
Really?
And they worked from the Millennium Towers underneath him, and the guy never met Howard. His name was Chad, by the way.
Was he not allowed to look at Howard?
He wasn't allowed to look at him, but he never spoke to him. In all that time, he's doing all this shit for him. He needed his approval, and he wasn't allowed to talk to him. He had to go through Laura to do anything.
That doesn't shock me.
So weird.
Yep, King Howard.
You're a contestant?
Yeah, and of course, Chauncey, you can't.
By the way, and I'm sure you figured this out, Chauncey, before I did. Everything Howard does is taken from Letterman as far as the diva protocol. So the hallway getting cleared and the assistant. Letterman's notoriously prickly to his staff. Yeah. And so he when he would go do Letterman's show, he would steal all Letterman's little diva tricks.
Because that made him feel like he was as famous as Letterman. He wanted he wanted the same treatment.
Exactly. So he would go back and say, Letterman gets this. And he would probably say, oh, I get more listeners than he gets viewers. And I'm more, give me what Letterman has. And then
absolutely.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely.
Vinny
He wanted
Favale.
that kind of respect. He wanted to be in that world. Yeah.
Can't go. No.
Thank you, Howard. I heard so much crap It took me like 2 months after that just to go on my wife to scores.
Let me ask
you
this
should have
person.
taken me to scores.
What
I
did
can't believe you had
Let
him
me
on
ask you a
that court.
question.
Chauncey, shut your mouth up
What
for a
did I
second.
say about scores?
You're a dick.
Do you know what I said about scores?
Yeah.
Chauncey, this guy is every Stern caller. Like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like, he sounds like if you had to, like, at a central casting, he's Joe from Queens, and it's the accent, and it's this is every Howard caller that sounds like every other one.
He knows he wants Howard to hate me, so this is his way of getting on the air. They knew Howard was looking for callers to join in on the attack, and so this was his entertaining way of doing it. You know, like to please Howard.
Of course, and they always got through.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jose Villataro. I was new to the show in spring of 01, which is that's the Allison smear campaign year. That's a great year. Those are like the fucking rotating jack. Chauncey's like huge in that year, 01. So I didn't know Chauncey. Oh, he was Jose, did you miss? Chauncey was big in 01. Anyone believes Howard is crazy? Maybe he is 9. I believe
9 is crazy.
Yeah, he's in the metric system, Powell. Is Mike Piazza officially gay, the catcher? No pun intended. We all assume
I don't know.
that. I don't know. There's rumors with him all the time.
No, actually, I did a whole story. You know what the rumor was? Is that he actually eloped with Sam Champion, the Channel 7 weatherman.
What?
Who is gay. Sam Champion is gay.
That I knew,
the rumor was that the two of them had eloped and were actually married. And I had to actually call a local police department to see if they were in the town hall that
Look
afternoon.
at you.
I did a whole investigation.
Checking your
on it.
sources. Look at you. That's great.
That was the big story then, that Mike Piazza had married Sam Champion.
You know what I found out gay the other day, and this is any NFL nerds here. Do you remember Don Mikowski? He was the quarterback for the Packers before Brett Favre. He was good too. I didn't realize he was gay.
Really?
That's great. Yeah. I don't know if you remember the Magic Man.
Barely.
Yeah, it was spelled M-A-J, and they called him the Magic Man. But that's weird.
You said you blew it up.
I blew up.
You wrote a book about
we're hanging out.
I don't want to get into this again, but the guy's right. You're never allowed in scores, are you?
Chubby.
I haven't tried to get in. I think
you shouldn't be. I don't think Lonnie would let you in.
But you know, Howard, unlike yourself, I like to experiment and go to all the clubs, not just
do what you want. But you didn't have to write books about scores.
Wasn't it?
I was like throwing air punches at you saying that, Chauncey. Absolutely. Why should you be brand allegiant to how by the way, what are the other great strip clubs that don't get any attention?
VIP was great.
Okay.
The Penthouse Club was great. The headquarters was unbelievable. The Flash Dances was great. Stilettos. There were so many great clubs that I could go into.
Were you known on all the other clubs as well?
Yes.
So they knew
I'd go to those clubs to get laid. They would say, pick a girl out and I'll send you to the back room with her. And
that's
you fuck her.
Unbelievable. So Howard's really kind of embarrassed here because he's trying to do almost like an infomercial for Scores. And obviously it was. I mean, the show being syndicated, people were coming in New York going, where's Scores? Is that here on the show? Where is it? Yeah.
Exactly.
So he doesn't ever bring up another club.
No.
And you're saying, I totally agree with you. Why would you limit yourself to the one thing? And you as a gossip columnist has got to get out there and see who's out there. You're not going to go to the same. I think Scores probably became a tourist trap after a while.
It did become a tourist trap. It really did. And the celebrities stopped going there because why would you want to get all that attention? They were going to the Hustler Club. They're going to VIPs. They were going to so many other places where you didn't, nobody really cared. It was never in the news.
Scores is on 60th and 1st Avenue, the original one?
Yeah, yes.
So I don't know if anyone knows like New York. Well, Howard lives on Columbus, which is completely on the west side. But all you would do is you would just go east. He literally just goes east and you go right to Scores. You just literally could go down, 57th Street and just go east and you're going right to Scores.
You would go down 57th Street and make a right-hand turn on 5th, or you can make a right-hand turn on 2nd, and then you get to 60th, and there's you can park right there.
Was Scores? Did it lead to like one of the tunnels to Queens, or was it like right by the
Manhattan
exit?
the Midtown Tunnel.
Okay, right.
No,
Okay.
right above it was the Queensboro Bridge.
Oh, that's it. When you watch Copland, there's a scene in the beginning of Copland with Michael Rappaport coming out of Scores, and so you could see.
Yes, that's right. That Scores in that movie.
Remember that?
Copland. Yep.
You could see if anyone. Copland's a great movie. I've seen it a million times.
It's coming out of Scores.
Copland, yes, and watch the beginning of Copland. You could see the Scores dynamic on the street and what it leads to and stuff, because you're always kind of going, well, where is it? And that shows you kind of, and then right after that, he gets in the shootout on the bridge.
Yes, yes, that's right. And by the way, the bridge he gets in the shootout, that's the George Washington Bridge.
Okay.
That's the lower level of the GW, but he's on his way back to Edgewater. But if you go and look at my podcast on my YouTube channel, all of those were filmed in Scores, every one of them.
Jesus.
It's
yeah, because you had Zito, you had Zito on, right? You had Zito, Pat Cooper.
Yes, but it was called Sapphire then. So Scores was taken over by Sapphire.
Right.
So right, that was Scores that you see in the movie and how it talks about, but it's now called Sapphire, and that's in the VIP room. All my shows were from the VIP room.
Damn, I remember that. I remember going, damn, there's Chaunce, because you had been missing for years, and then you popped up on YouTube. My fucking Chauncey, because you were interviewing Pat Cooper, who he had been off the show now, and he was fucking dishing, and you had Zito on. Did you interview Billy West?
In the magazine, Stepping Out, not on my podcast. But I had a lot of people on the podcast.
It was good.
It was
good.
I
watched a bunch of them. Do you still have those, Chauncey?
They're all on YouTube. You can see them all on YouTube.
They're still. I looked for them like last year. I couldn't.
You type my name and they just all come up. You can see so many. And
the Pat Cooper one was incredible.
A lot of them are on iTunes too. I think if you go to podcast, I think they're all there too. They're downloaded on iTunes.
Did you have Stuttering John on once?
Not on my podcast. No, I wouldn't want him on my podcast. But
the book, it was a movie about somebody who worked at Scores.
All right, well, I don't like it. And Lonnie doesn't like it.
I know Lonnie.
If Lonnie doesn't like it, I don't like you.
You don't like it.
That's right.
Lonnie's the man.
That's my place.
That's your Buddha.
That's my place.
Yeah, if Lonnie was talking in Central Park, think of the droves that would have been there.
Ronnie told me that Chauncey is not welcome.
Can I tell you something?
Ronnie, you know something about this?
Major attitude. When I come here, it's like going into Attica. Ronnie is so angry at me that he has to. You can see him biting his lip.
Well, Ronnie's not allowed to do that. He's got to be professional.
It makes me feel very uncomfortable.
You're not allowed, by the way.
Professional.
Chauncey, is Ronnie? What kind of weapons does he have?
I don't know if he has a weapon. Is
there any sign of a gun or a taser?
I never saw anything like that. I never did.
But he had the wand.
They might not let him carry a weapon up in the studio.
That's true. I didn't think of that.
Yeah, I don't think he'd be allowed to. Howard has one on his leg.
On his ankle, right? On his cankle?
I outed him on that. I'm the one that did an interview with him and found that out, and ended up in all the newspapers that Howard's packing.
Could you see him being deft enough to even remotely? He can't even bend. He has scoliosis, for Christ's sake. He couldn't bend over.
It'd be like a giraffe trying to scratch his ankle.
Could you picture him being deft or agile enough to go down and take a fucking gun off his cankle holster and doing anything with it?
Not in a million years. No.
Ronnie, you can't bring your personal grudges into
He does.
work.
I'm not bringing it. He told me after. You know what? Can I tell you something, Ronnie? I have no problem with you. I really don't.
I got a problem with you.
I know you do. After the last time I was on the show, I went to the hallway. You know, he pulled me aside and said, "I don't like you."
You can't do that. You can't do that.
Hey, listen, it's on film. They filmed it.
Don't lie. All right.
Don't lie.
So Chauncey, 100%, you're right. He absolutely said that. I have no doubt he said it.
Of course he did. I wouldn't make it up. No.
How did he whisper it to you? Or did he say it out loud?
I was leaving, and they always film you when you're walking out of the show at the end of the show, trying to get some last comments about you. And as I'm leaving, he has to walk you out. So as we're getting to the glass door to open up, he goes, "Hey, Chaunce, I don't like you. Yeah, I just don't like you." And I'm like, "What the fuck was that?" Who cares? Ronnie, I don't even think about you. Like, what the fuck do I care if you like me or not? Does that mean we're not dating anymore? Does that mean
So
we're breaking up?
Howard TV heard him say this to you because or the E channel actually was following you. So like in Ganji and DePace and shit, Richie Wilson, they're chasing you around and they heard it, obviously, right? I mean, they would because I think Goodstein comes in and corroborates.
They wouldn't corroborate, no.
Oh, okay.
They refused to acknowledge it, but maybe they heard it, maybe they didn't. But I heard it. Of course I heard it. He said it right to my face.
You predict everything. Before I even get into this, obviously, Ronnie's divorced now and remarried. How much do you think his wife Bonnie cleaned him out for?
I don't know. I don't know. Probably a lot. But I can tell you this: Andrew Zarian, who we were talking to earlier,
Queens.
Yeah, he went to Ronnie's house for a private party and got to hang out in the basement with Ronnie and have a whole night with them. So he has some great Ronnie stories.
Whitestone, Queens, right?
Right on Queens. Yeah, before he went to Vegas.
Yep.
He did. Don't lie. Pulled me aside and said, "Hey," pointed his finger at me. Said, "I don't like you. Never mention my name on you because I really don't like you."
Don't bring that into work, Ronnie. He's my guest.
I get nervous. Come here. Is the guy gonna pop me or something?
I didn't do it.
Well, Ronnie, you're saying you have a problem with him. What's your problem?
Yeah, Pellel, I didn't even catch that, right? Packers, packing, gay, Don Mikowski. I didn't even catch that. I should have. I'm slipping. Good catch, Pellel. Fudge Packers.
Tell me your problem.
I have no problem with it.
No, you do have a problem.
I don't have a problem with it.
Tell me about what's going on in scores. He's not allowed, right?
No, he can go to the other place that he talks about all the time.
Right. Good. I agree.
Right.
So he didn't even. This is like you can't bring up Opie and Anthony. There's a gag order on the show that you can't bring up another strip club.
You can't say it.
Because Chauncey, as I think of it, I have never heard the name of another strip club on that show.
Well, Scores knows the bodies are buried, right? They know the blowjobs happened, who got them. They know everything Howard did. They owned Howard. Scores owned Howard.
Yep. And you're like, even before I get to, because I don't want to forget this thought, because I was thinking about this last night.
Yeah.
Everyone needs to know, Chauncey outed something really huge here. He revealed that Ronnie pays for lap dances. And he's, what's the big deal? Because he made it out that he was getting all this shit for free on Howard's name. So Chauncey's at Scores watching Ronnie give them money, paying for the lap dances. Ronnie would have you think he works there and he's getting all this shit for free.
No, he had to pay for it. And I'm like, hey, if I was your son and I knew my college fund was going to lap dances, I'd be real proud of my dad.
Totally.
Thanks, Dad.
How about this? I remember thinking this during this segment when I watched it, listened to it live. How about this? You're just like, just translate this civilian world. You're sitting at dinner. Your dad, who's in his 60s, gets up, doesn't even eat dinner, and leaves the house as he has to be Howard. He might have been farming out the driving at that time, but let's say on a Tuesday night, go into a strip club while your mom sits there, but he doesn't work there.
And he's
How
weird
is that?
Having 19-year-old girls give you lap dances.
And he's 60.
And you're in your 60s and you're leaving your that's what the whole point of the fight was.
I know.
Ronnie, shut your mouth. You're pathetic. Look at your life. I said, look at your life. And you could see his face getting redder and angrier because I was right. And everyone that listened to the show that day knew I was right.
He's obviously driving drunk every night too, right? He's going there and he's drinking, alcohol might have been free, right? So he's driving back to Queens drunk.
Well, a lot of times they would let you take the limo home. They did with me. They always let me.
Oh shit.
They would have a limo take me home.
So he would drive there and then a limo would take him home on a weeknight and then he'd get Howard in the morning?
However, it could have been a lot of things. For me, that's how it worked.
What time would he get there, Chauncey? What time would Ronnie get there on a weeknight? Like, what did you ever see him walk in?
Yeah, probably around 10:30.
On a weeknight?
Yeah.
So what do you think? He went home and slept and then got up
probably
and then
took a nap. Probably took a nap in the afternoon. And
what
then
the fuck?
And he would stay there till like 1 in the morning, 2 in the morning.
And then he's trying to angle. What do you think he's just a dirty old man, right? Trying to feel young, as you say.
He can't believe the power. He can't believe that he can have all these girls because Lonnie would take these girls right over to you and say to the girls, "Give this guy a great time tonight." You know,
But then
so
he wouldn't. He ended up paying for it, and they would have you think that Howard's name went so for that Ronnie would get everything for free. Ronnie would have you think he's getting everything. You're saying no, he paid for this shit.
Well, the only thing he got for free were the drinks and the food. That was free. No, you didn't get lap dances for free. That was the girls. That was how the girls made money. They're not going to sit there and dance for you for free.
Let's say I come in from Long Island. It's a Monday night.
Yeah.
It's a Tuesday night. Some weird night when no one goes out.
Yeah.
I walk into Scores. Do they have a cover?
Oh yeah, yeah.
What was the cover for like a civilian that comes in?
I think it was like $35, $40.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
And it's a ton. And so they can get that because of the promotion.
Well, and that's a way of weeding out the riffraff. You know, that's to keep people that are just going there to look at the girls out. You're not going in there, and if you don't pay serious money, you're not going to go in there and just hang out. You know, so
you suppose Howard he's got to be getting something from them, right? I mean, is he getting some kind of kickback? He's got to be.
He's getting laid.
Well, yeah, right, but he could do that just from fame.
He's getting laid, and a guarantee they're going to shut up.
Yeah. All right. Okay.
You know.
I mean, you know everything about. I'm not doubting anything.
Yeah. The only thing Scores could offer Howard was sex.
Yeah. Right. And putting a lid on it, especially
putting a lid on it, and having Lonnie vet the girls to make sure they did. And let me tell you, if they didn't put a lid on it, you probably would never see those girls again.
Last thing before I play the clip.
Yeah.
Howard lives right. You talk about not wanting to hide or claiming that he lives on West 67th and Columbus, right in the center of Manhattan, like Lincoln Center.
Right at the start of Central Park. Yeah.
How is it that there's not more shots of him? I mean, you know exactly when he has to come and go. Does he have like the door people like do like a lookout kind of thing and say, "I'm getting in now. There's no one around. Now leave." Like where?
See, I don't know if I'd agree. I think there were a lot of shots of Howard going in and out of that.
A little bit, not as much as I thought. There's a few, but not as much as I thought.
Yeah, but I think that he might have got into it he might have had another way to get in, you know, that wasn't right out front.
Like there's a back garage.
Yeah, garage where you go into an underground for the money for the security and the money they're paying there. I'm sure they had ways to get in because Regis, a lot of celebrities live there.
Yeah, that I can name Marv Albert,
Regis.
Yes, Jim Carrey. Yeah, Carrie Fisher's sister, Jolie Fisher.
Yeah.
Steve Guttenberg.
Yeah.
Right. There's a bunch. Harvey Levin from TMZ.
Yeah. So you would have had pictures of these guys all day long going in and out. So I'm sure there was a way in and out.
Yep. Monique from Radio Gunk, she walked around the building one time. She did a video and she found a garage that
there you go.
was probably linked to the Millennium Towers, and we think it's coming out of there, and that's how he kind of it looks like it's not even connected to it. The place is so big, like you can go to the next block on 68th and
it gets you in there. I'm sure. Right. I'm sure. Yeah.
I go to all the places. I don't make any certain place my life. I think it's very sad that you spend every moment of your life at
every moment of my life. That's right. Every moment.
I don't know. It's but I have no problem with you.
Do me a favor. Don't lie though. I never said that to you to your face. I never said it to you. I never said it to you.
I never swear on my mother's life you did.
Yeah. Okay.
You did, and it made me feel.
Bring me proof. Okay.
And
yes,
it's not. They filmed it.
Yeah.
Doug Goodstein was right there.
How many lies have you told on this show already?
Ask Doug Goodstein.
How many lies have you told on?
What lie did you tell, Chauncey? I can't think of any.
That was the way they could always combat me. If I said something, it was a lie. It's a lie.
Yep, my word against yours.
It's my word
the
against
audience hates you. You're
so many people listening. I'm Howard Stern. Chauncey's a liar. Oh, Chauncey's a liar. Hey, don't talk to Chauncey. He's a liar. You heard what Howard said.
On the show already.
Ask Doug Goodstein. Said that.
You're an idiot. I swear to God.
Doug Goodstein's my witness.
You're an idiot. I won't even waste my time saying that.
Here's what I wanted. This is why I called you in.
Okay.
He is not allowed at Scores, right? No. If he walked into Score, like if he tried to get in, what would Lonnie do? Lonnie's a nice guy. He wouldn't all of a sudden go, "Oh, no, it's okay, Chauncey, come on in."
He let me in, But I wouldn't get the free drinks. As long as I'm paying, but, you know, of course, Ronnie doesn't pay for anything when he goes there.
How do you know what I do?
Because I played the game that you played there for 3 years. That's how I know. I went there every night, had the free meals, I had the lobster, I've had the drinks. He sat me down with the girls. I lived the life that you're living now for 3 years. And so I know exactly what you're talking about.
I don't pay for anything, right?
You don't pay for anything, no.
Oh, okay.
I know for a fact that you don't pay for anything.
How do you know for a fact?
Because I played the same game for 3 years that you're playing now over there.
You're such a liar, man. You make up things in your head.
Do you pay?
Yeah.
Oh, now you're lying. Now you're a liar. Do you pay for drinks there?
I didn't say I didn't pay for drinks.
Of course you don't pay. Of course you don't pay for drinks.
But I tip the girl.
Howard, and I don't know if you knew it in the moment. Maybe you did. I mean, you're just on a roll. And Howard's not liking this because he's getting exposed, like his world and what he gets away with, and he wants to get out of this. You notice he's kind of silent.
Wants to get out. He totally wants to get out of this. Yeah.
And
before it comes back, before it turns on him.
That's exactly right. So this this parallels what Howard has access to. So you're basically talking about this is just a cheaper knockoff of what Howard had gone through. So you're basically bringing up what Howard got before this, before Beth came along, and he's not saying a word. He
got very quiet. He got extremely quiet.
Marta says, Bubba talking about Ronnie's wedding. I have not heard that, Marta. I would think that is a great idea for a show. I have not heard that, and I'm sure he probably dished and was fully transparent. I have no idea what he would hold back. That's probably a really good show. That is a great idea.
I pay for my dances.
So yeah, you pay for the dances.
Yeah, okay. So what are you saying? I don't pay.
You don't pay for drinks.
What's a lap dance cost?
$20.
Okay, and it's for what? The 90 seconds
for one song.
One song.
Yeah.
So, how about Joe Jackson stepping out? That's what I would choose for the lap dance.
I would choose Vinagata and Navita.
You don't pay for food, and you don't pay to get in.
Okay. Does anybody?
Goodbye. Goodbye. You can go back to your chair in the hallway. Dude. What about your orange?
How about a 60-something-year-old at the time saying "dude" over and over again? You talk about trying to stay young, right? It's just...
With that mustache
in the hallway.
Oh my
God. Goodbye.
We need security in here.
And like, when he pays in, he'll beat me up out in the hallway.
Ronnie's got to restrain himself.
Goodbye.
Don't you tell me goodbye, okay?
Bye-bye.
You could see the Eugene seething, right? You could see him. At any point, are you do you have your guard up thinking he's going to come at you?
Yeah, I was ready. I thought he was. I thought he was going to charge me. I was ready. In fact, at one point, I stand up.
Is Casey Armstrong hovering behind him?
I'm sure they were. I don't recall. I'm sure they were. I'm sure everybody was hovering because I fully expected for him to lunge.
You know, I mean, Casey we had him say he was actually considered security. It was like a decoy, you know, that he would be.
Well, Casey's the only one that could actually handle himself.
Oh, totally.
But you know, if Ronnie knows, if he would have done that, he'd be fired. Yep. And I'd sue the show. I'd sue him. I'd be a millionaire today. And I don't know how the show would recover from it.
What was amazing is that every time Howard would trigger something, it never got like, so the AJ John fight, Howard caused it. He took the call. He manipulated the whole thing. And AJ punches John when he should have punched Howard because that's who's pulling the strings. It's not John.
Right, but you know, but he's not gonna. But you know, you're not gonna do that. You know,
right? No, I know.
John, you know, is a guy you hate to begin with. You know, and it's just easier to hit John.
No, totally. Punch down.
Man.
Oh, this guy. Yeah, he got his.
You hear what Howard said? And you hear what Howard said? When I come here from now on, I want you to treat me like the other people that come here, and not like a prison convict. Goodbye. Back into the hallway.
He is boiling.
You want to come over here and say that?
Oh, I'm not afraid of you.
You want to come over here?
Yes, I'll come over there.
No. Just calm down. It's Ronnie. Just sit down. Ronnie,
get the restraint.
Ronnie did the fake move where you do like 3 steps, like, and pretend you're going over there and waiting for someone to restrain him.
You know
and then
someone's
you
going
wait,
to stop it. Yeah.
like an NBA fight.
Yeah,
That's exactly what happened. That's
this was gold. This was maybe Ronnie. This is one of the greatest Ronnie moments of the show.
I mean, you eviscerated him. You pounded him into Eugene dust. during the-
There's nothing. You know, Howard, when he used to post on YouTube, put this out, and then they made him take it down. Ronnie complained.
Ronnie, wait, Sean.
Are you serious, Chauncey? They made him take it.
Yeah. I forget who told me. They said, yeah, Ronnie got real upset when it was on YouTube, and
I bet you his wife Bonnie went crazy on him because you had blew up a spot. No doubt. That's always where it comes from, right?
Yeah, but he can't take. But well, you guys have it out there, so there's nothing you can do.
No.
Sit down. Come on. Ronnie, you better calm down. You're gonna lose your job here. Get over
If
here.
you hit him, you know Tom will have you out of here. So get back. Jeez. Oh my goodness.
All right, Chauncey, sit down.
Okay.
Sit down.
He says he has no problem. Look at how angry he is.
Wow. There's my Where do these people come from?
Ass. Let me ask you something, Ronnie.
You're gonna call me
If Chauncey tried to get into scores today, would Lonnie back down and let him get in?
I don't think so.
You don't?
I don't think he'd let him in.
That's the point.
Hey, it's up to Lonnie, but coming from Ronnie, who knows? You know, it's whatever.
But you're some kind of a wacky guy.
Chauncey, when Ronnie's there at scores, is he trying to angle like he's trying to become an assistant manager of some kind?
No,
or
he was pseudo Howard Stern. He wanted to be seen as Howard Stern,
and just a dirty old man, right? Trying to look beyond.
He looked like a dirty old man who was getting all the benefits that he could get for being on the Howard Stern show, but he wasn't like Grillo or me or other people that were going there and quietly sitting in a corner somewhere and just like laughing to each other how great this is. He was like this old guy in a suit that looked like a wannabe gangster.
Right.
That's what made it so funny, because he's short and he looks like such a stereotype wannabe gangster. And
Totally.
he walks in with his chest out, and
Yep.
you know, all the girls are all around him, and he's reveling in it. And you had to look at it and just shake your head and go, "What the hell is this? Oh my God!"
And you got to explain this as his family, that your dad, your husband, is doing this every night. It's
I say this during the fight. I say, "Your kids must be really proud."
I remember thinking that exact thing too. You completely kind of owned my thoughts. Like, I'm just going, and I just visualize like the home dynamic. I'm picturing my own father. My own dad's probably like 6-7 years younger than Ronnie, and just getting up like before dinner and going to a strip club on a weeknight, and you go, "What the fuck?"
Like tonight, my daughter had her opening school night tonight, where you go and look at the projects she did in the classroom, and then she sings in the choir in the auditorium after. Imagine if I had to say to her, your mom's going to go, "I have to go out tonight," and I go to scores, and I'm getting drunk on kamikaze shots, drinking lobster tails, and having 5 skanky girls.
That's his drink, Chauncey? Kamikaze? That's his drink?
That was the drink, kamikaze.
Okay.
And have these skanky girls sitting on my lap, you know, trying to get me to give them $20. That should be going to my daughter, that they're going to go home with.
And he has the worst taste in chicks. They're all implants and
they're all like they're like
fake, right? The worst taste.
Like D-list strippers, like the kind of strippers that can't get into a club. You know what I mean? That can't get a job anywhere. Just
Cinemax at 4 a.m. on a Saturday.
The giant lips, like the giant overblown lips.
Yes. Yeah.
The boobs
horrible
that point
implants.
in different directions, and you can see the scars on them. And they got the wigs on with the extensions that don't fit right, and the hair falling out of them, and the sparkles all over their face. And when they walk by you, you have sparkles all over you, and it's disgusting.
Do you think he told Bonnie? Do you think he told Bonnie, I'm doing business for the show. Like he tried to rationalize it by saying it's for the Stern show. I have to
Oh,
do
I'm
this.
sure. I'm
Yeah,
sure.
that's exactly how he
Or he
explained it
said,
away.
I got to drive Howard. Howard's going there tonight. I
Yes,
gotta drive Howard.
definitely. He used that definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Howard wants me to be there in case, he needs a ride home or something. Absolutely.
Tendrils says here, when I was 24, I found out my dad gave his girlfriend $100,000. My sister and I got $50 for Christmas.
Oh my God.
That's crazy.
Was your dad's name Ronnie?
He probably is old enough to be. I know he's old enough to be your dad.
Oh my God.
He was that good to you, and this is how you treat him?
But because that's how he is. He's a rodent.
Yeah, Marta's right, Chauncey. So the new thing now is he gets freebies from NASCAR. He does these sort of like NASCAR things where he shows up like a mascot. He drops the name and they give him all this weird fucking access.
He's a grifter. He's a grifter.
Yes. Yep.
This is what he does. I'm Ronnie the limo driver. What can I get?
And they went to his wedding in Vegas. These guys.
Gives me chills.
Pellel says, I have a similar story. My mom died. His new wife and kids got everything. And I got the burial plots. Jesus
Oh
Christ.
my
There's so many
God.
stories like that.
I can recommend a therapist. That's
pure therapy. Yeah, it's
you
true.
You need therapy to get over that. Yeah.
It's up to Lonnie, but coming from Ronnie, who knows? It's
D'Onofrio.
Whatever.
But you're some kind of a wacky guy. Lonnie was that good to you, and this is how you treat him?
But because that's how he is. He's a rodent. He's a rat.
I'm not saying Lonnie Hanover wasn't good to you, Chauncey, but you're also good to him. I mean, you're writing about it all the time.
I was better to him than he was to me.
I believe that.
He got free ads in Stepping Out, and I'm the one that took the hit for all the Celebrity Page 6 items because the deal we had was they're going to come in, I'm going to tell you exactly what they did and who they were with and all the details. You call in to Page 6 as the gossip columnist from Scores. When they call me to confirm, I'll say we don't discuss what goes on at Scores.
Damn.
So the club looks great. The celebrities say thank you to me, and you're like this douchebag that rats everybody out. That was the deal we had. So I signed up to be the scumbag, and for that, my pay was an occasional steak and some drinks.
Plus, you don't even need. You have 10 other clubs you're going to. You don't even need it, actually.
No.
Right?
I could go anywhere I wanted. There were better clubs.
You do not do it. You do you a favor. You could do whatever you want. You're
do
not.
whatever I
You're not
want.
randomly. Exactly.
You're a middle-aged man who hangs out with 20-year-old strippers.
Yeah, and what do you do?
I want to know everybody left the room.
And what do you do? What do you do?
I'm a journalist.
Oh.
And I have a right. Yeah,
Could you imagine being one of those girls and climbing on top of him? He's 63.
Those girls are numb to it. They're numb to it. Like Ronnie's not even a human being. Like those girls, when you walk in there, you're not a human being.
They put themselves in like a trance, like a transcendental meditation. Yeah.
AJ Benzer and I would call it dead eyes.
Wow.
They get dead eyes, and you look in their eyes, and there's nothing there. There's nothing, no soul, nothing, and you're not a human being. You're their paycheck for that night. That's all they see, nothing else.
And how stupid do you have to be to fall into that to believe it? To believe.
Well, Ronnie, that was my point. Ronnie did believe it.
Yes.
Ronnie felt like he was the stud of New York. Ronnie thought, all these hot girls love me. I'm amazing. I'm the hottest guy around. Like Ronnie, you're a clown. You're a clown.
This is the greatest.
I have a life. I have a life outside of a strip club. Where you need to feel youthful. You need to feel young. You need to feel like women are still attracted to you. So in order to do that, you have to hang out in Scores and
100%. Everything you just said, 100%. There is no debating it. Pellel, that's right. What Ronnie's supposed to de-escalate, right? The first job of security, de-escalate, and it's the antithesis of that.
He's the one that starts the fight.
Starts it. God. Chubby Pickle. Thank you, Chubby. I got to run. Casinos need their merch. You and Chauncey got to hook up. I cannot wait to see this transcript about the P. Diddy parties. I cannot pray enough this gets dropped into and we get a Deppening Lotus Notes plug in the Richard Johnson column. I cannot wait for this.
Sit tight. Let me do my thing.
and get free drinks and just sit there and feel like you're a youthful man again when you're really not. It's over for you.
Okay.
It's a fantasy world that you live in, and it's very sad that it becomes such an important part of your life. It is the most important part of your life. It's fine to go to Scores once in a while. It's fine to go there and have a good time. But when it becomes the focus of who you are, it becomes pathetic.
Oh, he should go
is
to...
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Chauncey, you are on a fucking roll. This is like... you're just like in that zone, and you've been on this show so many times, and you're just everything's popping, like all the synapses are popping.
That was my best appearance. Yeah, I couldn't
easily,
and it just came so easily to me. It just flowed. It flowed.
You're spitting out jokes and references, and it just you're in the zone. You can't. You want to bottle it, and use it next time. That feeling, you're like, if I could just hold on to this every time.
It's like when you hit I don't know if you golf. It's like when you hit a 300-yard drive. And that feeling when it didn't even feel like it even swung hard. The ball just never lands. It just keeps going dead straight down the fairway. That's what it was like. Yeah. I
was gonna make a golf analogy before. Ronnie's on the 14th hole of his life while he's doing this. He's not even midlife. He's on the 14th hole of his life.
Yeah.
Doing this.
Yeah. He can see the 18th from where he is.
Or he's on the 19th hole of an 18-hole career.
How do you know all this? How do you know what the rest of my life is?
Ronnie, you're easy to figure out. You're not that complicated. You're a crossing guard in a hallway here. I mean, that's basically what you do.
Okay? It's amazing. You're the first person to call him a fucking crossing guard during this. That is so good.
But his own orange vest.
With his orange vest.
Stop and go. Please stay.
Hold on, Benji. Let's chase on a walk.
You can go. You can come. Stop. Okay. Now
how great would I was telling you this before, a Photoshop of that Sean Penn movie with Ronnie as the crossing guard in the face. God damn it. You are on a fucking roll here. Marta says, I started hating Howard when he started dating Beth. More and more when Artie was struggling, Howard would pretend he didn't know. Yeah, that's the worst. Definitely.
Yeah. Those are the dark years begun. Yeah, those are the dark years.
Oh, yeah, you drive a limo.
And what do you do? You write a free magazine?
I write a free magazine.
Wow, that's great.
Yeah, I'm a syndicated journalist. I do TV appearances. I have a life.
On Porno Channel.
Oh, yeah, Channel 60 Metro Channel is a porn channel. That's right. They play high school sports on the channel. That's a porn channel.
I feel like I'm getting effed when I watch it.
I know.
What do you think that every channel is a porn channel to Ronnie? He doesn't know how to channel.
He's calling the MSG channel a porn channel. Madison Square Garden channel a porn channel.
The Westminster Dog Show, and then Shannon Tweed.
Owned by the guy who owns the Knicks.
James Dolan.
Yeah. Same guy that owns the Knicks. Owns the MSG channel. That's a porn channel.
He's a buddy of Howard's, by the way. He was at his birthday bash. James Dolan.
I'm not surprised. Yeah.
Swear to God.
Funny, Chauncey thinks he's a journalist.
Chauncey's really funny because he says to Ronnie, I go to a different club every night.
Yeah, that's why he's not a loser.
I don't go.
Chauncey's better.
Is the food good? Asked Pellel Chauncey at Scores. Is it that Chuck Zito?
It actually was amazing. Yeah, it was amazing. Yep. Yeah.
Are they cooking it there? What do they do? Bring it in? How are they?
They cook amazing dinners. Amazing. Like the best steaks in the world, the best hamburgers in the world. Everything was the best in the world. Damn. But a hamburger, if you were paying, would cost you $30.
Was it like Kobe beef?
Yeah, like Kobe beef. With carameled onions.
Oh shit!
The truffles. You know, the French fries would make your eyes roll back in your head, and then all the drinks. Any drink you wanted, as much as you wanted. There was anything you could sit there and just be God. You could actually be God every single night of the week. Yep.
I love, like I said to you, I said this a few times. I love the weird nights, not Friday and Saturday. I love the Monday night in like early January and shit when it's like 12 degrees and it's just you and AJ Beth. Those are the nights that.
Well, that was the night you'd see Madonna stroll in,
right?
Or you'd see Sean Penn come in, or Charlie Sheen.
That's way more interesting.
Those are the nights those guys would pop in, or George Clooney. You know.
Right. Because they know no one's going out on a no civilians
they
going
were in
out
town
on
to do they were in town to do one of the talk shows.
Right.
You know, those shows aren't on the weekends; they're during the week. They're going to do Good Morning America. You know, and they're in a hotel by themselves, and they want to go out. So they go to Scores.
Those.
Because he goes to different clubs.
When I go to clubs, I go to different clubs.
I'm loyal to Scores.
I think it's great to be loyal to Scores, but do you go to Scores every single night? No, you go once in a while.
I would.
Howard, you're not loyal to anybody but yourself. You're loyal to Scores because it does shit for you. You're loyal to yourself. There's not a shred of loyalty in you unless there's something in it for you in the bottom line. Nobody believes that.
And again, I wish I would have said this at the time, but I wish I would have said this. You know, when we were in those clubs, AJ and I, we sat in the dark at a table out of the way. You wouldn't even know we were there. You'd have to look for us to find us.
Right.
You know, we observed things. We won the party. We were watching the party.
Yep.
Ronnie wanted to be the party. And that was the huge difference between us and him.
I think it's far more interesting to be what you're doing, like being you're taking it all in. I think you're taking in
laughing our ass off, sitting there and just observing all the insanity and just talking to each other about it. Wow, oh my God, look at David Hasselhoff. I think he's vomiting in the bathroom. you know,
that's such a perfect reference for Scores at that time.
Yeah, so that was the great part about being us. But Ronnie, there was something pathetic about Ronnie.
No, I know. I agree with every word.
He went in
I get
there
it.
looking like he was there because he wanted the girls. Like, we didn't even talk to the girls. He went in there with 10 girls on each arm. You know what I mean?
What would AJ say to you about Ronnie during those?
I don't think we ever discussed her. I really don't think we ever discussed Ronnie. We talked about a lot of things, but Ronnie wasn't the first thing on our mind. Ronnie was a clown. He still is a clown.
They call it the village idiot of
the village idiot.
Scores. Yeah.
Take how
he's really no different than like Barney from The Simpsons, the fucking village idiot regular who comes in every night and gets, Cliff Clavin, Norm Peterson, exactly when they come in, the same shit every night, and they talk shit about him after he leaves, but he thinks he's king shit. I know exactly,
Yeah, and the girls knew they were going to get a lot of money from him.
Yep, and would they like try to not fight over getting with it, but they knew that it was going to lead to this and the Stern show because G Canada wants to know.
They'd end up in one of the VIP rooms where it costs $300 for the first 3 dances. So now you're getting the curtain closed. Maybe he got a hand job, got his pants rubbed for $300. That
would he walk in with a suit? Would he walk in a suit?
Walk in with a suit, the whole thing, the tie.
That's even worse.
He looked like the limo driver who should have been waiting in the car for the club.
Right. G Canada wants. This is an interesting question. Would you see strippers doing hard drugs like right in open sight?
You would see that, yeah, you would.
Okay, wow. If they didn't even care about, and that all comes to a head later on when it gets kind of rated and stuff.
Yeah,
like that.
There. I saw girls taken out of there in a barrel. Like girls.
There was a drug scandal there too, right? It was like an actual trafficking that came out of there.
Yeah, well, they got hit up. They made a movie about it actually with Jennifer Lopez. The other Scores, the new one opened up on West Side. Those girls danced there, and they ended up taking guys, picking them up in clubs, drugging them, then taking them back to that Scores, and then taking their cards and charging $100,000 on their Amexes.
And that really happened, right? That
really happened. Yeah,
I could totally see that. Yeah. Especially if you're going back to like Russia or the Ukraine or Czechoslovakia, and they can't do anything to you.
No, that's what Scores became before it was bought out. Now it's great. Sapphire is amazing. Like Sapphire, it's nothing like that. But Scores, it got so into the gutter with who was running it and what was going on, and Ronnie, the whole thing just became pathetic and gross.
You should open up Sapphire Ireland and have Spencer Kobren going on it with you.
Do you know there's not one single strip club in Ireland? Not one.
That's crazy.
In the whole country.
It's crazy.
They've tried. They've actually tried. And
why is it? Is it just too religious or something?
Too religious. Yeah.
Okay.
They're not there yet. They're not.
Right.
They're not there quite yet.
I get it. I get it.
I just want to.
No, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. You have a life. You have a life
every
outside.
single night.
Oh, I stand corrected. I'm sorry. You can go back to the hallway now.
Yeah, you've got something for you. You're out of a holster. You just got your fucking synapses.
Bring it on. Bring it
hitting
on,
all
Ronnie.
cylinders.
Bring it on.
Marta's right. Howard would backstab his offspring if it meant benefiting himself. Absolutely true.
Yeah.
All right. You two are obviously not getting along.
But remember what Howard said. Because you don't like me. And by the way, Ronnie, I don't dislike you. I don't really care
what you like.
I don't even think twice about you.
I don't give a crap what you like.
When I come here, you have to restrain your emotions.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you do.
Okay, we'll see next time you come.
You hear that,
well, that's true. You do have to back the
I do.
Treat him like a guest.
Yeah, I will treat him like a guest. I'll go through every piece of his property.
This is what he does.
That's right.
He empties my pocket.
Chauncey, compare your frisking versus, say, I'm trying to think of like a semi-regular big name back then. I know that. Let me see.
Nobody got frisked. I got frisked.
Yeah.
He made me empty my pockets.
God, I'm trying to think of a name. Ray Liotta, right? Tim Robbins was on like 3 times in that year. How about Rogan, who just is like, he's like a semi-regular, he's kind of a celebrity then.
He's listening to this in the green room right now.
Yeah, listening to this. So Rogan follows you after this.
Yeah.
Does Rogan get the same treatment you get security-wise?
No.
You're watching them, how he handles like Rogan and how he handles, he's not even, he's afraid of Rogan, number one.
Afraid of Rogan. Of Rogan. Like he knows he is so down below on the ladder of importance with guys that were celebrities coming in. But with me, he hated the fact that Howard was giving me attention. In those days, it was really kind of ugly about who got the most attention from Howard and who Howard liked and who Howard led into his inner circle. I was getting way too close to Howard. He was actually really liking me, and they could see it. The people on the show could see this guy doesn't work here, but yet Howard is starting to bring him in too close. We got to stop it. We got to stop it. Or if we can't stop it, we're going to show him that he's a piece of shit to us.
You said Gary was jealous of you at some point, right?
Totally.
Yeah,
Gary used to trash talk me in the green room too.
Marta says, Howard's not even, this is a great point. Howard's not even loyal to his own sponsors. Once they stop paying him, he trashes them like Peloton, Peaky Blinders, Squatty Potty, etc. He absolutely does that. Absolutely. Yeah. You would never, knowing that, you would never advertise like he's going to trash you. Every relationship with him ends horribly. It never ends well.
That's it. Every relationship ends ugly. It ends ugly. Yeah.
It's crazy.
Ronnie, you have to treat him like everyone else.
Yeah, Dangles, that's the greatest name ever, right? Ask Trump how loyal Howard is.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, Trump could not have given him better
his
spots
his
on
buddy.
that show. His buddy. He couldn't
come to my wedding. Come to my wedding. Do the best radio you've ever heard from me. Sit in for an hour. Trash everything you can. Every opinion I give you, you're going to give it to me, and we're going to be newsmakers from it. And I'm just going to pretend to be a liberal to impress George Clooney and Jennifer Aniston and all that whole crew. And they call that a fibril, a Learjet liberal. And there's nothing about it. There's nothing about him. Like if a left-wing credo is a rising tide lifts all boats, and he couldn't be further from that. He is a fucking anchor. There's nothing about him that lifts all boats. Yep.
That's why I treat everyone else. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. It's crazy how he treats me.
Yes, Jessica Hahn.
Hey, baby.
Hey,
who's going?
Yeah, Jessica, of course, eats his food here.
Oh, Jessica's gonna shove her tongue up his ass. Yeah.
She's on for like 20 seconds.
It's crazy how he treats me.
Yes, Jessica Hahn.
Hey, baby.
Hey,
who's going? Goodbye. Who's doing that?
Chauncey.
Oh my God, he sounds. I mean, I didn't even know what was going on. He sounds like such a rat. He sounds like a girl. What is he doing? And Ronnie, Ronnie is loyal.
Of course.
Who cares if he's loyal? Ronnie
is loyal.
Who
What
cares?
does that even mean?
What does it mean? Why does the audience care if he's loyal?
Nobody said
to,
Ronnie wasn't loyal. Like, what does that
gives
even
a
mean?
shit. What a dumb comment. Why even call in?
Ronnie is
And she gets the
loyal.
bat phone. How horrible is that?
Yeah.
Right, PC. The girl. Did you know that chick, Chauncey? He went vodka straight up. Thank you.
No.
You might have been gone by then. They kept playing the same clip over and over again of the stripper they had on for a contest. Yeah, I think you were gone by then.
All right, thank you, Jessica. Jessica,
But a lot of things can fit on Jessica.
Did Cardi B work at Scores, Chauncey?
I don't know if she did. I know the Demi Moore worked there for a while.
Right, for a fucking
which is getting ready for the movie Striptease.
Right.
But I don't know if Cardi B worked there. No.
I think she did. I think Marta's right about that. I think that is part of her.
It's possible.
What's going on? He sounds like such a rat. He sounds like a girl. What is he doing? And Ronnie, Ronnie is loyal.
Yeah, Melvin, Chauncey said this, that Howard, the Wizard of Oz, we call it Darth Kermit modulation that he puts on.
Yeah. No, it doesn't sound like, and he doesn't have that voice in real life.
Right. Thank you, Chauncey, for answering Melvin's
What's
question.
going on? He sounds like such a rat.
Neither did Gilbert Gottfried, by the way.
Right, Gilbert's worse than Howard, right?
Worse than Howard, yeah.
Rat. He sounds like a girl. What is he doing? And Ronnie, Ronnie is...
Yeah, PC23's got a question. Tell us about the metal detector, Chauncey. So you get this wand when you come in, and they're looking for. He knows you're not bringing weapons, but he's wanding you for 45 minutes.
Yeah. They had to make sure he didn't have a knife or a gun.
And this wand is a metal detector, or is it looking for?
I think
something
it's
else?
the same thing you have in airports. You know.
Okay.
Yeah, same thing.
Loyal.
Of course.
I know. I get that off my chest.
All right, thank you, Jessica. Jessica,
But a lot of things can fit on Jessica's chest, by the way.
Chauncey, I'm fired today. Yeah, Mike, go ahead.
Artie very rarely compliments someone who's not a comedian about being funny, and that's high praise getting that from him. Artie's
That was absolutely, yeah.
You are on fire though.
Hey, Howard, listen, while Ronnie's doing nothing in the hallway, why don't you give her a mop and a bucket and let him clean that bathroom up there? I see, Ronnie, he just sits there. That bathroom could use a nice cleaner.
I've done it.
Ronnie in the bath, don't worry about it.
All right, Joe, go ahead. You're on.
You know who he stole that from?
No.
That's a Seinfeld. Yeah, Seinfeld. I'm sure the cops love Seinfeld. Seinfeld had that bit about cops are doing nothing in New York, and they should grab a broom and sweep up if nothing's going on. I'm sure the cops love that really big Seinfeld bit he does over and over again, and repeats it. I'm sure they love that.
Oh my God.
He kind of lifted it and like altered it a little bit.
Yeah, that was funny.
Yeah, it is funny. It was perfect timing for it.
Yeah.
On the air.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey.
Hey, you got to get this guy off the air. He's a real, he sounds horrible.
Who's that?
This guy, Ronnie?
Oh.
Ronnie?
Yes?
I saw you at Scores, man. I mean, you're...
No, that's John. That's absolutely John.
You're right.
They're not revealing it's John. I just picked up on the voice. That's John.
You're totally right. You're totally right.
That's definitely John. Listen for John. They're not. They don't know it's him, and you probably don't know it's him. But
No,
that's John.
but you're 100% right.
Ronnie?
Yes?
I saw you at Scores, man. I mean, you're a real... I mean, you give people a hard time.
What?
Oh, yeah.
I give people a hard time?
You're such a big celebrity, man. I'm telling you, you're the worst. They should throw you out of Scores. Why did I let you in for free?
What are you saying? Ronnie acts like a big shot at Scores?
Howard's got a script in front of him, and he knows John's what he's going to say.
Yeah.
You see that? He's leading him into what he knows exactly.
Yeah, this has all been written.
Oh, my God. Yeah, he acts like he owns the place.
Really? Yeah.
Oh,
really?
my God.
What do you mean?
So
what night were you there when you saw me doing all this?
Oh my God! I mean, I saw you the other night.
What night? What night?
It was last weekend.
Ronnie might know it's him too, so he knows it.
Or he suspects. He's not sure yet, but he's starting
not sure
to suspect.
yet.
Yeah.
What night?
What night? I don't know what night. I think it was like
Ronnie's coming off like a big bully. He sounds like a big Eugene that he is.
Right, exactly. John's putting all the good calls through.
Listen, Ronnie is what Ronnie is. I have no bad feelings for Ronnie. I kind of feel bad for him, but I have no ill feeling towards Ronnie.
Well, Chauncey feels bad for you.
Good, I'm glad. Yeah, he feels bad for me.
It's kind of sad.
It is, and it's very sad. It's very sad.
I don't think there's anything sad about Ronnie's life.
No. He's played up for what it is, and I'm sure he has a lot of fun.
And you played up for what it is for your life too.
What?
What is your life all about?
I said your life.
What is your life all about?
What is my life all about?
Yeah.
Busting your balls, coming here, making fun of you. That's what my life is all about, Ronnie. That's what I live for. I sit around my house all day making jokes about you, thinking about you.
Obviously.
I'm obsessed.
Obviously,
And see, that's the perfect way to handle the show, what you just did.
Yeah.
You lean into it and you just give them what they want. Yes, my whole life revolves around making fun of you. I sit around thinking about you and how I goof on you. Yep, that's exactly what. That is the perfect way to handle the show.
Yeah, that's what I do, Ronnie. That's kind of said that my life revolves around mocking you. In my dreams, I mock you. When I'm in the shower, I think of things to mock you with. And then I open it on the air, and here's my routine. Yeah.
And after you give them that, they have nothing because you've completely just leaned into it.
Yeah, because I went from being on the defense to now attacking again.
Oh, that's great. That's so good. G kind of goes, "Hey, Arm, I got your wand right here." I never get sick. I love that every time. I got your wand right here.
Obviously, that's what you're doing, man.
Every minute of my life.
You must have planned this all out this morning.
This has been a year plan.
That stupid tape recording wasn't worth that since anyway.
We'll finish with this, okay? There is no last show with you. It's just endless. There's no such thing. There is never going to be an end to this.
It's hard. Where do you end it?
There's no end because next time we're going to do fucking you versus Leah Remini, and it's thanks to. God damn it! Marta knew that fight, and she instituted it. She knew how great that was. So there's no end with you. This is just an ongoing thing.
I apologize.
No, God, no.
You can't get rid of me. I'm trying.
That's exactly right.
So you figured you'd come in here and rip me apart?
That's true.
You got your airtime. It's okay.
You're very easy to rip apart, Ronnie.
Oh, thank you, Marta. She's right. So Cardi B did this thing. She worked at Scores, and she admitted on Instagram that she used to drug the customers. That's right.
That's right. She did.
That's right.
Yeah.
Was that like 2 years ago she did that? That's so fucking crazy.
That's right. Yeah.
And so, oh my God. So does that all go back to Lonnie? Or he's going to claim I know nothing about this. I have nothing to do with it.
I wonder if Ronnie ever got drugged and never fessed up. Probably so humiliated.
That's a great point. He must have gotten roofied, right?
I could see it. I could totally see it. I could see it.
How difficult? There's been plenty of times they talked about him just getting sloshed and passing out.
I saw him sloshed there many times.
Yeah. Had to.
Staggering.
He's a perfect victim. He's the perfect fucking Rube Mark for that. Perfect.
Yeah.
Just remember one thing, Chaunce. When you walk out the door here,
I know.
You're gone, but I'm still here.
I know.
All right?
I know. You got to do what you have to do.
That's right.
I don't mind. Makes you feel good.
Does Lonnie ever talk about Chauncey never coming to Scores again?
He mentioned it the last time we went through that whole thing.
Yeah. Yes, Carlos.
Hey, Howard.
You hear that silence?
Yeah.
Ronnie can't go any further with it, and Howard can't expand. Howard knows what was said. He knows exactly. He asked him a leading question. Howard knows exactly what was said.
Let's not say anything. Yeah.
No.
Look, I want to defend Ronnie. I was with him in the Chicago Scores. By the way, I want to thank you for giving me the ticket to go there. It was outstanding. Yes. Everybody treated me right. And Ronnie was...
There was a Chicago Scores, Chauncey?
I don't remember there ever being I know there was one in Vegas. I don't remember ever there being a Chicago Scores.
So he's
maybe there was. Oh, I think there. You know what? I think there might have been. I think there was a grand opening, and they all went to it. I think there was.
Okay.
Yeah, I think there was.
Yeah, Pellel says perfect over the top agreement with whatever they're thinking, right? And G. Cannon says Chauncey's the first Deppening Hall of Famer. First ballot without it. That before I'm getting it. That's for sure. Sarah goes, not before me, not before me.
All right. Thank you,
Marta
Marta.
says, we love Chauncey. We do. He was a huge
Thank
fan
you.
base here. I cannot wait to show you the comments you and Poppy got from that time.
Oh my God.
So yeah, Gamma Man 69 says the Chicago Scores is still there, and at the
Manhattan and
Manheim,
Lake Street.
Cameron Man and Lake Street.
At Manham. Yeah, Manham.
Cameron Manheim dances at it, is what he's saying.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Off the hook, he was the man. You know, he treated me and my guests, you know, like one of the guys.
Oh, Miami,
just and everybody else.
That one's probably crazy, right? The Miami Scores.
Wow. That's right. Yeah, man.
Tampa has one, says Marta. Still near the Buccaneers Stadium.
I wonder though if they're privately owned now, like franchised, or if
it's a good question.
I would think they're not owned by Scores. You know, the Scores that we knew. I would say the name is franchised out now. Like
Sarah said there was one, Chauncey, in Oregon, in not Portland, Salem, and they made them change the name. They weren't authorized to use it.
Oh, see, I bet you a lot of people, they want to call Club Scores, and it's probably someone owns the name, and if you want to use the name, you have to pay somebody to call it.
It's probably huge too. It's probably huge.
Yeah,
you got to pay.
Probably a lot of money to call your Club Scores. Yeah.
So lay off for Ronnie, all right?
You think that's funny? Because like Ronnie's the host.
Yeah, like Ronnie, you treat him well. What were you doing? Yeah. You treated him well. Like, what were you doing? What's your job?
Consultant.
You're a consultant?
Yeah.
What do you consult?
None of your business.
What do you consult?
None of your business. What
You got him over a barrel, Chauncey. This is just so great.
Ronnie, why are you consult? What are you doing? That you had to say thank you for a good time. You don't work there. Like, what do you mean you gave him a good time?
That consultant word is the greatest scam in the history.
Yeah, I'm a consultant.
I'm a consultant.
What do you consult? Describe your consulting.
Poppy and I are ice consultants, Chauncey.
Yeah. Well, that makes a lot more sense, actually.
It does make more sense.
I'm a consultant.
You just have him over. By the way, this really started like, okay, Sarah chimes in. She says the Salem Scores got busted in an underage dancer sting. That's what did it in. Holy shit!
Wow.
No,
it's not shocking. It doesn't
surprise me. Right.
No.
Consult.
So that's how you consult. It's none of your business. Tell me about Scores. It's none of your business.
To you, it's none of your business.
To you, it's none of your business.
None of your business. What is this? Pittsburgh. Oh, that's the Pittsburgh promo?
Oh, God. Okay, Ronnie, we're moving on to something else now. You can go back.
Yeah, Ronnie can stay here. You don't have to tell him. You don't dismiss him.
Yeah, all right, you can stay.
Yeah, who are you? You running the show now, too? Because you got your 1 day of airtime?
Yeah, G Canada. We should all give Chauncey his crazy prophetic props. I say this all the time. He says, I cannot believe, Chauncey, you were so correct on everything you said 25 years ago. It's insane to think you were never wrong. And as it turns out, you were never wrong. He's right.
I never was wrong about anything. No.
Hey, this is Amy from Evanescence, and you're listening to The Howard Stern Show on 105.9 The X.
This segment started, the Amy Lee Evanescence is before this. Rogan comes on after this. This is a crazy day you have here. This is so good.
Yeah.
Damn.
It was a fun ride home after all this. Like
Welcome, Maria Adelaide Cruz Fernandez. That's MACFTU, Macif. Good evening, Macif. Nice to have you on. We're getting off soon, though, but great to go back and listen to this.
That's an amazing name. That's an amazing name.
It is. It is. When you have a name like that, you are guaranteed to be an 8 or above. There's just no stopping it. Like your genetics form to
that's
the
like
name.
A song. That's like a song. You want to sing
That's
that
like
name.
a Julio Iglesias song, right? Maria Adelaide Cruz Fernandez.
It reminds me of what was the movie The Princess Bride?
Yeah.
When the guy is trying to get revenge for killing his father. And his name was like this long Spanish name. It would take him like 20 minutes to say it. Just sing. You just sing it. It rolls off your lips.
Penelope Cruz was born to play the role of Maria Adelaide Cruz Fernandez. We know
it. Yes.
Is that it? Huh?
You can do, if you want to do the whole.
Oh, okay.
Honestly, play with it however you want.
Let me just do a better generic one. I hate Howard Stern. Let me just do another generic one for you, okay? Hey, this is Amy from Evanescence, and you're... You should have seen me in this one town we went to. I was half an hour in here.
This is not the Stern Show. She's doing it for another affiliate, and she's not going. And I think you got them this or something. This is, and you're still. They're kind of doing this because they just found it, and next time we're gonna do Amy Lee and Evanescence.
Hey, this is Amy from Evanescence, and you're listening to Pittsburgh's new rock alternative, 105.9 The Axe.
Oh.
Want to say Howard?
It sounds like she really hates you, Howard.
Yeah. Well, it does sound like she does.
Yeah.
She says it.
Yeah, but the way he put it, I mean, you know, he was coming in with this tape that's...
The tape was great. It lives up to everything you said it did and more. They downplayed it to try to make you look like an idiot, and it was phenomenal, and I can't wait to play it next time. They're wrong. It was great. It was exactly what you described it to be. She hates his guts, and she has every reason to. She fat shames her, and she's 125 pounds, 5'4". That's her in the middle right here. That's who he's fat shaming. That's exactly when that was taken. She's at the MTV Awards in 2003. That's him calling fat.
But this is how the show works, though. They pull the strings. When they want you, at the moment, they want Ronnie to be the victim, but it can change in a heartbeat, and at any moment, I can become the victim, and it's just how it works. When you, like I said in Grillo's intro in his foreword, you know, like you gotta have a thick skin to go in there because you're gonna be attacked and you're gonna be made to look foolish. So you got to be ready for it.
I get tired of everything Ronnie says too. PC 23. Marta goes, everyone in Florida, it's the consultant capital of the United States.
Everybody's a consultant.
You don't know what to call you're a consultant. It's so funny.
I'm not an employee. I'm a consultant.
If you want to like a fake occupation, just to impress, or just you don't feel, just say, put anything in front of consultant, and someone will buy it.
You can have a business card and just say in the corner consultant with your phone number, and you have a job, you have a career. I'm a consultant.
Basically cursing you out or something that you're a piece of crap or something, but I didn't hear anything that sounded like that.
You think Chauncey exaggerated?
Yeah, of course. He had to get on the air. He does that with his phone calls, too.
So it wasn't that interesting what you had to say.
Jeff the Drunk, you're on the air.
Hey.
Here comes fun now.
Let me just, this is stupid. I'm going to go, he doesn't do it.
Now here's someone you can have an intelligent conversation with, Ronnie. He's on your same
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Shut up, Chauce.
That's such a great joke. That's exactly right. He calls in, and this is the only guy that Ronnie can speak exactly frame for frame.
On the same level, on the same emotional, intellectual level.
There's nothing they can throw at you that you're not batting back in their face.
No, every ball they threw, I hit out of the park. Every pitch.
Jeff, you didn't like how...
So instead he walks out of the studio with a can of beer and turns it upside down and walks down the hall with dumping it down the whole hallway. And then when Tom...
Were you there, Chauncey, that Jeff took a beer out and started dumping it down the hallway?
No, I never saw that. No.
That's pretty crazy. And then Chiasano had to see it. All this at 7 o'clock in the morning, too.
He dropped it at Tom's feet. E-shots, okay? You could see where you walked out the door, turned the can upside down, and you just kept
So he's like a tantruming child, and he spilled stuff on the floor.
He couldn't...
Oh, you're welcome, Maria Adelaide Cruz Fernandez. Hopefully Bon Jovial will make a drop out of that. I bet he does. He lives for those drops.
That's awesome.
Maria Adelaide Cruz Fernandez. Love before.
I tell you that because... You know, he was afraid to say anything to you.
And now Ronnie has to mop it up, so he's all upset.
That's right. I had to mop it up.
All right.
So he was all upset because he couldn't, express it to you, so he expressed it to the hallway.
Express to your face, you dick.
Wow. Tony, you're on the air.
Anal consultant.
Hey, Howard, I think Chauncey's funny today, man. You ought to bring him in more often. They can bust Lonnie's balls.
All right. Well, listen to those two guys.
Now, there's a caller you don't hear too much. A guy calling in saying, Chauncey's really funny. Have him in all the time. That's a great call. That's how you know, because he'll manipulate the calls.
Yeah.
Funny.
That made me feel good.
Yeah, you should get rid of Artie and keep him in there.
Whoa!
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Enough room for everyone.
Bye-bye. Bye, sir. You can't go wrong with bye-bye.
Yeah, Mike, go ahead.
Yeah, I've actually seen Ronnie in scores. He actually does clean the bathroom there. I think he gets free drinks when he stocks the bar, too. They tell him go downstairs and bring up a case of Heineken. He takes care of it.
Ronnie sort of does hang out at scores a lot.
Have you seen that, Chauncey? Has Ronnie actually like taken a case of Heineken and like delivered it
No.
to the bar from? Okay, I actually believe him there. I
No,
can see
he
them
didn't.
doing that. Like trying to get.
No.
He's best friends with Lonnie, and now has become some sort of
consultant.
He's like, sort of like he walks around there like he owns the place.
Yeah, he's like outside in the suit. We're watching people come in. He opens the door.
He gets to play gangster for the night.
I don't wear a suit, and I don't play gangster. Okay?
No, he does very much do that, Chauncey. Right? He wears a suit.
Exactly. He wears a suit and he opens the door for people. Like he's the owner welcoming you to the club. Like you're welcome to come in tonight.
Do you realize that you and John might be solely responsible for the attention Ronnie gets to this day? That you popularized him by doing this.
I made him a legend.
Yeah.
From chauffeur to a legend.
John called him the Jew gene, right? That he's a Jew. John's like, I can't believe you're not Italian. And then they brought that whole thing, the whole Jew gene thing. And like Artie thought his last name was Mundano, that it was abbreviated or anglicized or whatever. And then you're doing this. You brought complete attention to this score shit. And then it morphed into what is today.
He became Scores Man.
Never a personality before this. He was never an on-air personality before all this shit.
Right. He was just the grumpy guy in the hallway.
Yep.
We hang out, we have a good time.
You feel like
there's nothing wrong with hanging out.
Al Capone for the night.
Yeah, right. Al Capone,
right. You get to play Al Capone for the night. Al Caponowitz.
But he really did think he was Al Capone.
Oh, he died. I know. Yes, Marta, I am a Stern Show consultant. I actually do earn that every day. I do believe I do deserve that moniker.
You're just jealous because you're not there anymore. You have to go to all those other clubs, you know?
You're right. I have to actually have a life. You're right.
You have to go to, at all the other clubs.
How much money have you spent on lap dances in the last year?
Oh, God, I wish. God, if you had to ballpark it, Chauncey, what would 20 grand?
Oh, I'd say so. Yeah.
I'm going to go 20 grand.
At least 100 a night, right?
100
a night, 5-6 nights a week.
I'd say more. And tips.
Yeah.
Right?
Tips. You got a tip. Yeah.
I never figured it out.
Oh my God, I can imagine when that money.
What is Chauncey? What does the club get out of a lap dance? Do they get how much do the strippers get, and what does the club get?
The girls don't get any of it until the girls have to pay to work there. So you have to pay them just to be there for the night. And I forget what it was. They're earlier. I think if you get there early, you pay less. But if you want to come in like at 9 when the place is 10 o'clock or 11, then you got to pay more. And I don't know, they were paying like almost $300 just to walk in the door.
And people would move there from Ukraine and Czechoslovakia and Russia and pay them and then come in for a week and then go home.
Right. So the first like 15 to 20 lap dances aren't even yours. That money goes to the club. You're paying the fee to work there for the first 20 lap dances.
Oh, it's such a weird system. It's so
bizarre. But they still walk out with 10 grand.
Right. They're like independent contractors.
They are independent contractors. Exactly what they are.
Ronnie's a tough guy persona, says Brendan, is still more believable than GCAT. Just tough guy persona. Brendan, below me. They have a Bobby the Brain Heenan and Gorilla Monsoon thing going on here. Sarah says, arm's still yapping like a Yenta washerwoman 4 hours. I know, Sarah, I'm wrapping it up. You're right. Let's fuck some whores.
Towards your kids.
Millions.
The money could be going towards your wife, your kids, your family. And you know what? You're giving it to 20-year-old strippers.
That's right, because I got to make myself feel young, man.
Proud.
I am very proud.
You should be.
Yes, I am.
If I was your son, I'd be very proud of you.
Thank you. Yes.
I can't go back to this. Could you imagine being his kids and having to explain this off? And what Chauncey said is absolutely spot on. And you're counting money like that's 20 grand. I could have done this or that, or I'm inherited.
I could take my family to the Bahamas for a week.
Yeah, absolutely.
On vacation. I could have done this. I could, but I can't because some 19-year-old girl's laughing at me in a hotel room telling me how much money she made from me.
No, you just can't leave. That's a great Bronx Tale reference.
Say, Jack.
Hey, I was in New City at a place called Bar None, and Chauncey was trying to grab my nuts.
I was hoping that guy wouldn't call.
And you know what? He kept on requesting Madonna songs.
Yeah, that's true.
So I figured,
That's how you handle a truculent phone caller.
Yeah.
You say, "Yep, that was me. You got me."
I can't.
Yep,
I was hoping you wouldn't call.
That's how you do it.
Totally busted. You disarm them. There's something. There's no way to go from that.
Yeah, Marty, she's right. Ronnie wasn't anything until Artie left, and then he started. Yeah, it was almost as if Ronnie took the Artie chair. We said that, like the focus on him, and it's
He
just
filled
the
a gap.
worst
He filled on-air space.
Yeah, just lazy shit material, repeating the same tropes over and over and over again.
Yeah.
If he wants to come out to Bar None up in Rockland, I'll kick him in his balls again.
Hey, Art, you're on the air.
Hey.
Hey.
This is Art, man. How you doing?
Hey, man.
Take care, Melvin. Thank you, Melvin, for all your great comments as usual.
Well, I got a little interesting piece of info that Chauncey's been posing for such a long time. His real name is...
Oh, this is great. So they do Chauncey's biography, which he's not shy about. So this is Chauncey's origin story, really. This guy, it thinks he has like a, like a bomb.
A bombshell is about to drop.
Yes, bombshell is about to drop, and
Stephen Dorset.
Why'd you change your name to
Stephen? How do you spell the Dorset, Chauncey? Is it
Dowsett?
Okay, it's a cool name.
Yeah,
but it was the greatest.
It's my stepfather's name. I was born Stephen Hayden, but when I was 18, my stepfather adopted me, so I became Stephen Dowsett.
Yep.
But all my friends all called me Chauncey, and my original name was Hayden. So when I became a writer, I felt bad that I changed I always felt guilty that I did that to my real biological dad. So I went back to Hayden. No one would know who Stephen is. So I'm Chaunce Hayden. It just
if Nicolas Cage could do it, you can do it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
You wouldn't name yourself after Luke Cage. You call yourself Iron Fist.
Yeah.
Well, I was born Stephen Hayden
because he's ashamed of his life.
But my stepfather adopted me when I was 18. His last name is Dowsett. My nickname all through high school was Chauncey. So when I became a writer,
why would they nickname you Chauncey?
That's something you name
It's not that interesting. My high school teacher said I reminded him of a student that he used to have named Chauncey.
Yeah, like a little chihuahua.
I mean, yeah, you name a pet Chauncey.
It's better than the nickname Gunkard or Svi, right? Because you look like a fucking gunk in the corner of your eye. That's Howard's actual nickname.
No, but they're taking the shot now. Now they're trying. It's not working, but they're trying.
Oh, I know. There's nothing they could do to you. You're completely rhino skin.
The morning was too strong. They're trying to chop a tree that can't be chopped down.
And you could hear the lack of energy that they're just bailing out. You cannot wait.
Yeah, they're beating up.
That's why I can't wait to go to Rogan.
It's true. You're right. Steven Spielberg's dog is named Chauncey, so you must be right.
That's hysterical, dude.
It is.
And you named yourself after a dog.
I did. Right. I named myself after a dog. It's a riot.
All right. Well, Chauncey, good luck with your magazine called Steppin' Out.
By the way, Joe Rogan is on the cover of Steppin' Out this week.
All right. There you go. Joe will be my guest next, and it's available on newsstands next Wednesday. See Chauncey on Naked New York tonight at 10 o'clock on the Metro Channel. See Ronnie the limo driver at Scores Friday night.
And Saturday night, and Sunday night, and Monday night, and Tuesday night.
And see Chauncey at all the clubs that he goes to, all the other clubs.
That sounded so gay the way you said that.
Well, look who I'm talking about.
Come on. Where's your long baton with the electrodes on it?
I don't need a long baton for you.
When I come out into the hallway, he has this long baton that he rubs all over my body for like 20 minutes. I got my hands up on the wall. It's unbelievable. You got to see what goes on when I try and get in here.
It looks like an arrest out there.
It really does look like an arrest. It really is. It's an arrest. And if I had the door...
See, if Fred had his shit together right now, he would have played the Oz theme song like you're in the that Chuck Zito was on.
I went to the green one open. He goes, I want this door closed. I don't want you looking outside in the hallway.
He locks you up.
He does.
Yeah, lock him
I'm locked up in the green room.
I padlocked the door.
Does he do that to you, Chauncey?
He does. He does. He keeps the door slammed shut, and if you open it a crack to get air, anything, he goes, I said close that door.
Oh, that's so funny. God, and you're the only one he does that to.
The only one. Yeah.
I think because Howard tells him to do it. I think because Howard's afraid of your observational skills. I think is what it is.
They know I'm going to observe something. They don't want me to observe.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Jeremy Grant. Oh, that's a crazy insult, Sarah. I know I got to wrap up with that. Jeremy Grant rebounds better than Arm wraps up a show. He's the Trailblazers, quote, power forward, Chauncey. He averages 3.3 rebounds a game. He's 6'9". Plays 40 minutes a night. You get that by accident. Ronnie could get 3 rebounds a game. Chauncey Bill. Okay, we're wrapping.
It's unbelievable.
And he has to ask permission to come out.
Is that true? I really do. You guys see what's going on out there.
So is Doug Goodstein here to tell us what happened?
He came and went.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah, he's hiding.
Oh. Do you want to tell us the truth?
Tell the truth. You were right there.
What happened?
Tell the truth. And to be honest with you, not to bust your balls, I have no idea what you're talking about.
When I came out, it's on camera. The camera was on. The camera was on. I know you're not busting my balls. You probably either you were filming.
Well, if it was on,
I swear, I'm not making up. I swear my mother's life. I came out into the hallway, and Ronnie.
Chauncey says you got it on tape. You can't show me. You just run it back, and they won't do it. You know he's right. No,
they're not. Right. They're not going to show it. But they. And you know what? Maybe I'll give them some credit, and maybe they didn't get that soundbite on camera. But it was. I wouldn't just make that. It's a bizarre thing to make up. You know.
Goodstein sounds nervous. He doesn't want to. I think he definitely has it.
Yeah.
Pointed at me and said, "Never talk about me again on the air. I don't like you. I really don't like you." And I don't.
That's not right. He shouldn't.
I think I remember that, and I swear to God, I don't remember.
I thought you guys were filming. I thought you guys were going to step in. I thought there was going to be trouble. I really did when it happened.
Do you remember this?
No.
I don't. I mean, it's. I know. I wouldn't say it wasn't true.
Was your last appearance?
I don't know.
I don't remember.
No, when he did that.
No, it was. I think it was the second, not the last one, the one before that.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll find out. But
whatever.
Who cares? You guys work out your differences.
Okay. We should fight.
Just for the record, we all don't like you.
In the ring. Want me to fight? I'll do it for free. You don't have to even pay me.
I don't think Ronnie wants to fight you in the ring.
This would have been better than John and Cabby if this ever went down.
I think it would have. Could you imagine this in the
totally.
garden? This in Madison Square Garden.
Trump would have got you Jersey again. The Trump Plaza in Jersey.
I think they would have sold out the garden. I really do.
I do too.
Because Stern was so big at the time. Everyone listened. I think a Ronnie Chauncey fight would have sold out.
And they were due for another boxing match.
They were due for one, and it was set up for it. It was so set up for it.
Well, you told me yesterday, you think, how great would it be if you were announced as the surprise roaster for Ronnie, but you were off the show, like you were banned by then, so you couldn't have done it, but that would have been amazing.
Oh, if I came out of a cake, like they rolled the cake in, and I popped out of it with like 10 minutes of insults.
Damn it. That's such a missed opportunity. Not that obviously you can't if you're banned, but that would have been tremendous.
It would have been.
I think it's probably here in the studio.
I'm talking about right now, yeah.
All right, listen. Ronnie, you're not a loser.
You send Ronnie out for coffee so I can leave here in safety.
You'll be fine.
I'm going out in the hallway.
We're going to take a break. When we come back, we have a lot to get to. This feud is always funny to me. I don't know how the rest of the audience feels about it.
It's always a ball.
Right. All right. Chauncey, good luck with Stepping Out Magazine. We'll look for your interview with Amy Lee on there and Naked New York tonight at 10. We'll be back.
God. What a great, had that didn't win an FME, all I can say is they didn't want to bring more attention to it because it was too strong. It revealed too much. I think you blew up too many people's spots, so they would never rehash it for an FME.
It was almost too good for them, you know?
Yeah. They can't handle it.
They couldn't handle it. It took me out of the place where they wanted me to be. That wasn't my role on the show, to be that on.
Too loose cannon, too on. They expect you to be a punching bag, and you
kind of a punching bag, kind of a wacky, dopey guy. And that wasn't me on that day. And they didn't want to change what they already had me assigned for.
Absolutely. Marta says, yes, the greatest clapbacks ever. And you were having it before they were even finished. You just could not be in a better zone. Just hitting on, like I said, you need to bottle that.
Machine gun.
Yeah. Chauncey, I cannot thank you enough.
Thank you, guys.
This again. We're still not, we're never going to be done, and I don't want to be done. We got to talk about you and Imus's daughter outside the Meadowlands, and there's so much more shit.
There's so much.
Leah Remini.
Oh, there's so much. There really is.
Thank you, everyone. Hit like and subscribe, please. Thank you, Pell Al. The NBA is dead. It kind of is, Marta. Definitely do, Pell Al. Thank you, G Canada. All right, I have this for the end. I kind of redid the outro, our usual thing. This is for Chauncey, and I love you all. Hit like and subscribe, everyone. Thank you, everyone who generously donated. We love you all. Chauncey, we're gonna bring you back. I guess next if you want to sit on the Christmas show, you're more than welcome.
Hey, should I put these on now?
No, you.
I'm joking. Because I haven't heard a word you guys said for the last 5 hours. I should put these on. All right. Thank you. I love
Here
you
we-
guys, and thank you for having me on.
We love you too, Chauncey, and you'll find out more than you already know because Poppy, I cannot wait to do the ice